Volume 3, Chapter 122, Verification of Life 1. What is that? How could she? After Yoram exploded the entrance of the boss room, angry complaints echoed across the auditorium. Isn't that too much? Can the security guards even go in? Is it allowed to block the entrance like that? In response to the denunciations of the guardians, the professor in charge of the assignment, Katravan, spoke. It is a practical application of the landscape, and there is no problem with it according to the regulations. It's not like she was attacking a cadet either. No, but even then, they hesitated during their complaints. It was because it was related to none other than the Yu household, which was one of the most troubling topics recently. Can the securities even protect them at this rate? Of course, Team 3 of the guards are currently on the mission. Team 3 was a stealth group, specialized in fluid-like movements. By relying on the flow of mana, they could stealthily travel to places without being bound by physical restraints. More complaints like, even if there aren't any problems with the regulations, and she has no etiquette, were heard. Those continued until Mihailov shot out of his seat and yelled, "Seriously, you guys are being too noisy. There would be no problems if your cadets have the ability to destroy the rocks blocking the road and go in." No, of course. That's not the problem here. Now, since there aren't any problems with the regulations either, just stay quiet and watch. Don't you understand that the kids on our side are also taking a risk? Mihailov continued. That's true, but wait, something was weird. Sorry, you mean they're trying to defeat a B-ranked boss with a 4-man party? They're not trying to just buy time for their recovery. Things were different from their original plan. Mihailov wasn't certain either, so he kept his mouth closed. How can 4 cadets defeat the boss of a B dungeon? The minimum number of members required was 8, because Spider Queen had a large body, with a lot of vitality and defensive measures. The guardians who had been causing a ruckus from their discontentment closed their mouths. 1/4 of the screen focused on Yoram's party. There were lots of people watching the raid. Unlike the individual spars that had been uploaded a few days after the event, the dungeon raid was revealed live by the PR team in order to prove that the assignment was genuine. A war correspondent from Serbia, who had won the Pulitzer Prize, a prestigious superhuman analyzer who had himself been in the top 200 ranks worldwide before retiring from injuries, Petrovic. He was doing a live stream while commenting on the videos. Holy shit. How do you even defeat that thing? Are they really trying to defeat that? Impossible. People that were interested in Lair gathered from worldwide to watch the competition of first-grade cadets like it was a sport. There were 120,000 live viewers, with live comments being uploaded in many different languages. It's a shocking turn of events indeed. Petrovic gave a frown. As I've mentioned before, this year's lineup for the Yang household is exceptionally great. It might be possible for their 4-man party, but it will be a long battle, and would only be possible as long as Cadet Yang Tiha doesn't make a single mistake. What about other cadets? Only Yang Tiha and Tir Berzank will be able to damage the boss in a short period of time. Other cadets do not have enough power. The immense vitality of the boss, Spider Queen, was the biggest problem. What is Cadet Yoram's blessing? We haven't heard anything about it yet. Her blessing is probably related to body strengthening. Why? It's nothing but an assumption, since Cadet Yoram has never made it clear. However, you can tell that she has an extremely tyrannical way of fighting from the individual sparring sessions. I see. Will Cadet Yoram be able to defeat the boss? It'll be difficult, IMO. Body strengthening has a hard time dealing with things that are bigger than themselves. Yoram is strong. Yeah, might just be because of the size of her body though. I still think it'll be impossible. Same, it's too reckless. She might get injured. Most of the comments expected Yoram's team to go down. Indeed, it seems difficult from what we've seen so far. Do you think they'll lose as well? We don't know about that yet. A superhuman is called a superhuman because they go beyond the limits. After all, Petrovic watched the situation unfold with a worried expression. Before long, Yoram's team began fighting the Spider Queen head-on, and his words gradually became faster. The most terrifying thing about the Queen is that she can increase the number of her army. As soon as his words came to an end, dozens of eggs came flooding out of the Queen's stomach. Each and every one of those eggs was an underground spider. Although the spiders that had just hatched were weak, they were very aggressive. Dozens of spiders dashed towards Yoram's party while staggering. Saojiro and Kim Jae-in sniped the heads and the eyes, but there were too many of them. What do they have to do to win? They must control the situation. 3 of them need to locate and defend an advantageous area and deal damage over time, while one of them shifts the attention of the boss to them. That was the thought of a soldier who had, 5 years ago, been the raid leader of a S dungeon that had triumphed over 200 dungeons. And as he had expected, Kim Jae-in and Saojiro with Sophia at the lead eliminated the baby spiders and focused their shots on one of the Spider Queen's legs. Soon, one of the 8 legs was crushed. At the same time, Yoram stepped on top of the spiders and the wall and attracted the gaze of the Spider Queen by jumping up. As we thought, she is trying to gain aggro. Oh, Petrovic let out a yell. Yoram suddenly dashed up to the head of the boss at the gray upper body of a human that was attached to the spider's chest. Huh, why's she doing that? Risky, it was an extremely dangerous idea. Mother-type monsters had all sorts of defensive measures at the cost of their agility. Tentacles came shooting out of the queen's body, with poisonous thorns hanging here and there. They surrounded Yoram and simultaneously shot for her body. That was when flames surged forth from Yoram's shoulders, ribs, back, chest, legs, ankles, and her 2 hands that were holding onto a sword. Oh my word! It was a feat that had never been shown before, attaching the blazing mana onto her blade. Yoram slashed all the tentacles apart. The tips of the tentacles were scorched after being cut by the blade. The queen tried to raise her legs to block it, but Yoram's sword created a massive explosion the moment it touched the queen's legs. Quack-quack-quang, Petrovic shouted in surprise. Flames! It seems that Cadet Yoram had a fire attribute blessing all along. The live video hadn't shown how Yoram destroyed the entrance of the boss room, and it was the first time the masses had ever seen Yoram use her blessing. Thinking back, when Cadet Ling Ling was using her fire attribute blessing, she did casually walk out of that. No wonder. How astonishing. She had been hiding that all the time? What the FK? Does that mean she was bashing up Zhang Zuyan and Ling Ling like that without even using her blessing? The Spider Queen's second leg was soon cut off, but the boss didn't remain still either. The horrendous-looking mouth of the female body was dropped all the way to her chin as it vomited out a crazy amount of poison. Yoram shouted as she dodged it, while other cadets discarded the advantageous position they were in and scattered. It was the start of a dogfight. The queen jumped up and down with large thuds and stabbed the dungeon walls with her legs. She also climbed the walls and continued attacking Yoram. Her movements were swifter than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, she still vomited out poison and endlessly spewed out eggs. Even the watchers were filled with nervousness. They have to be careful now. The human body attached to the Spider Queen's body is not there for show. In an instant, a sharp ice lance was created on top of the queen's hand before quickly heading for Yoram. Unable to dodge the unexpected magic spell, she raised her sword and destroyed the lance but crashed into the wall from the sheer force. Ow! Damn, her protective necklace is still there, Petrovic once again shouted. She blocked it, right when the ice lance was flying towards her. Yoram had moved her mana to the edge of the blade in preparation for the strike. That had happened in just 0.1 seconds. Moving mana fluently inside the body in that short period of time is skilled enough already, and yet she had moved it outside her body. To Petrovic, who had only been interested in Yang Tiha, Tyr Berzank, and Zhou Luxun until now, it was a shocking situation. Yoram, the name of the red-haired female cadet, whom he thought was only pretty, was etched into his brain. While Yoram was readying herself for battle again, her teammates moved. The 3 of them gathered and stood with a small opening in front of them. Sophia used her blessing, refraction, to an exceptional degree. She bent the trajectory of her rapier over and over again and blocked all the baby spiders that were jumping in at them. Shoot! Her yell echoed through the dogfight. With Sophia as a shield, Kim Jae-in and Saojiro screamed while shooting their gun and bow. Stab! The poisonous fangs of a baby spider landed on Sophia's shoulder, but without hesitation. She used refraction to change the path of her rapier and slash the spider alongside a portion of her own shoulder. Oh my gosh. Crazy. For real, doesn't it hurt? Poison dripped from the spider and dropped on Saojiro, who had been unable to dodge. His clothes melted as the poison festered his leg. Saojiro thus leaned on the wall as he continued shooting the arrows. He lacks power and experience, but he is really fierce regardless. Kim Jae-in shortened the distance a bit more in order to snipe the boss, but was discovered by a spider and was kicked by it. She crashed into the wall and bleeded from her lips. If the shock had been slightly greater, her protective necklace might have been activated. However, the direction she was kicked in wasn't bad because the boss was slightly closer to her now. While bleeding from her mouth, Kim Jae-in placed her eye near the scope of the musket. She had changed to RT bullets. It was an anti-monster armor-piercing bullet that was extremely effective at close range. Tang, 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 her hands quivered. She was extremely close to the boss, and the magic bullets managed to destroy 3 of the boss's eyes. Kyuak, the human's upper body went insane while holding onto her eyes. It landed perfectly. Perfect. Not only did she stay conscious after the kick, she was still in focus. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy. Whoa TF, Petrovic shouted. That would have put her life at risk if it was a real battle, although the protective necklace does protect her life. Is she not scared? Were there any cadets that went to such lengths for a mere assignment performance? In fact, it wasn't just her. The entirety of Yoram's team looked as if they were in a real battle. Their auras cried out that they'll sacrifice their flesh for the bones of the enemy. Petrovic felt his blood boil for the first time in a very long time. Now, this is the most important situation. The boss has her eyes blocked, and her movements are slowed. The baby spiders will begin to act defensively to protect their mother now. How will they create a gap there? And how will they land a fatal blow? As soon as his words came to an end, the baby spiders shot out spider webs from their bottoms and began covering their mother. Then, a bunch of sharp tentacles suddenly flew in towards Yoram, but Sophia appeared out of nowhere in an instant and used refraction 5 times consecutively and used the rapier like a shield to block them all. She blocked it. The Russian blocked it. Damn it, using the blessing like that is bad for the heart though. Thanks to her, Cadet Yoram managed to save her own power, but now they must be prudent with how they use their remaining power. By nature, power was something that was consumed. If she were to attack the baby spiders, it would take away from the power that would otherwise be used for the boss. But the baby spiders were in the way, stopping her from attacking the boss directly. There wasn't much time. The boss would recover soon. Cadet Yoram, what will she do? Yoram closed her eyes. She remembered walking hand in hand with Jitae. Back then, she asked why she had to walk. Walking was hard, but so was anything that required her to move the body. Wasn't it better to practice something else in that case? Jitae replied, in order to live, you must walk. It was difficult for Yoram to understand it, and in fact, she still found it hard to understand in full. However, Yoram trusted him. Thanks to him, she was able to explosively increase her mastery over footwork, which was one of the skills belonging to a dragon. Yoram opened her eyes. With her quivering gaze, she could see white strings as tough as metal protecting the mother of spiders. If she were to invest her power into dealing with that, she wouldn't be able to deal a fatal blow to the broodmother. But if with just one step was all it took for her to pierce through all the cobwebs and reach the Queen Karl Gulakwa stand-up martial art, flames exploded beneath her feet. It was the footwork of the Karl Gulakwa race who lived on the ground in a distant past that allowed them to shoot their bodies like missiles to fight the wyverns flying in the sky. Spark Yoram was enveloped in flames as bombs exploded under her feet. With one step, Yoram reached the other end of the boss room from one end. All the spider webs that touched her body melted. However, Yoram's mana and the flames blooming all over her body, the power embedded in her body wasn't consumed. She cut the head of the spider queen. The detached head was set on fire. Quang, straight afterward, the body of the spider queen exploded. Chapter 123, Verification of Life Too Good. It landed perfectly. Thinking that, Yoram distanced herself. A portion of the battle was over, and her body became relaxed. The time she spent walking awkwardly while holding onto Jitae's hand flashed across her head. You'll now learn how to walk. Those were the exact words that Jitae had used back then. The fact that she will learn how to walk implied that she wasn't able to walk until now. So Yoram had been discontent and doubtful, but now she had a rough idea. This was how great walking was. Since she had been holding back because of what Sophia said, it was the first time she used everything in her arsenal against a living target in a real battle. Strength overflowed from her body. Despite the fight having ended, her dragon heart still pulsed with a thud. The first thing that she thought of was Jitae. Jitae, he was a very strange human. At times, he was like a kidnapper, but now he was acting like a guardian. At times, he acted like a human, but was like a red dragon during training. Plus, before, he had been acting as if he was interested in teaching her, but was now like a true teacher. She wasn't sure, but now she was certain. Jitae's training method was correct, and he was her teacher. Just then, she had proven that with her own body. Oi, Yoram! That was when Sophia urgently ran up and pushed a potion bottle into her mouth. Her own shoulder had a hole that bled heavily, but she didn't care. After Yoram swallowed the potion, Sophia yelled, Yoram, are you crazy for real? Aang, what now? What were you thinking? Like seriously? We won anyway. No, we didn't. It's not over yet. Why in the world did you start this just by ourselves? We almost all died here. You don't die though, you just get proclaimed that you're dead. If that happened, you would be dead by me. Wearing an expression tainted with fury, Sophia irritatedly shouted, Why are you doing whatever the fuck you want without saying anything? Why not? Stop, I'm really angry right now. Why am I doing this? Yoram turned around with an indifferent expression. Sophia shouted something, but ignoring that, Yoram rummaged through her pocket and found a small piece of chocolate. At a distance, something covered in blue light could be seen raising its body up behind the large, burnt corpse of the large spider. It's too late anyway. Prepare yourself if you have time to chit-chat. Yoram threw the chocolate Jitae gave into her mouth. She didn't really like the sweet flavor it had. A cigarette would have been better. Petrovic. And not only him, but most of the superhumans that had been active during the Great War tended to find the new generation of superhumans sloppy. Petrovic always thought to himself, back in my days, my mother would die if I died to a monster. The life of a single mother who had lost her husband to a monster in her youth, her life that was spent trying to feed my younger brother and I, rested on my shoulders. But do the kids these days even understand that? The kids these days, they were sloppy. There's no eagerness, no sense of danger, and no urgency. The desire to get stronger at the risk of their lives is non-existent. Since they are feeding themselves on a safe grassland with plenty of water, they don't understand how it felt to look for weeds and devour it up to its roots at a dusty desert. To them, superhumans were some sports players or something. Geniuses existed in any era, and there were some dumbfounding ones like Yang Tiha in the mix, but that was the end. Most of them avoided risky places and were busy trying to push their task onto someone else. It was impossible to find any young one that tried zealously to kill monsters at the cost of their flesh. Of course, it wasn't their fault as cadets. He just found it regrettable that the era and the society had made them like that. That's what he had been thinking. But wah, Yoram, so cool. WTF, she's really insane. Why? Petrovic formed tight fists. On the screen were superhumans of the past. They had young and immature faces, and it was a sloppy battle. But he could see a reflection of the past young soldiers in them, those who had to shoulder the lives of their families, and those that were made to realize that weakness was a sin. Ow damn, it's crazy. The moment Yoram dashed through dozens of meters and landed a strike onto the boss, Petrovic unconsciously swung his fist and destroyed his bookshelf. Books came crashing down, but he didn't spare it a glance. Stay on your toes, everyone. It's not over yet. The middle-aged retired soldier yelled excitedly. I've said it many times, but you always have to understand the monsters when you're fighting a monster inside a fissure. Yes, sir. Yes, you said it. Why would the boss have a human body on it as a mere spider? As soon as his words came to an end, the second phase of the boss raid began. Flames erupted and the body of the spider was scorched to ashes. Like all arthropods, spider-type monsters were also weak to fire. However, things were different for the human body that was attached to the outer shell of the spider. Despite its head being cut off, it began to move. Quack-quack-quang. At the same time, the entrance of the boss room that had been blocked by Yoram was opened. While swearing out loud, approximately 30 cadets came rushing in as a group. Grit. It? The second phase began with the human body separating itself from the outer shell. Although the upper body resembled a female, what came out from beneath the shell were 4 pairs of wings, and it looked like a winged insect. Looks disgusting. Damn it, the soup I had in the morning is coming back up. Whoa, it looks shit FR. Which? It was a monster resembling a human that used magic. Petrovic focused on the screen with a frown. From now, the insurmountable wall of reality that small levels of desperation cannot deal with will come crashing at the cadets. Desperation had to be normalized into their lives, not a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. According to the data shared by Lair, the time given to prepare for the underground dungeon raid was 3 days. How much they've prepared for the raid will be shown now. Forgetting to commentate for a few seconds, Petrovic focused on how the situation would unfold hereon. Now that dozens of cadets had entered the boss room, defeating the boss was a natural result and was beside the point. Actually, the audience watching this, as well as the cadets, probably don't exactly know how the marks are given. Isn't it about who deals more damage? No, last hitting is more important than damage. The one that kills the boss gets more points, don't they? Lol, you lunatics are obsessed with fighting. You idiots. Don't you know safety first? Not getting hurt at the boss raid is the most important. Hundreds of comments were posted after that, and they were all correct. They were correct, but what Lair valued, and the thing they were trying to evaluate was slightly different. The most important question is, which team will adapt to abnormal statuses first and be ready to fight again? Lair wanted evidence. Verification of the cadets' preparation time. How well have they prepared for the raid in 3 short days? How ready were they for the raid? That was the crucial element of their evaluation criteria. It'll start now. Gravity will go up immensely before long. A tremendous amount of pressure began pushing the heads of the cadets down. It was roughly 20 times the gravitational force. The cadets will be flustered. They probably would have gone through several adapting practices, but they were still cadets. The only superhumans that could immediately deal with an immense increase in gravity were the veterans. If they can't handle it, they'll drop their weapons that suddenly became heavier and fall down. His words became reality. More than half the cadets dropped their weapons, and 80% of the cadets faltered before landing on their knees. Some cadets who had broadswords and heavy weapons like sniping muskets were pinned down by their weapons. The witch floated in midair. She then frantically flew around while showering down piles of icy arrows and bolts of lightning. There was nothing they could do when they were on the ground. As long as the cadets weren't front guards or physically strong superhumans, they couldn't do anything against the fierce spells of the witch. With one strike, their protective necklaces were shattered, creating a protective shield around them. Meanwhile, the cadets slowly pulled themselves together. Don't blink, it'll be any time soon. There was one team that adapted to the immense gravity before others and entered the second phase of the boss raid. Whoa, they must have prepared super hard lol, amazing, despite their injuries. They got up, degrees, it was none other than Yoram's team. Petrovic felt his blood boil somewhere in the depths of his stomach. Besides, they weren't struggling to fight properly either. Fitting their roles as front fighters, Yoram and Sophia jumped up like always, and the 2 sharpshooters at the back raised their weapons and attacked without any hesitation. Yoram and the Losties were thorough with their preparations as well. Holy shit! The retired soldier yelled with joy. Soon after that, the Yang household, Irfan Guild and Noblesse School also got up at around the same time. Because there were so many cadets, the witch had trouble sustaining the spell once all the attacks were focused on her. A few seconds later, the gravity spell was undone. What could she do when a group of cadets ran up and smashed her to a pulp? The witch was soon killed and the raid came to an end. Scoreboard 1, Yoram and the Losties, 22, Noblesse, 8-3, Team Irfan, 7-4. Squad Dragon, 6. Scoreboard: it was an overwhelming victory from Yoram's team. This will be the end of today's commentary. Petrovic gave a clap with a satisfied smile and signaled the end of the PR team's live streaming session. Today is a great day, because I was able to have a peek at a new possibility. Well then, I will be back when the PR team hosts another video. This was from Balkan Peninsula, a reporter of Serbia's association, Petrovic. But even after the end of the stream, Petrovic could not stop thinking about Yoram and the Losties. Seriously, how long had it been since he was this excited? There were many cadets who spoke about how they would fight desperately, and some might be able to imitate it to an extent. However, he had never seen anyone carry a gaze, an atmosphere and energy around them that caused him to reminisce on the soldiers of the past. Sofia Vorkova and 2 cadets whom he had never heard of before. Those 3 were truly great. However, Yu Yoram, who had led the 3 and controlled the flow of the battlefield. She was a one-of-a-kind, never seen before. Official Petrovic of the association title, Summer is Coming. Today, I became a fan of one cadet. A cadet whose marvelous, mighty, and beautiful talent shines like a star. That night, Petrovic searched for Yoram's fancave in secret and discovered a Korean web forum which was the most active. Its name was Crazy for Yoram. Welcome, member PV. However, he felt doubtful on one end. What made a young cadet like Yu Yoram be like that in such a peaceful era? What were her circumstances? In fact, even the cadets of Communist China and RIL, who have their lives on the line, are not able to fight so desperately. It's because the fact that they became cadets meant that their positions in their organizations were great enough to secure their lives. In any case, this was not a problem that Petrovic had to involve himself in. With a smile, he left his first post on the forum page. PV, hi guys, new kid on the block here. After the raid, Yoram walked outside and glanced around. She seemed to be looking for something. But once a group of people began walking up to her, she gave a frown. Chapter 124, Verification of Life, 3, they were the reporters who had been waiting outside the portal bureau. Yoram had a lot of enemies, and many were bad-mouthing her regarding the underground dungeon raid already. Since she displayed a power level that was beyond that of a cadet despite the hatred, it was clear that her interview would be a hot issue no matter what her response was. Dozens of reporters ran towards her like zombies, while the security guards of the portal bureau stopped them. Please don't come too close to the cadets. They just finished a battle. Please understand. Hey, you reporter over there. Where are you from? Keep your distance, please. The person the reporters wanted to interview the most was naturally Yu Yoram. She was drenched in blood and sweat and looked unhappy for some reason. But so what? Somehow, they managed to squeeze through the gap and excitedly asked her. Q, was the route you took planned from the start? Yu Yoram, Q, it was edited out of the video, but we heard Cadet Sofia Vorkova yell for like 1 second. Is it true that you arbitrarily decided on another route on the spot? Yu Yoram heaves a sigh, but the reporters were stubborn. Q, what do you think about people saying that you lacked etiquette? Yu Yoram, I don't know. The moment their eyes met, fear stiffened the body of the reporter. However, he was delighted inwardly. Since Yoram finally opened her mouth, his report will gain a lot of traffic. Soon, the reporters began throwing more aggressive questions. Q, when you say you don't know, does that mean you were blinded by the scores despite knowing that it was against manners and tried to monopolize it? Yu Yoram, what the is this about? Hello, why aren't you pushing these guys away? In response to Yoram's irritated voice, the guards came and pushed the reporters away, but there were too many reporters in comparison to the guards. Before long, other reporters came and asked her. Q, Cadet Yoram's victory is, in essence, the victory of our proud Republic of Kori. Q, Kim Jae-in and Hisaki Saojiro. These 2 cadets are really weak as cadets. Was there a reason you brought them Tojith? Q, if you failed, Sofia Vorkova would have suffered a big loss to her score. Cadet Yoram, don't you think your self-confidence is too excessive? Hearing the questions go on, she stopped her feet. Then, she turned around. Yu Yoram, what you say, you, when the interview was shared after having the profanities filtered. Yoram's fancave, Crazy for Yoram, went wild. Lul, our boss is mad la Q. Weren't you holding your teammates' scores hostage? Yu Yoram, yeah. I did, so what? Yeah, so what if our Yoram does that? Take my useless brother hostage as well any TT, isn't it fine since everything turned out well? Lol, well, it could have been bad for them. Yeah, whatever. It turned out fine anyway kekek. True lol Q, what in the world was the reason you brought Kim Jae-in and Hisaki Saojiro? These 2 weak cadets? Yu Yoram, your company uses people like you as well. Q, lol, so true kekek, FK. The way she speaks lol Q, the Koreans are excited for the victory of our nation. Please give them a word. Yu Yoram, I am Chinese. When the angry Yoram said whatever that came to mind in response, one of the reporters was displeased and went a level further. Q, has your personality been like that from the start? Yu Yoram, what? Q, Cadets talk about how impolite you are. Cadet Yoram, what's your opinion on that? You Yoram, ha. You come here. Q, sorry? You Yoram, come here you. Lalalalal kekekek. Our boss lalalal, she grabbed the reporter by his neck lalalalal, feels so fusing good lalalal. Hot I love you any TT, but doesn't that become a problem? Lair hates things like that QQ, don't think so Elmao. It's the reporters that crossed the line first lalal. This interview was more violent than any other interviews, and her words had crossed the line to the point that the PR team became conscious of the matter. Thus, the ones that hated Yoram were extremely angry. They would have stopped after swearing 1 or 2 times, but this time, they furiously hurled swear words at her. She's crazy for real, she's actually gone mad. Are reporters your friends? Crazy bitch. Why is she so rude? Look at how impolite her gaze is. The ones that think she's pretty need to get their eyes checked. She looks like a venomous snake. TBH, she is pretty, but what if she's pretty? Her personality's gone down the drain. I liked her before, but it's disappointing. I think Cadet Yoram crossed the line by too much. Yoram herself didn't care at all, but the ones that loved and cared for Yoram, including Saojiro and Kim Jae-in, were displeased. But since the haters began grouping together, even the PR team had to consider the general opinion of the masses. But that night, the public sentiment was flipped at once. Official Petrovic of the association, title, Thoughts and Manners as a War Correspondent and a World Ranker. I've been living my life wandering and interviewing people around places where volcanoes erupted and where grounds ruptured from earthquakes. Since everyone had the right to know the correct information about what was happening inside the dungeons, we ran, and the families who were waiting for news of their sons and daughters teared up from our stories. But what's wrong with the reporters these days? Despite having no manners themselves, they arbitrarily call young and talented superhumans as nobles and yet continue acting without manners. Of course, this isn't a problem. Reporters can naturally make others feel uncomfortable. By nature, revealing the inner thoughts should be carried out under the assumption that it will make someone else feel uncomfortable. But on the other hand, society being unable to handle a young superhuman revealing their own thoughts in a situation like that is a problem. Young generation of reporters, you are garbage. You have made me displeased. But that is fine, because I, too, will make you displeased. That night, each national broadcasting channel received a call from Petrovic and the Hunter Association. Due to that, the press shared a word of apology, which was rare, and the ones that hated Yoram hid themselves. Against her will, Yoram had to head to the PR team and be lectured on the ways to treat the media. She followed them without any complaints. Time flew after that as the first quarter of the campus ranking competition came to an end. The scores and the ranks of the cadets that had been hidden until now were revealed just today. The parents quietly watched on. The selected oldest Unnie gazed down at her with an expression filled with arrogance. She reached out and grabbed her by the chin. She then opened her mouth. Yoram could never forget it. She couldn't forget the rough hand that landed on her weak and feeble chin, the words that had been spoken by the one that hatched before others, and the dead kins that were lying behind her. Since she couldn't forget, the emotions from back then were vivid, and she could remember it whenever she closed her eyes. Yoram cursed the oldest Unnie that killed her youngest Unnie. She was disgusted by the selection ceremony of the red race, and more than anything, she detested herself for being weak. If she was born slightly earlier, she would have gone to her amusement at around the same time as other Unnies, and would have had her neck crushed by the oldest Unnie at the selection ceremony, just like what her youngest Unnie went through. Thus, the reason that Yoram was alive and breathing right now was because she was weak. In other words, even her own life had been the result of her weakness, so she was distressed every living second. Sometimes, she felt a ridiculous level of self-hatred. Weak individuals of the Red Dragons had to all die, but she was the weakest. Every second of her breath was a paradox itself, and the reason such a paradox existed wasn't because Yoram tried hard, nor was it because she was born with something special. It was because, lucky aren't you? It was because she was lucky. If anyone that committed a sin had to die, Yoram thought to herself that she too had to die. She was weak, and being weak was a sin. The reason she was still alive despite that was because there were some words she had yet to convey. As long as she could convey those words, Yoram had no qualms with dying right now. but holding on to this tedious life just by relying on such an idealistic thought wasn't an easy task. There were times where her emotions suddenly crashed all the way down to oblivion. During those times, Yoram had to console herself in order to discard the desire to die. Since I've tried this hard today, since I've become this much stronger, I have the right to breathe and live tomorrow. In order to live, Yoram always needed affirmations like that. That was also why she was motivated during the competition. Fortunately, the strongest man she had ever seen in her entire life was there next to her. Since the red dragons worshipped the strong, the man was a target or worship for Yoram and was the person she could trust the most now that he had become her teacher. Thus, she asked Jitae, "Didn't I, get a little bit stronger? If my efforts today were in vain, I don't have the right to live tomorrow. But I'm doing a good job, right? But I worked really hard. Isn't it fine for me to live tomorrow?" Yoram asked Jitae over and over again. "How much have I grown, do you think? Is it to a satisfactory level? You can stay alive. If you've done this much, you have the right to breathe tomorrow." She really wanted him to say that. It was a plea for her life. But the man did not lie, nor did he listen to her plea. He was honest, and Yoram liked his honesty. So when she wasn't acknowledged by him, she found herself detestable. However, one day, near the back alleyway late evening, when she was habitually smoking a cigarette, Jitae told her, "You're doing good, a lot better than what I expected." Yoram was startled by the man's words. "What? It's true, there aren't any dragons living as earnestly as you." Hearing Jitae's words, Yoram was unable to hold it back and giggled after lowering her head. That's good. When she was acknowledged by him, Yoram openly felt happy about the fact that she was alive. But upon closer inspection, the fact that she was working earnestly wasn't a compliment. It's not like her unnies had been killed by the oldest unnie because they weren't working hard. Yoram had to do better, and she needed to hear a compliment saying she did well. She had to do a lot better. So even during a team assignment, Yoram ended up impulsively making an unreasonable decision. The obsessive thought that she needed to get a better grade than others had made her anxious. So now that the B underground Fisher raid had ended, and the first quarter of the campus ranking competition came to an end, unveiling the ranks that had been hidden until now. Rank 1, Yoram, 901-2, Yang Tiha, 893-3, Barablude, 889-4. Joe Luxon, 883. Yoram took the paper in hand and went to Jitae's room. As always, the strongest man in existence looked back at her with a hazy gaze. "What?" After walking up to him, Yoram hesitated on her words. She fidgeted with her toes. "You know, what is it?" "This." She handed him the report paper and Jitae opened it up. It's nothing much, but I just came first." He said something casually in response and wore some sort of expression, but Yoram wasn't interested in a superficial response. Yoram had proven with her body that Jitae was her teacher and that his training method had been correct. So this time, she wanted Jitae to verify the value of her life. Thus, she forced her heavy lips open again and asked, "Did I do well?" After the question, Yoram forced down the sense of fear that threatened to suffocate her throat, and gazed into the face of the man who knew not how to lie. Immediately after her sentence, without any hesitation, without any contemplation, the man replied in reflex, "Right, you did a very good job." Yoram clenched her lips. Just now, Jitae had verified her life. The moment she realized that, her body all the way from her toes to the tips of her fingers trembled with thrill as her body was shaken from its core. Lowering her head, she breathed out a gush of warm breath before slowly walking forward. She then wrapped her arms around the neck of Jitae, who was sitting down on the chair. He tried to stealthily pull his body away, but Yoram hung onto his body obstinately without letting go. Soon, his large hand came and gently tapped her on the back. She felt like tearing up, and she thought her feelings might explode if she spoke out loud. Thus, Yoram whispered in his ear with a very soft voice, "Thank you." Chapter 125, Learning Manners Q. Ever since you called yourself Chinese, Cadet Yoram, there have been people in Irfan Guild becoming your fans. Any thoughts on the matter? Yoram, idiots lol. I'm Japanese from today, official Petrovic of the association. Before we focus on the harsh use of her words, we should first realize her true thoughts hidden behind those words. The following cadet is aware of how people see her and have experienced how easily the interviews were distorted. Therefore, the use of short sentences allows her true words to get across better. The fact that she easily changes her nationality allows us to see the wise reaction of the cadet as she wishes individuals to not be regulated or overfocused on the virtual boundaries called countries. She will continue to incorporate her clear visions as priceless connotations into short responses, as she had been doing all along. Huck, I see. Cadet Yoram is unexpectedly very smart. Our boss's interview had such a profound meaning to it. You retards. Do you believe this? Hangul Koniun Anus it tikas Petrovic. Who else would we believe in lol? Hangul Koniun Anus huhh. It was Petrovic. Sorry. Cue your fancave. Crazy for Yoram began collecting donations for Cadet U Yoram. Is there something you would like? U Yoram, I don't need it. Am I a beggar? Official Petrovic of the association, why does she bother referring to herself as a beggar? Until now, she had been swearing at someone else or had been irritated by others. The fact that someone like her calls herself a beggar incites us to look beyond the superficial layer of profanities. I know she has a heart warmer than anyone else when it comes to her treatment of the people around her. This is clarified further when we look at the interview of her friend, Kim Jae-in. Perhaps her warm heart wants those precious intentions and the resulting donations to go to the people who truly need it the most. Once we pull ourselves away from her conventional image, the warm yet settling breeze of the summer ocean will surely come to us all. Huck, TTQQ, so that's what it meant. You're right, TT, I thought she was just swearing, but she meant we should share it with the poor. Hello, I'm the manager of the site, Crazy for Yoram. Taking into consideration the interview of Cadet U Yoram and Sir Petrovic, our team have decided after a lengthy discussion to donate the entire pool of donations to the victims of war. Whoa QQ, that's so nice TT, I love you Unnie TTTT, Kaya. Keel laughed her head off. It was because Yoram was wearing a very deep frown after checking Petrovic's SNS post and the reaction of the masses. Besides, the donation of Crazy for Yoram for the victims of war was being shared in real time on the news. There still were several people swearing at her, but the majority of the crowd called her cool and complimented her. Like, what the fuck? Ah, it's so funny. Unnie, were you always such a nice person? You think, she shook her head with a sigh. This place called Earth was hard to understand. She muttered while changing her clothes. They freakin' have nothing to do on their hands or something. We must first focus on the fact that we have nothing on our hands. What? Perhaps she is praising the end of the war and the coming of a peaceful era. Oi. You Keel, she is a very kind heart. Kaihaha. Keel teased her until she was caught by Yoram. She was sentenced to the armbar punishment. Yuong S. Sorry, my arm's gonna break. Her scream echoed across Unit 301, and the punishment continued until Jael walked up and sat on the ground going, tap tap tap. Ooh! After finally being released, Keel massaged her shoulder. Yoram was changing her clothes from a cadet uniform to a set of training clothes. The pair of golden eyes blankly stared at Yoram's bob hair, and her gaze traveled down to the small yet rigid shoulders and her balanced body. Confidence oozed out from her back. But Unnie, you should be quite happy, right? Happy for what? I'll be on my way now. Where are you going? For a video with the PR team. Ah, NN. Keel gazed at Yoram's back as she walked out of the house. Once the door closed, her eyes turned slightly depressed as she gazed down at the watch. She couldn't look away from it for a very long time. Today was a weekend. Ajasi, is there something you need? No, Bomb walked up to him, with the last cold snap having ended. She was wearing a sleeveless shirt that revealed her white arms. She gently grabbed Jitae's shirt by the sleeves. Ajasi, yeah, do you want to go together? He shook his head. There was something he had to do at home. See you then. See you later, Bomb. Keel and Jael went out for a walk. Left alone, Jitae laid down on the living room sofa, reading a book. It was a horror book. Bomb was writing a novel, and because he had to know something about the genre to give advice regarding it, the Regressor began reading a horror novel. He had never expected himself to do this after coming to the 7th iteration. But no matter how much he read, he couldn't understand what was so scary. He read the story that was meant to make its readers scared, but it failed to wring his heart in any way. In a dark alleyway, if someone unknown touches his back, Isn't it fine to just rip them apart to pieces? In the first place, he couldn't understand how someone might touch his back without him knowing it. Due to that, the regressor closed the book. On the other side of the living room, the baby chicken was eating a mountain of feed while the protector was on the computer. Looking closer, he discovered that the protector was going through an internet shopping site, looking for pots. What are you doing? It wasn't just a normal pot, but an extremely large pot for deep frying purposes. A cauldron? No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the quality of the metal was quite good. Haha, I see, he thought to himself and stopped thinking about it. Seeing Jitae, the baby chicken who was now bigger than a basketball, pecked him on the toes and cried. Chirp. A good day it is. These days, the chicken still went outside the house and came back injured. But the injuries were getting fewer as time passed. It seemed that its fight against the cat spirit beasts near the area were becoming smoother as it increased in size. Why in the world was it fighting? And what were they fighting for? The chicken appeared to have its circumstances, but the regressor didn't think much of it. Standing still, Jitae watched the baby chicken indulge in its food. The small seeds disappeared one by one every time it pecked as it diligently consumed the feed. It then chirped out loud after perhaps sensing his gaze. How long would this guy stay here? By nature, spirit beasts had the homing instinct regardless of the species. Chirp, these feeds are interesting indeed. Chirp, I'm tired of them, but I must still consume them. Chirp, is this life? If the chicken accepted this place as its home, there would be no reason to go outside and fight. Perhaps it was fighting against the cats in order to find the way to go back. In any case, the baby chicken had the right to stay in this place, just because Keel liked it. In the evening, Keel hugged the baby chicken and fell asleep on the living room sofa after coming back from her walk. While sleep-talking, she scratched her stomach. The regressor placed a thin blanket on top of Keel, who was sleeping with her stomach revealed. A yellow-haired girl hugging a yellow furry ball to sleep was quite good to look at. The regressor, who had his position stolen away, went into the study and began writing the daily record as a guardian. Peacefully, daily lives continued. A daily life that was quite realistic, which he hadn't expected at the end of the 6th iteration, had surrounded him. The hazards were far apart and the kids were happy. Within a peaceful time, good memories and experiences were repeated. The regressor felt content. The abnormally long winter had already passed. It was already fully spring. Jitae, you have to be polite. Eyeing, polite, be polite. You don't know how to be polite? Owing. I think you do. I've seen you copy us sometimes. If you continue being like that, people will think you're like Yoram, okay? After Bomb said that, Jitae also turned serious. Watching on from the side, it seemed that something had happened while they were outside. That night, Bomb went into her room with Jitae and began teaching her manners. Repeat after me slowly. After a few hours, Bomb peeked out of the room. Ajasi, can you help me with something? What is it? I tried teaching manners to Jitae and I wanted to test it. Do dragons need to learn manners? The regressor didn't know, but thinking back, he too tried to fit into the frameworks of society and daily lives by showing manners. Apparently from what Bomb told him henceforth, it seemed that the dragons learned xperrif etiquette in their youth, except for the red race. It was because the dragons tended to be involved with the ones in power, including nobles and politicians. Since Bomb was always right, he went into her room and sat face to face with the child sitting on the bed. Therefore, Jitae had to sit in front of both Jitae and Bomb. Are you ready, Jitae? For some reason, Jitae nodded with an extremely excited expression. Now, there's an adult here. What should you do when you first see him? Jitae bent her back to a 90-degree angle. Hello. Her words were still slow, and her reaction time was also slow, but that was because she always thought extensively before putting her thoughts into words. Good. Now, Ajasi will give you something. Bomb gestured with her eyes. To give her whatever it may be. You didn't tell me this. In any case, he had to give her something, so Jitae put his hand into his pocket. He found the pocket watch he always carried around, so the regressor handed it over to Jitae. The authority, vintage clock X, rejoices in joy. Why are you happy? Ajasi is lending you his watch for a bit. You know what to say in response, right? Thank you. Good. And what do you have to do after you finish using it? Jael looked at Bomb and Jitae before showing a bright smile. She then put the pocket watch into her own pocket. Are you going to just take that? NN. Whose watch is that? Mine. She gave a wide smile despite knowing it wasn't hers. In other words, she wanted to have it. The authority vintage clock X, cheers for the pure desire. No, Jael, that's Ajasi's, you have to give it back to him. Do I? Have to, of course. You can't steal someone else's stuff no matter how much you want it. Your Unnie will buy one for you later, Jael. Hing. Jael carefully took the pocket watch out with her two hands, appearing regretful. She then slowly pushed it towards Jitae. He tried to take it, but her tiny hands fiercely held onto it. She appeared reluctant to return it, but Jitae still took the pocket watch from her hands. The authority, vintage clock X, is depressed. Now, Ajasi will go somewhere. He will go outside and visit the supermarket on the way back. You know what you have to do? NN, say goodbye and tell him if there's something you want. Ah, NN. Jael stood up on the bed and waved her hands. Jitae, who had been looking into those water-like eyes, also returned a wave, albeit awkwardly. However, she didn't say anything. You have to say what you want, so that I can get it for you. He thought and waited. She mumbled like usual as she carefully pondered on the words to use before finally deciding to share what she wanted. ... Can you not go? Starting from that day, Jael started being more polite. After the lesson on manners, she began talking more about the things she wanted. She also seemed to think that bidding farewell to anyone leaving the house was a rule that had to be followed. For example, the protector had to leave the house for a bit, so it wore a large coat, rubber gloves, a mask, and a hat when Jael came to the entrance with a bright smile and waved her hands. Yes, you mean me. Young lady? She appeared indifferent for a few months already, but now Jael greeted and bid farewell whenever it was going to and from the house. The protector was moved. NN. Good. Bye. But after listening to her farewells several times, it started to feel slightly strange. Jael always said goodbye when the protector left. Instead of that, the protector wanted to hear, see you soon and take care. I'll be on my way, young lady. Cat spirit beasts seem to have appeared nearby, so I'm going to go there for a bit and will come back soon. I'll be back soon, KMM. KMM? It then waited for the reply to come with a flickering crimson gaze. It waited and waited. Jael looked at the protector with a blank gaze and asked, Aren't you going? The protector was sad. Chapter 126. Discussion topic, Clothes, Part 1. Ajasi. Ajasi, are you busy today? No. Then let's go shopping together. Keel ran up to him with the baby chicken in hand. Jael was even more excited than her, and was wearing the bucket hat Bomb gave her alongside a cross bag. She was fully ready to go outside. Thinking back, the regressor could remember a blonde head and a blue head looking at a magazine together last night. Why? What are you going to buy? Clothes, it's spring already. It was on a Sunday with the cold snap having ended. Most of the clothes they had were winter clothes. Keel was right. It was time to buy spring clothes. As soon as they received permission from Jitae, Keel headed to Yoram's room while Jael entered Bomb's room. They then persuaded them to go shopping together. Clothes? Yoram scratched her waist as she walked out of her room. She really needed some new clothes. The one she was currently wearing was originally a U-neck t-shirt, but the neck part had extended to the point that it slid off to the side and revealed one of her shoulders. It was tattered. It was because she only wore the same t-shirt, sleeveless shirt, training clothes, and cadet uniform over and over again, both day and night. Aren't you interested in clothes, Unnie? No. Well, I was. What kind of clothes? Who knows? Comfortable ones. What's comfortable, like training clothes? Yoram replied while picking her ear. To be honest, not wearing anything is the most comfortable. Oh, ooh, startled. Keel smiled awkwardly. But not wearing anything is a bit. Why? What do you mean why? Of course it's weird. Oi. Yellow monkey. NN? Keel realized half a second later that she shouldn't have replied to the words, yellow monkey. Yoram opened her mouth with a grin. Clothes are the most inefficient things ever created by humans. Why? Why? They're expensive for no reason and it's uncomfortable, but everyone has to wear it. How comfortable would it be to go around naked if there was no embarrassment? What's worse is that I have to wear them even if I'm not embarrassed. Because others get embarrassed by it, you know? Like, what about my titties? During her speech, she fondled her breasts as if they were uncomfortable. This is the problem. The body line's pretty and it's a waste to rip them out though. But clothes aren't just there to stop embarrassment. What? You know. They block the heat and block the cold. Humans are sensitive to weather and they freeze to death after all. Since she was correct, Yoram indifferently murmured. Inferior meager species. Yua. Unny is a species racist. Shut up, you monkey. While the two of them were quarreling, Bomb also walked out of her room after being persuaded by Jitae. She was wearing a pair of circular framed glasses. Good morning. When Jitae replied back, Bomb took the glasses off and placed it into the spectacle holder. Are you going to buy spring clothes as well, Ajasi? No, I don't need them. Why? You always wear similar clothes, don't you? It was true, because Jitae usually only wore a white business shirt and slacks pants. NN, oh yeah, why don't you have that many clothes? Ajasi, the reason was simple. It was because he didn't need many clothes. He didn't get cold or hot and wasn't interested in polishing himself either. He only wore a coat in winter to fit into the norms of daily lives, and the clothes were to maintain a clean look. The regressor pondered for a bit and replied, I just don't. That's a bit of a shame. Ajasi is tall and has a good body, so I think you'll look good if you wear pretty clothes. Then, Keel and Jitae fidgeted with a magazine. Keel pointed at the picture of a model wearing a V-neck t-shirt, while Jitae pointed at a rider jacket. The regressor shook his hand. I'm good, I'm fine with a business shirt. That's no good. Bomb interjected with a question. Then what clothes do you like? Ajasi, business shirts. The grass-colored eyes blinked. Not that, what about female clothes? Who knows? Hearing his response, Keel widened her eyes. Ajasi, did you not have a girlfriend? I did. More than 100 years ago, he did. Even without counting Hasitbiel from the second iteration, he had a few other girlfriends in the first iteration. Then you know. What did you want your girlfriend to wear the most? Closing his eyes, the regressor tried to think back. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't really remember. The faces of his previous girlfriends were hazy like fog, let alone their clothes. The only thing that remained in his memory was the soldier uniform Hasitbiel was wearing, the one that had leather and armor plates protecting the entire body. Just something comfortable. You mean not wearing anything? Jitae went silent, while Yoram giggled. But you said my clothes were pretty whenever I wore new clothes. I did. Ajasi said my evening dress was pretty as well. I did that as well. What the heck is that? They continued asking for Jitae's preference, but he truly had nothing to tell them in response. In the end, they gave up on looking into his tastes and turned around. What are you going to buy, Jitae? It's my turn now. Excitedly, Jitae pushed the magazine forward and showed a children's wear. The model was wearing blue denim jeans with a shoulder strap that covered the white t-shirt. There were several other types apart from that. While Bomb, Yoram and Keel were criticizing other clothes, Jitae asked Jitae, how does it look? It was suitable for spring. Her hair was blue, so light blue denim jeans would match her color. Looks pretty. Sealing her lips, she nodded with a brighter smile. Meanwhile, Bomb opened her mouth while looking through Keel's collection. But Keel, I don't think that one-piece dress is going to suit you. I don't think it suits people with a big chest. Why? Keel tilted her head. Bomb pondered on how she could explain this. Before shaping the alternate dimension of dragons, laws of nature S, into a translucent cotton shape. She then placed it over Keel. Look, it gets caught on the chest and makes everything below seem big. Huck, you're right, I look fat. Do I need a belt? Bomb pulled the alternate dimension near the waist. This time, the chest was being overly emphasized. This is a bit. Right, I think darker clothes will suit you better. They continued talking about clothes. After a long conversation, their original picks tended to be discarded. Unny, that's only something models wear. And it's super sexy and I love it. Where would you even wear that? Are you going to show everything to everyone? Can't I? What are you? Yoram. Since your shoulder line and your muscles are pretty, how about wearing sleeveless shirts like this? Not bad, looks comfortable. You're tall as well. I think these pants will look good too. Yua, thinking about it. Bomani must feel nice. You look pretty with anything you wear. I think my polymorph was a bit wrong. Now that you mention it, why the heck did you polymorph like that? It's burdensome. I was just copying my mum, okay? Keel cried. saying it was hard to change the body shape now since she was already used to it. They were planning to buy some clothes because they were pretty, but sometimes those clothes didn't suit their physiques or were socially problematic on Earth. Sometimes, it was only themselves that found those specific clothes pretty, probably because of the different set of values of each race. Hey guys, yes, how about we go to the department store and wear them? Thus, Jitae recommended an alternative to which they agreed. For the first time in a long time, he took everyone out to the department store. Before leaving the house, Jitae stopped toddling after Jitae and turned around. She saw the baby chicken sleeping on a blanket under dazzling sunlight, and the protector standing in front like a statue. Wearing an apron and a pair of rubber gloves had become a natural habit, and the protector rarely ever took them off. Jitae quietly stared at him. Those red eyes flickered as the protector turned around. I'm going out? Yes, young lady, please be careful on the way out. Anything you need? Actually I do not need clothes, as you can see. My body is entirely made of armor. Kang the protector tapped his own body with the back of his hand. Jitae nodded and turned back to the front, but soon, she looked back again and glanced at the protector's arms. Girls with a lot of stamina. Girls with a lot of stamina that quarreled over every single detail. It was a shopping session with them. They left at 9 in the morning and shopped around, but it was already 7 p.m. He wasn't particularly tired or anything, but watching them made him realize that they were really energetic. They had gone twice through all 4 department stores of the commercial area, scavenging through every apparel store. The clothes they purchased amounted to 30, but even that was less than 1% of what they've seen. It was when the regressor was contemplating whether he should throw all these jamming shopping bags into the shallows of the abyss. Wah, this is definitely Ajaci's. Keel brought definitely Ajaci's clothes for the 23rd time and put it against his body. It was an amber-colored knitted turtleneck sweater. Like I said, I'm fine. That's what you said last time. Do you know how many times you've said no? But this does look like it would suit you though, for some reason. Even Yoram pitched in and commended him to wear it. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Jitae tried to take the shopping bags in his hands with her tiny hands. Hurry! It was weird to resist a child's actions, so he let her take them. He couldn't understand why they were like this. Where is the changing room? Yes, sir, it's behind the pillar over there. Jitae obediently entered the changing room with the sweater. Taking off the business shirt, he hung it casually and threw the knit over his body. Then, his body's ability controlled the clothes by itself and began matching it to his body. Inherent customization, after it ended. The sweater had been adjusted to fit his body perfectly. His height that was slightly short of 190 centimeters, broad and large shoulders, the reverse triangular-shaped body, his thick arms and wrists, and the non-excessively muscular body. The physique of a soldier best suited for warfare, created by various authorities, was revealed beneath the knit. The neck part coming all the way to his chin was a little bit annoying, but it's not like he was going to buy it anyway. When Jitae walked out of the changing room, they were amazed. What is this, Yua? Jitae also looked very surprised as she reached her arms out. When Jitae raised her up, she used her fingertip to tap him on the chest and shoulder with intrigue. Your body's amazing. Ajaci, it wasn't that amazing. There might be exceptions, but most of the soldiers had good bodies. Even Mayung Yongha probably had a better body than himself. But perhaps because they were seeing an unfamiliar side of Jitae whom they were already used to. They were noisy while Yoram gulped for some reason. Thinking back, he had never worn anything that revealed his body despite living together for some time. Done? You're not buying them. I'm not. Buy it, buy it. They protested and coerced him, leaving Jitae with no choice but to head to the cashier to pay for the clothes. He couldn't find the reason to reject them. Meanwhile, Yoram chose a set of clothes for herself and was about to walk into the changing room, but her hands that were about to open the door came to a stop. She could see a familiar pair of shoes visible under the door of the changing room that Jitae had used. What's this? Yoram nonchalantly pulled the door wide open. Inside was Bomb wearing Jitae's large business shirt. Her barrel-colored long hair was tied up into a ponytail, revealing her white neck. The fingers that peeked out from the long sleeves were fidgeting with the ends of the shirt. What are you doing, Unnie? On the mirror. The grass-colored gaze looked at Yoram with a strange light. Chapter 127, Discussion Topic, Clothes 2, NN? Bomb turned around nonchalantly. The grass-colored ponytail shook underneath the lamp, while all the mirrors of the changing room appeared like they were sparkling. What are you doing? I wanted to try this on. She looked indifferent, as if she wasn't concerned about anyone entering in the first place. Why would you wear that? Why not? Why not? NN, I just wanted to try it on. HNNG, that's a bit perverted. Is it? She smiled. Yoram found that smile to be interesting. Ever since they had set off for the amusement, they went through a dimensional disjoint and accidentally landed on Earth and lived together for a while, but she had rarely ever seen Bomb smile. Back then, she thought the green dragon was just acting mysterious and elegant as always, but these days Bomb tended to smile very easily. How is it? Does it look good? Wearing a gentle smile, she raised her arms up. The business shirt came all the way down to her thighs and thus concealed the short pants she was wearing. Even in the eyes of Yoram, who was comparatively uninterested in beauty, it looked good, looks pretty. Hearing the word pretty, Bomb placed her two hands under her chin like the leaves of a flower. Ah, I already said it looks good. You look pretty okay. You want a kiss or what? Bomb giggled, hearing her irritated voice. Pretty, yeah, but more importantly. Recently, Jitae spent his days killing his aura as much as he could. He seemed to have judged that enough of a trust had been formed between them, and felt like he was respecting their privacy. So he probably didn't know what was happening yet, but wouldn't that human hate it if he knew? Maybe. Wearing the same expression as always, Bomb gestured to Yoram. Come in, you shouldn't open changing room doors wide like that. Yoram walked in and closed the door behind her as Bomb turned around and began taking the shirt off. There was a passing thought, thinking back. Bomb sometimes mentioned Jitae in weird situations, all of a sudden, and talked about strange things. Things like, doesn't he look cute when eating? And how he would probably pay someone back diligently after borrowing money. They were mostly compliments and good words, and were praises that didn't really suit Jitae. Whenever that happened, Keel would say, "Is that so?" and give little regard to it, while Yoram would consider it the usual nonsense of the green race with a bullshit. Once, Bomb had said this. You see, when I wore the evening dress last time, it was actually my first time wearing it and I was very nervous. But you know what? Ajasi said it was pretty straight away. Sometimes, Ajasi surprises people with one unexpected word. Bomb appeared very happy about something unimportant, so Yoram had been doubtful back then, but her thoughts changed when she later heard Keel speak. Unnie, I think I know what Bomani meant last time. NN? You know, when there were lots of bad comments, Ajasi gave me a sweet candy so I ate it, yeah. And after the candy, he talked about what happened and at the end, he said he would be on my side no matter what. I was really surprised. You know, oh, right, you know what I mean. Bomb empathized with Keel's words, so Yoram decided to think less about the relationship between Jitae and Bomb. But now that she was watching Bomb carefully take the business shirt off, a doubt appeared in her mind. Wait, this kid, don't tell me. Bomani, I'm just asking this, but do you? No, the laid-back voice replied to her question before it even ended, caught off guard. Yoram's reaction was slower. What? Bomb turned around after hanging the shirt. I don't, so? She placed her finger near her lips with a SHH and left the changing room. An incomprehensible smile had been hanging on her lips until the moment she walked out. Left alone inside the changing room, Yoram slowly thought about the things that had happened once again and yet again felt doubtful. However, even the fact that she was thinking about something like this didn't make sense. What's going on? Seriously. The green race all has a screw or two loose. She was complaining when Jitae's shirt entered her eyes. Don't you have a lot of shoes? Jitae spoke to Keel inside a branded shoe store. Yes, you're buying more? Yes, can't I? Carrying a bunch of shoes. The baby chicken asked Jitae. He shook his head. It didn't matter how much she bought. Even if she bought the entire store for herself, he was just curious. We have something similar at home. It was a black shoe with low heels. It's different though. Looks similar. See this? Keel pushed the shoe forward. This one has shoelaces, but the one at home doesn't have them. What was the difference? He thought. Even after that, She chose several pairs of socks and more shoes before asking him if she could buy all of them. He nodded, but for some reason, it seemed that Keel was buying more than she usually did. Well, she did like shopping, especially more than others, so it was understandable. That's what he was thinking, but the moment he saw her choose 4 exactly the same shoes with different colors, he thought differently. Suddenly, Jitae thought back on the gold dragon of the 4th iteration. The goddess of Billboard, Baby Yellow, enjoyed shopping frequently whenever she wasn't actively promoting songs. He had followed her from behind as a bodyguard so he could remember the faint traces of how she was like. Even though she was called the goddess of Billboard and was an amazing singer, there were always those that hated Baby Yellow, and it's not like all the songs ended up at the top of the charts. Although her life was blessed all around, that might in fact be the reason Baby Yellow had felt extremely stressed out from small misfortunes. He didn't know back then, but that might be the case now that he thought about it. She tried to look fine on the outside, but couldn't withstand the urge sometimes. During those times, in order to relax herself, she tended to visit department stores and show mindless purchasing behaviors. With a doubtful heart, Jitae asked her, "Keel?" "Yes." Her circular golden eyes revealed pure innocence devoid of contamination. While Jitae looked for the correct words, Keel tilted her head. Why? Were his worries unnecessary? Regardless, the regressor decided to ask, "Is there something difficult these days?" "No, you feel fine." "Yes, I'm really fine. Is there anything you need?" Shoes," she chuckled. Oh, right, there's something I need. Can I say it?" "Of course. Maybe because I've only been going to the lessons these days, I want to go somewhere far on a trip." Was this a problematic response? The regressor assessed her answer. Looking back, the gold dragon loved traveling around. That was the same in the 4th iteration, and even in this iteration, she talked about wanting to be dispatched somewhere during the Guardian consultation session. It might just be her personality. Thus, deciding to just watch on for the time being, Jitae nodded. "Right, I'll prepare for it." Only after visiting several more stores did the shopping end that day. Jitae wore the turtleneck knit straight away after removing the tag. They bought dozens of clothes and shoes, but most of them were Keel's. Jitae, who had bought herself cute Gata shoes, seemed to be greatly fond of them and was walking on her 2 feet. These days, she looked really natural walking and running. But suddenly, Jitae looked back at Jitae with surprise. "Why?" She thoroughly glared at Jitae's neck before soon becoming greatly flustered. Jitae couldn't understand why, but it was because Jitae had finally realized the critical downside of turtleneck knits. Turtleneck knits. It stuck close to the body and covered both the chest and the neck. Unlike business shirts, she couldn't open the chest up, nor was it easy to pull it down. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to check whether the necklace was there or not. And doesn't Jitae wear the same clothes without changing for several days? The more her thoughts continued, the worse her expression became. Of course, the necklace would most likely be there as always. Jitae trusted Jitae. However, directly checking it with her eyes and not doing it were greatly different. Checking his necklace was like a ritual for Jitae, carried out whenever she was seeing Jitae after a long time. Wearing a depressed look on her face, Jitae reached forward with her arms. Jitae habitually raised her up as Jitae placed her hand next to his neck. Then, she tried to pull the knit down. "What's wrong?" It didn't work. It was impossible to easily pull the knit down to the chest, and forcibly doing it would tear the sweater apart. Realizing that none of the options were viable, Jitae became teary. Hewing, her panic manifested as teardrops. The regressor was slightly stumped. He didn't know why she was like this, but since she could talk a lot better now, he decided to ask her. "What's wrong?" Jitae? Jitae mumbled and hesitated before opening her mouth. "I don't like this. You don't like these clothes? Why?" "Don't like. You liked it before." Shake. He thought he could understand her with a conversation. But that was a mistake. The regressor still couldn't understand the thought process of the blue-haired child. But what else could he do if she didn't like it? He promised that he would change into different clothes once he got back home, and only then did Jitae stop whining. After arriving at Unit 301, Jitae walked down from his arms. The kids all carried their bags and entered their rooms while Jitae also went into his. In the living room that suddenly turned quiet, Jitae looked for the protector, who was habitually cleaning the already clean floor. Gururuk, Quararuk, he was humming with the clashing sound of steel. Jael glanced at the protector before toddling her way behind. Then, she pondered whether she should tap the protector by the back or something before opening her mouth. Hello. The protector turned around as Jael looked back with a gentle smile. Yes, yes, did you call me? Young lady? Yes. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Jael hesitated for a bit before taking something out from behind her back and giving it to the protector. The protector quietly received it. He was wondering what it was, but after looking at it closely, it was a pair of pink, rubber gloves. Present. Jael stared at the hands of the cleaner Ajasi. The vicious gauntlets had various spikes, so the original rubber gloves had a lot of holes in them. The spikes were too sharp, while the rubber gloves were too old. The protector finally realized why Jael threw a glance at his arms before walking out of the house. Young lady? He felt warm inside. Humans seemed to call this being moved. She acted as if she hated him every day, but to think she would buy a gift for him, young lady? It was when the protector was about to follow the etiquette of Ascalipha by bending his back. Think why? Jael took something else out. It was Jael's exclusive bowl, which the protector had accidentally scratched the day before while washing dishes, with the spikes that ripped through the rubber gloves. Don't scratch them. In other words, the gift didn't have a pure intention behind it, and was only because the bowl was scratched. The protector felt less moved. Even then, the protector was happy. He continued through with the etiquette and bent his neck into a 90-degree angle. It will never happen again. That was when two arms were wrapped around the helmet of the protector's lowered head. He was slightly surprised. Thank you. By the time he looked back up, Jael had already run away. Left alone in the living room, the protector looked at the rubber gloves and thought, thank goodness he became a cleaner. Chapter 128, Campus Community Service 3/10-1, Oyu fusing bith? Ach, have you gone insane? Bam, bam, slam, people were fighting in the middle of the road. One cadet attacked another as they began hurling fists at one another. One of them had their nose broken, while the other had his lips torn apart. Perhaps it was a quarrel regarding their love interest. Why are you guys doing this? Why, stop, shouted a female cadet in between, not knowing what to do. You bitch, do you think I can't kill you? The one with a smaller build used his supernatural powers. It was a clear violation of school regulations, but he wasn't in the mood to worry about that. A sharp thorn was formed from his elbow, which slashed past the cheek of the bigger cadet who was pushing him down. Blood splattered onto the road. The conflict became more and more serious, which gathered onlookers. But most of the people watching were cadets and staff members, so the common consensus was to wait for the sentries to arrive without hastily jumping in between them. As the fight turned more serious, Jitae happened to walk past the area, and he continued walking by. His feet were natural as if he hadn't seen anything. Today's breakfast menu was toast and skewered fish cakes. Keel loved them, but since Jael also loved eating food these days, he was carrying a large amount of food, which would usually be enough to feed 20 people. These had to be eaten warm. Cadets fighting each other was in fact quite common at Lair. Considering that they were young yet able and proud young soldiers, various sorts of incidents and conflicts were commonplace. Within those types of happenings, fights and injuries were nothing significant. In the morning after feeding them breakfast, he listened to a report on Ma Namjoon and the surviving demons from his clone. In that case, I will continue observing them, my loyalty to my lord. Okay, he didn't go to Lair with any of them today because of something that had to be done in the morning. I'll be on my way. Have a safe trip to Ajasi. Bomb. Yoram and Keel went to the academy district in cadet uniforms, while Jitae went separate ways and headed to the sentries. Since he had committed a sin, it was now time to atone for it. He entered the campus community service reception desk on the second floor of the sentries building. No one was there at the desk, so he waited on a chair nearby when several staff members finally came in. Guardian Jitae? The name of the officer was Ikemen, who described himself as a section head, forever stuck with the sentries. He looked flustered, which in fact was the same reaction he saw whoever Jitae met these days. Both guardians and staff members likewise. Haha, we went to the front entrance to receive you, but for some reason we weren't able to see you. Sorry for being late. It's all right, I came through the back entrance. Ego, I see, it's my mistake. We should have sent someone else to the back, sorry. Ikemen rubbed his hands like a fly and welcomed Jitae as if he was his direct superior. Sorry. Haha, we will make sure you can start with community service straight away. He gave a servile smile. Jitae was being treated like this by the sentries despite him coming here for community service. The falsely created household had become an extremely convenient measure. This way, please. In the waiting room, Ikemen personally brewed some lemon tea and served him before touching his thin mustache. So, what kind of community service are you looking for today? Sir Guardian? His words sounded quite strange. Jitae was here for community service, and yet the person in charge was asking him the type of task he was after, while carrying a list of task descriptions in hand. Is that something the volunteers usually choose? Sorry, no. The sentries are in fact quite flexible at times. Haha. In other words, it was a privilege given because he was from the household. He didn't think much of it, however, and all he wanted was to go home early. Looking at the list, he couldn't really find anything he liked. Organizing the flower bed in front of the third main entrance, 1 hour. Education department flower arrangement, 1 hour. Helping cook food for the cadets learning fundamental basics, cooking, 1 hour. Looking after young kids of education staff members, 1 hour. He didn't like any of them because they only accounted for 1 hour each. At this rate, he had to visit this place 10 times. But looking further, there was one community service that was 3 hours long. I'll go with this one. Sorry, you mean this? Helping delinquent cadets leave detention center, 3 hours. You see, this one, to be honest, it's not a very good service. Yes, it's a little bit difficult. You would have to deal with trashes that were related to violence, drugs, and sexual assault that barely managed to avoid getting expelled. They don't listen at all and are all hopeless. Especially this one kid called Jake from Noblesse School is a lot worse. He would have been expelled already if he wasn't from Noblesse School. Cue him. In any case, today, there's even a documentary film shoot for the delinquent cadets. As you probably know already, violence, threatening, and swearing, whatever it is, forcing a cadet to do something will leave a negative impact on Lair's image. Ikemen gave an awkward smile along with his chatter. It was a sincere request from him to not get angry at them even if he were to go there. If you choose the flower arrangement here instead, I'll try to do something about it so that you don't have to do anything. Flower arrangement? Time is a bit more important. Can you make it 3 hours long? Extending the time is a bit, because we allocate all the times following a set program. Then I'll go with this one. Jitae was stubborn, so Ikemen, who didn't want to get on his wrong side, sweated but failed to persuade him until the end. 500 meters to the north of Lair sentries, there was a door going to the underground detention center hidden next to the tall stalks of grass. There, Jitae met the prison warden. The warden was an old man, perhaps in his 60s. With a gentle appearance, he had less hair in the middle, which was covered up awkwardly by raising the sides of his hair. His personality apparently suited his appearance, and his nature hanging on the eyes of equilibrium, SS, was a rare, extreme good. Judging from his aura, he wasn't a superhuman. He didn't appear like a former soldier, so he probably became the prison warden with the help of an aged welfare policy. Helping and guiding others is a wonderful thing in my opinion. This old man who seemed to be a chatterbox started his sentences with that. Anyone makes a mistake throughout their life, and the more so for these young cadets. I think these young cadets that committed crimes just lack the opportunities to become good people. At least that's what I think. No one asked. So when treating these cadets, I always try to do so with a... Jitae didn't respond, but the warden excitedly continued expanding on his philosophical interpretation of guidance. Until they arrived at the underground facility, Jitae had to listen continuously about something he was totally uninterested in. If the facility was 50 meters further away, this old man could have had his mouth smacked. After opening several doors that were sealed tight, the prison warden and Jitae walked in. There were 27 cadets due to leave the detention center today, who had all been a part of an unlawful group activity as a society at the start of the semester. Hello, we are from NNO. Yes, welcome. Saying that they'll be filming a documentary of violent cadets, several cameras were turned on. Even this time around, the Chatterbox prison warden showed off a wondrous feat by greeting the camera crew for 15 minutes. After that, the community service of helping delinquent cadets leave the detention center finally began. The cadets had all gathered at the auditorium, and the moment they opened the door, they were met with all sorts of uproar and ruckus. "Ah, it's so boring as heck. When are we going out? Just stay put. We have to wait here till 10 anyway. Freakin' annoying. Those idiots." These cadets were seeing each other for the first time in a while after spending most of their time in their individual wards. Thus, they either chattered about how it was here. "Look at how oily that bastard is. Nice job jigging the training run yesterday. Those worms must have been quite salty. How'd you know? Your sister was salty as well. What? This FC King bitch?" Or they tried to fight. Whatever the case, they were all rowdy without listening to the voice of the warden. "Now, hello everyone." Awkwardly, he smiled and waved his hand. The first thing they had to do was to complete a survey about their life at the detention center. However, the cadets did not even look at the prison warden. They were too rowdy to even listen to him, but most of them glanced at him before ignoring him altogether. It was because there was a rumor that they'll be dismissed at 10 o'clock whether they did the survey or not. "Guys, a survey? You have to finish a survey, okay?" While sweating, the old man showed a survey paper to the cadets. "What's he saying? Freakin' annoying." They turned their backs to him and murmured, "Those cameras are fusin' getting on my nerves. Are they gonna blur our faces?" "Of course they are. Did you even listen yesterday?" "No, I was sleeping, of course. Why the heck would I listen to that?" "Cuck." The prison warden diligently waved the survey at them, but the cadets did not listen. Until then, Jitae didn't think much of it, and in fact, he wasn't even inside the auditorium. Standing behind the cameras, he was observing the structure of the underground detention center from the corridor all the way up to the gates. It was because Yoram might end up in here sooner or later. "Guys, can you listen to me for a bit? You have to finish the surveys quickly to get out faster." Despite sweating buckets from his naked head, the old man was unable to be harsh and maintained a good language, and his submissive words had no power in them even when he shouted, "Stop bullshitting. We heard from our seniors that we'll be leaving at 10 no matter what." "Right, look at that dotard. Is that chicken stock flowing down his head? Disgusting." Insulted up front, the old man's expression turned stiff, but perhaps being conscious of the camera, he once again gave an awkward smile. Like that, he repeatedly approached and distanced himself from the cadets. The cadets really don't listen. In response to the VJ's scripted question, the old man gave an awkward smile. "All kids are like that. It's my fault for being unable to set things straight." "Are you the only warden?" In the past when there were several tough and strong wardens they listened very well. But they're not here now because we don't get paid much. Anyway, I'll try it one more time." He tried sharing the survey paper again, but the cadets refused. Then, one female cadet finally received it but dropped the pile of papers which all ended up on the floor. Sorry. The female cadet walked away with her friends with a giggle. Heartlessly, the cameraman filmed the old warden who had no choice but to lower his body and pick the papers up one by one. His attempt at persuading them failed after 20 minutes of hard work. "Ego, my apologies." After closing the auditorium doors behind him, the warden apologized to the camera crew before throwing a glance at Jitae. "Sorry, Mr. Guardian, I'll buy some treats later and try talking to them again." All Jitae had to do was protect the warden during the procedure, to make sure nothing bad happened to him. He therefore nodded his head because he just had to stay there for 3 hours, no matter what the warden did. "Please do whatever suits you the best." Yes, sorry. If this is over quickly, we should be able to send you off early as well, but..." Taking out a checkered handkerchief from his chest pocket, the prison warden wiped the sweat beads forming on his wide forehead. Jitae felt doubtful for a second. "Do you count all the hours even if it ends early?" "Sorry? Yes, we do. We give a lot more time for this one because of how mentally exhausting it could get." Should have said that earlier. What's wrong, sir?" When Jitae suddenly began walking up to him, the warden took a few steps back without even realizing it. But Jitae's legs were slightly longer than his. He took the survey papers and a plastic bag off of the old man's hand. Half of them were crumpled with signs of being smudged by their feet. He walked further and pushed the auditorium doors wide open as cameras followed behind him. Sir Guardian, you can't shout or punish the cadets." It seemed that even a low-ranked official in a place like this knew who Jitae was. However, Jitae didn't respond. The cadets who were either chatting on the auditorium floor or running around the room glanced at Jitae, who suddenly walked in. Some of them were surprised at the size of his body, but most of them were inside the detention center when household became a thing, so almost none of them realized who he was. He couldn't punish them, nor could he swear or shout at them, reminding him once again. The warden was sweating like crazy. Jitae walked up to them and stood up straight. He stared at the cadets, without saying a word, without doing anything. He glanced across the cadets to check their numbers, before choosing the one who ran around creating the most uproar and focusing on his movements with his eyes. He didn't bother lifting his killing intent, and merely watched on. Something strange began to happen. Someone looked into Jitae's eyes before being startled. That one cadet's gaze was contagious as it soon spread to others. Nearby cadets also looked at Jitae, curious about the reason that cadet was surprised, and that caused a chain reaction. Before long, when several were looking at Jitae, the cadet that was running around also turned to Jitae. His feet gradually became slower before eventually coming to a stop. Silence spread across like ocean waves. When the slowest cadet, who was laughing out loud, finally closed his mouth from the sudden silence, all the cadets were already looking at one person. Why? Who is that person? Why is everyone like this? They all had the same common doubt in mind, but none of them dared to open their mouths. That was when Jitae opened his mouth. "You at the front." A dry voice resonantly echoed across the quiet auditorium. One of the cadets glanced around before replying in fright. "Ye. Yes, me? Come out." The cadet walked towards Jitae after glancing around the room. His hands and legs were visibly trembling. Jitae handed the survey papers and the plastic bag of pens to the cadet. Then, he took the pocket watch out from his pocket and said after checking the time, "I'll give you 3 minutes." Chapter 129, Campus Community Service 3/10-2, front. That one word created a sense of direction inside the auditorium. 3 minutes, those 2 words of his created a time restraint for the cadets. The man that suddenly appeared out of nowhere regulated both the time and space of every cadet present. Soon, the young cadets began moving according to his standards. When someone comparatively more fearful than others started moving their pen, other cadets were influenced by their peers and started their surveys. 3 minutes were more than enough. "Here, sir." Despite still not knowing who this man was, one of the cadets in charge gathered the papers before handing them over to Jitae. Looking back, he realized that the prison warden was wearing a strange look on his face. His facial muscles twitched and turned serious. Before eventually forming a smile, he appeared bewildered. "Thank you, Mr. Guardian. Next one on the schedule is breakfast. I think we can start moving now." Meanwhile, the camera crews were put in an awkward spot. "Damn, we're not going to have enough videos." Jitae wasn't interested, but the theme of today's documentary was on the dangers of delinquent cadets and the necessity of increasing the number of guidance wardens. The documentary was meant to criticize the low morality of the superhuman industry and the need to guide young cadets properly. But in order to achieve that, they needed videos of delinquent cadets not listening to instructions, contrasted by videos of the warden who was nothing but nice. Watching that, the audience will be enraged, which will allow the broadcasting crew to grab both the number of views and their original theme. Breakfast. Is it? Yes, but there's a few missing. They must have gone somewhere else. I was actually thinking of looking for them right now. The warden nodded with a serious look on his face. "Guys, let's all line up." The cameraman heaved a sigh. Everything started going south ever since the man who was here on community service intervened. This time, the command was from the warden, and yet the cadets still obediently lined up, albeit slowly. Even the warden himself seemed surprised. "Number." In response to the man's words, the cadets each called out 1, 2, 3, and so on in a line. The number of the last person in line was 23. Carefully lowering their heads, the cadets stole glances at Jitae. The number of cadets for dismissal today was 27. 4 were missing. The warden scratched his wide forehead while the cameras went through the cadets one by one. Jitae stared at the cadets with a hazy gaze. He didn't say anything, and was searching where the missing cadets were on the other side of the auditorium walls. However, His silence seemed to have caused tension as the cadets anxiously stole glances. They became nervous despite him not doing anything. All of you. Stay here, yes, yes. Being cadets and reserve soldiers, they were used to replying yes. Soon, when Jitae began moving his feet, the warden followed him from behind with a dreamy expression as if he was in the middle of a dream. Sorry, I definitely locked the doors, but how did they get out? He didn't respond. The 4 missing cadets were quite nearby. On the other side of the auditorium was an underground football ground with a storage next to it. 3 of the 4 cadets were inside the storage building. Smoke was seeping out of an area next to the storage, hidden behind several boxes. There was a ventilation hole right next to it. Walking forward in large strides, Jitae stood in front of the female cadet who had a cigarette in her mouth. Ah, startled. Her eyes widened as he reached forward. He pinched and rubbed the cigarette with his thumb and index finger to turn the fire off. His fingers ended up becoming dark from the ashes. Why are you here? Why? You surprised me there. Who are you? Why? Are you here? Who cares? So what if I'm here or not? The cadet was throwing glances at him, but still grumbled to protect her ego. She tried to sneak past him and return to the auditorium naturally, but she couldn't. Jitae, with his large body, completely blocked the gap between the boxes and the wall and stood there even after she came closer. And now that she couldn't sneak out, the cadet raised her head with a frown, but the moment her eyes met with his, an ominous feeling caused her to lower her eyes in an instant. She then instinctively called out, Sorry." Only then did he turn around, leaving the rest to the warden. The reason Jitae stared at her like that was because he deemed that it had to be done to make her listen obediently. For today at least, he wanted to go back to Unit 301 as soon as possible. Apparently it was effective. When she was asked about the source of the cigarette, the female cadet obediently replied that she had gotten it from another cadet. They soon arrived at the storage, but the doors were locked. Jitae tried to pull it, but it remained closed. When he was contemplating whether he should break the door or not, the warden stepped forward and knocked on the door. Guys, are you in there? A large amount of smoke oozed out through the gap between the doors, but no one replied. Guys, I'm the warden in charge. Can you open the door? They still didn't respond. It seemed that they would waste time here until it was 10. The camera came closer as the cameraman asked the obvious. Is the door locked? Yes, they must have locked it from inside. They probably left through the auditorium windows to smoke a cigarette in secret or something. Don't they get punished more for it? Yes. The actual leaving time is 10 o'clock, but they in fact get treated like normal cadets already. It's not something that goes against the regulations. The warden sweated. Then, he appeared embarrassed as he quickly resumed knocking on the door. Guys, if you don't come out now, know that I'll open the door and go in. Is that meant to be a threat? Jitae watched on. The warden unlocked the lock with his key, but the door was still stuck by something, unable to be opened. Ego, why is it like this? They must have done something with the door. Jitae glanced at the cameraman's watch before placing his hand next to the door. Killing intent left through his palm and cut the baseball bat, locking the sliding door from inside in half. It looked strange in the eyes of the warden. Jitae gently slid the door to the side and it opened. 3 cadets were lying down on mats, smoking cigarettes. What the FK? Staring at the door that suddenly opened, the broken baseball bat and Jitae, they raised their bodies up, wearing a serious look on his face. The warden told Jitae, "Sorry for all the trouble, I have no excuses. But I'll try to do my best from now on." Jitae was about to tell him to stay still but decided against it, because the warden's face looked a lot more serious. After entering the storage, he spoke with a resolve that was a tiny bit, about as big as a rat's tail, stronger than before. Guys, what are you doing here? Why? We don't have everyone there. At this rate, no one will be able to complete the guidance procedures until 10 o'clock. And what? They're not even allowed to eat right now? The cadets giggled in response. Do you think anyone would want to eat food here? We can just go outside and eat something better. Do you even hear yourself? He clapped once. Still, you need to eat. It's the last time you'll be having food here. Right? We're all going to be leaving at 10 anyways. No, we will send you off earlier if you cooperate better. You know, sir. It was then. The one sitting in the middle called the warden with a low voice. Do you really think we are retarded? With a tattoo of an eagle underneath his eyes, he was from the greatest nurturing facility of North America. Noblesse School. The name written on his name tag was Jake, whom Ikemen from the Sentries had been talking about. Just go, stop annoying us, we'll get the fuck out of here at 10 without you doing anything. The warden pressed on. How can you guys do this? We enjoyed the last few months together. Can't you just listen to my request once for the final time? That's a disgusting delusion. Who enjoyed what? What? At least I didn't. The two next to him also giggled, saying, Me too, and I hated Tuesdays the most. Today was a Tuesday, which probably was the day this old man was in charge of. All the time he spent was being denied, reduced to laughingstock, which caused his expression to become depressed. But judging from how his favorability towards them still hadn't changed, it seemed that he was feeling lost and lonely, instead of being offended and upset. Even now, the camera was filming the cadets and the old man. Knowing that their faces will be censored anyway, they showed a V with their fingers at the camera. At this rate, he really will be going home at 10, Jitae spoke to the warden. Step outside for a bit, please. Sorry, go outside, you as well. The prison warden and the camera crew were chased out of the storage. However, Jitae didn't leave after they all left, and the moment they curiously pointed their cameras at him, he closed the door. Click, and the door was locked. Hey go. They were losing more and more film time. Wearing a dumbfounded expression, the VJ asked the warden what was happening, but didn't receive any response from the similarly dumbfounded warden. The door was closed shut. Curiously, they leaned closer to the door, but nothing could be heard from inside the storage. After around 10 minutes, the door was pushed open. Surprisingly, the cadets opened the door with their own hands and walked out. Guys, surprised. The warden was about to talk to the cadets, but realized that their expressions were dead. Like children who saw a mass murderer on a dark mountain. Cold beads of sweat were flowing down their cheeks as their eyes trembled unstably. Their hands and feet shivered. However, they weren't hurt anywhere, and fortunately, it seemed that they weren't hit or anything. Sorry, sir. Sorry. The warden was startled at their sonorous shout of apology. Like a herd of meek sheep, they quietly followed the warden's instructions and returned to the auditorium. That wasn't the end. Oi, you bastards, line up properly, you hear me? Meal. It's time for the meal, you bunch of trash. As if they were being chased by zombies, they urgently threatened other cadets to move quickly. Their commands, however, were virtuous. We'll be having breakfast together. Go to the front. Jake from Noblesse School became the one in charge as he shouted his guts out to lead the cadets into the cafeteria. What's up with him? Has he gone mad? What's this shit about? There was a hierarchy among the cadets. Jake must have acted like the leader for a long time, evident from how the cadets meekly obeyed his orders despite grumbling at times. The warden was greatly shocked. Mr. Guardian, what did you do just then with the door closed? Yes. How in the world did you make them like that? How are those kids so regulated? He asked with sincere curiosity, but Jitae remained silent. It wasn't much, and he just used a slightly different method to the one he used back in the days that made the demon race of the demon world good. What's the next schedule? After that, everything was a piece of cake. Once Jake began listening to the instructions, the cadets also obeyed their given orders. The 27 cadets hurriedly pushed the food down their throat as if it was water. The 3-hour schedule ended in 25 minutes. How did this? The warden began feeling doubtful about his guidance philosophy of love and tolerance. We're doomed. What do we say to the MD? We don't have enough. What can we do at this point? It's over. The filming crew heaved sighs. Jitae returned to the dormitory after 25 minutes, thus ending the campus community service. Next day, Jitae was out walking with Keel and Chirpy. A group of cadets that looked like delinquents walked up to them with sticks in hand. They were the ones that were with Jake inside the storage. Keel was worriedly glancing at them when they suddenly bent their backs into right angles. Good morning, Mr. Guardian. Mommy. Startled, Keel hid behind Jitae, while the baby chicken hid behind Keel. He nonchalantly nodded at them. The sticks they were holding were in fact broomsticks, which they were using to clean the environment as a part of community service. After Jitae greeted them back, they started cleaning once again. They were so diligent with their task that not a single speck of dust remained where their brooms had gone past. Once those cadets disappeared into the distance, Keel hugged the baby chicken dumbfoundedly and asked, "What's wrong with them?" "Who knows? They're really hardworking. They look scary, but they're kind people, I think. They became kind. Let's go." "Ah, yes," Jitae walked on. The road on a bright spring day was sparkling clean. Chapter 130, Troubling 1, there was a large hill behind dorm building 107. It was one of the really few mountains of Hadeling. Cadets were prohibited from entering it, but recently, this place was gaining many visitors. Chirp! One of them was the baby chicken. About once a week, the baby chicken, Chirpy, would leave the dormitory in secret and head to the mountain. He, who was now slightly bigger than a basketball, knew how to use mana and could easily move up and down the mountain. The baby chicken chose this area as its own territory and fought against the cat spirit beast group. Back in the days, it would be reduced to a pulp every time, but due to its current size, the cat spirit beasts were unable to fight Chirpy back. Meow! A cat growled in anger after being stepped on the head by the baby chicken. Chirp! If you want to intrude yet again, so be it, Chip, but do tell your children your last words. Once the chicken lifted its feet up, the cats immediately ran away. The baby chicken was always doubtful, despite running away. They didn't go far. Their hideout seemed to be nearby, but it had no idea what they were doing there or why. "You went outside again, didn't you?" On unlucky days, the chicken tended to be caught by Bomb. Chirp, chirp. Acting cute doesn't work on me. Are you going to keep on going outside like that? Chirp. You're not just going outside for a walk, are you? You always fight someone and get hurt. Bomb scolded the baby chicken with a quiet voice. She didn't know if the baby chicken understood her words or not, but she still had to say it to relieve herself of frustration. "Seriously, what are you going to do if Keel sees you hurt?" Keel loved Chirpy. She always hugged it to sleep, and the chicken was the first thing she looked for in the morning. Keel brushed its yellow fur every day, and on non-school days, she was always the one giving it food and taking it outside on a walk. This won't work. Even Bomb herself felt sad looking at the injured baby chicken. Then how would Keel feel, being the one that took the chicken in? Heaving a sigh, Bomb called the protector. "Yes, my lady, have you called me? Watch after this kid from now on, please." The protector's crimson eyes flickered. Ever since that day, the baby chicken was locked up in the storage when Keel wasn't home. Chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, there was another one leaving the house in secret. It was Jitae. Usually the lessons at Lair didn't overlap, and there was always someone staying behind at the house. But whenever no one was home, Jitae would take a nap, read a book, or play with the protector and the baby chicken. And now, she had a secret which no one knew about apart from Jitae. After she became good at walking on her own feet, and after she mastered how to fly in the air with magic, Jitae occasionally left through the window of Bomb's room and wandered around the residential area. She was a dragon despite being young, and because she had received magic theories from Bomb, she was able to somewhat use the alternate dimension of dragons, laws of nature S. Thus, she knew how to avoid others. Recently, Jitae had a new hobby. It was feeding some cat spirit beasts. Even today, she sneaked outside, cuddling a bunch of baby chicken feed with her 2 hands. Hiding her presence, she flew and headed to the mountain behind dorm 107. After she fed them several times at the same place, the cat spirit beasts always gathered here. They were always injured for some reason. She opened the large bag of feed in front of them. Nom nom, nom nom. Hearing the cat spirit beasts eat, Jitae made a bright smile. They ate so zealously that it made her feel good just by watching them. Some of those cats walked up and tried to lick her, but Jitae refused them by shaking her head. It was because they looked dirty. "Is it delicious, Naya, meowa?" But today, one of the spirit beasts placed something down in front of Jitae. It was a dead mouse. Wearing an uncomfortable expression, she shook her head. "I don't need, Naya, meow." The cat spirit beasts were disheartened after understanding her words. In any case, she was feeding them like any other day when something clinked behind her. Startled, the cat spirit beasts immediately ran into the forest. Suddenly left alone in front of the remaining pile of food, Jitae discovered a big shadow towering over her from behind and turned her head. "Young lady, what are you doing here?" Wearing a thick padded jacket despite being spring, the figure was wearing a flower-patterned apron, brand new rubber gloves, a black mask, and a pair of sunglasses hiding the crimson dots beneath. It was the protector. In response to the question, Jael glanced behind before pushing the food forward with her 2 hands. She was gesturing that she had been giving food. Who? Young lady, you can't give food to the cats. Why? The chicken is coming outside and fighting them because the cats keep coming to this place. Jael tilted her head. They'll be hungry, you still can't. Even if you don't feed them, young lady. They'll hunt or do something to take care of themselves. Please do not feed them from now on. I'll be keeping the feed myself at a different place. Jael crossed her arms, seemingly discontent. However, the protector who was always nice to her remained headstrong. Let's go, young lady. She was acting bold, but when that didn't work, she soon became depressed. I hate you, I'm thinking I should start publishing. Publish? Bomb nodded, wearing a pair of circular framed glasses. There's way too much time left until the writing contest, and writing by myself is difficult. I think getting feedback from people will help. I'm doing it right now. But it's not scary. Right? Well, she was right. Her novel wasn't scary at all. I thought about it. But is there a novel Ajasi would find scary? Who knows? See, your qualification as a horror novel reader is questionable. He touched the back of his neck. The regressor was trying to study the horror genre himself by looking through other novels. Extremely disgusting descriptions, plot twists, fear of the unknown, and the disappearance of the most confident ones were clichés that happened in many horror novels. However, Bomb's novel did not have any of them. Maybe the genre doesn't suit you. Why? I think it'll be better to write something you're good at, since you're good with magic. How about something related to that? I'm a scary woman, you know. Her expression remained utterly shameless. I'm still a dragon, you know. Right, I see. Bomb blankly stared back at you, Jitae, before turning to the screen. Anyway, it must have been because Ajasi doesn't get scared. Normal people will be scared plenty. And after a week, Bomb's fist shivered looking at the screen. She uploaded quite a lot of chapters, but the reactions seemed to have been less than satisfactory. What's wrong? She slowly took the glasses off and placed them on the table. Apparently my novel's not scary. What did I say? Bomb suddenly flicked her head towards him and said, Did you just think to yourself that it was a natural result? She guessed it right. It was rare to see a frown on her face. She was taking in deep breaths while her hands were temperamentally forming fists. Ever since she had been insulted by Yoram in Africa, this was the first time Bomb was getting this angry. Like, how is this not scary? It's scary to me. What do the comments say? Look, see this. She showed him the comments. So a mysterious man comes up and just grabs you by the collar and that's it? Lalalalal kekek. I thought it was the chin lalalal. It was collar halala like. Why are they laughing? It seemed that watching people laugh at a novel that was made to make them scared was upsetting her. My wifey grabbing me by the collar will be a lot scarier than that haha. It's not a street fight, right lol. Collar is a bit weird Elmao. Apparently so. With a sigh, she covered her eyes with her hands. Looking at the text, there indeed was a scene with the collar, but even in Jitae's eyes, it didn't seem scary at all. To be exact, it didn't feel like something a mysterious and dangerous stranger would do. Do you also think it's not scary, Ajasi? Yeah. Why? Isn't it scary? Think about it. It's not broad daylight. He quietly nodded his head. Because it really wasn't scary. Then, Bomb suddenly clicked her fingers. With a click, her spell turned the lights off and the curtains immediately closed themselves. Inside the shroud of darkness, Bomb grabbed Jitae, who was sitting next to her, by the collar. She then slowly came closer. Look, still not scary. He wasn't just grabbing the collar. He was glaring at you from above like this. You know, a stranger? She then gave an angry expression. Nonetheless, it still wasn't scary no matter how close or far her face was. When Jitae shook his head, Bomb released her hand with a dispirited expression. She wobbled her way to the chair and collapsed on it with a deep sigh that could extinguish embers. I feel dejected. Maybe I'm not talented at writing. I think you're good at writing. The collar is the problem. Why the collar? It's scary if they suddenly cross the line. Right, because you're not mentally prepared yet. Is that the case? You can't run away when you're grabbed either. She had her reasons for writing it that way. Bomb was depressed. Jitae stood up and killing his presence. He melted into the darkness. Right when Bomb started looking around in surprise, a rigid arm shot out of the darkness and caught her chin. Startled, Bomb took a few steps back before crashing into the wall. Oot, she gasped. Slowly, Jitae's face was revealed from the veil of darkness. Suddenly, it was an expected turn of events, when she wasn't mentally prepared. She couldn't even look away even if she wanted to, so a sincerely flustered look appeared on her face. Immediately, Bomb pushed Jitae's shoulders away with her hands. She tried her hardest to push him away so he pulled his body back. How was it? Was it okay? Ooh, the collar is a bit weird, so wouldn't it be scarier to grab the chin and force them into a situation where they can't look away? He was expecting Bomb to agree, despite killing almost all his senses now to respect the privacies of the dragons. He could still hear her dragon heart fluttering resonantly. It must have been quite scary. It wasn't that scary, you know. You flinched quite hard. I was just surprised, nothing else. It's true, and before you do something like that, can you at least give me a sign? Why? Despite what she was saying, it seemed to have been scary, as if to prove that. Bomb had her head slanted down as she softly whispered with a warm sigh, ... It's troubling. She looked very troubled. Suddenly, for a split second, Jitae felt something strange. For some reason, he wanted to make her feel more troubled. What should he call this? He pondered quietly. Thinking back, he could remember Bomb laughing as she made him feel perplexed. Was this how she felt? Back then, Bomb expressed that as interesting. In other words, does that mean he found it interesting to have the green dragon feel perplexed? Since it was a refreshing feeling for the regressor, he decided to make her troubled one more time. Bomb. The grass-colored gaze turned towards him. Chapter 131, Troubling 2. Why, however, the regressor couldn't continue. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know what had made her feel so troubled. What did he do just then? He had suddenly approached her in the darkness. Thinking back, something similar had happened when she first tried writing a novel. When he grabbed her on the neck from behind, she was frightened. Back then, the regressor had slightly regretted his actions. She acted normally the next day, but the memory of getting startled would remain in her memories forever. He therefore decided to just ask her, "Why did you feel troubled?" Her usually indifferent expression turned into a frown. "Why?" He told her he was curious. "Don't want to tell ya?" As always, she was carrying a gaze that didn't reveal her inner thoughts as well as a similar expression and voice. And while she was looking at his face, it felt like her gaze was reaching somewhere deeper. Then, why did you feel perplexed? Ajasi, what? You also feel troubled and perplexed when I suddenly get closer to you. When he remained silent, Bomb squinted her eyes and approached him. She, who had been sitting on the chair in front, placed her hands on his thighs and leaned her body forward. Actually, she slowly opened her mouth. I wanted to say this. Say what? You don't need to know. Bomb spoke with an indifferent and powerless voice. Her hazy and foggy gaze seemed to be trying to imitate someone. When he gave an empty laugh, Bomb giggled. If I ask you, why do you feel perplexed? You would answer like that, right? Just like what you've always been doing. Who knows? Is there even a reason why you're perplexed? It was a fundamental doubt. In fact, even he doubted the reason why he felt perplexed. Through the repetitive regressions, and especially after the second and the third ones, he lost almost all sexual interest. To be more exact, instead of just sexual interest, he lost interest in forming a deep relationship that crossed personal boundaries, since every relationship in the world would leave him behind and dissipate. Losing that had caused him pain in the second iteration, and fearing the loss was the third iteration. After that, he learned how not to get hurt, and began living without fearing anything. It wasn't difficult. He just had to draw a line without allowing anyone to cross it. But his distancing policy faced a great dilemma in the seventh iteration, when he began living a daily life. In fact, there were several dilemmas. People that had to be distanced with and situations that didn't allow him to create distances were intertwined in his life. And the greatest dilemma of them all, I think I know, was none other than this kid. What do you know? You know, I know a lot more than you think. She continued with a pout. Remember how Keel called you a kid, Ajasi? The reason's a bit different. But now I think she's right. What? Think about it. Let's say there's a pirate who lived traveling around the oceans for 20 years and a bandit who lived in a mountain for 40 years. Okay. Usually, the bandit will be more of an adult than the pirate. Right. But in the ocean, the pirate has more experience than the bandit, so he's the adult there. All right, I get that, but what are you trying to say right now? Her lips began twitching. Slowly, her eyes began avoiding his gaze. Just, it looked like she was trying her hardest to hold her laughter inside. I was thinking that I might be more of an adult in certain areas. Taking her hands off of his thighs, she went back to her seat. Then, she tucked her hair behind her ear before turning to the computer display screen. It felt like something had happened, but he didn't know what. Let's write. Saying something that didn't have to be said out loud, she started typing on the keyboard. Her white ear, the hair tucked behind that ear, and several strands of hair that weren't tucked looking at her side profile. Jitae suddenly realized that he had been forgetting something. He was trying to ask her about the reason she felt perplexed, but he was completely swallowed up to her pace before even realizing it. Thus, he didn't get to ask the reason, nor was he able to make her troubled again. All the things that had been planned and failed in the 7th iteration were always like this. In any case, there was no reason to stay here any further when she was working. While leaving the room, he powerlessly spoke to her. If you want to know why, I'll tell you, there hasn't been anyone like you who crossed the line to approach me. Her eyes that were focused on the screen widened. And that's why I find you troubling. But without seeing that, he walked out of her room. 39, there hasn't been anyone like you who crossed the line to approach me. HHE. For an instant, she almost died from being overly perplexed. Ha, he. Hoo. Thinking about it again made her feel perplexed yet again. In order to stop the corners of her lips from curling up, she took several deep breaths in and out and closed the book. Ajasi observation diary, then she added color to the empty star. Suddenly, another doubt appeared in her mind, so she opened the book and added another line. Question, why didn't Ajasi do a prank? I thought I induced it more than enough. The moment Jitae walked up to a hair's breadth and grabbed her by the chin, Bomb was indeed flustered and was perplexed. However, expressing that was a different matter altogether. She didn't have to state it out loud that she was perplexed and yet still bothered to do so. Until now, she had never shown herself feeling troubled. In fact, it wasn't just Jitae and no one had ever seen it. In other words, all the expressions and words that had been shared today had been planned. Jitae was sensitive to things related to the dragons, so she thought he would be intrigued by her showing such a side. Was I too rash? Inducing something had to be subtle, but how subtle did it have to be for him to notice it? Bomb contemplated for a little bit longer before adding to her observation diary. Or should I do a bit more? Maybe the bait today was too small. 2 p.m. Although she was first according to the results of the first quarter, that was only 1/4 of the 4 months of competition. Yoram's fight was still in process, and as always, she left the house for the individual spars. I'll get going then. Are you fine going alone? I'm fine, I'm fed up. Why do you try to monitor us 24 hours? Daddy is always like that, Yoram grumbled, imitating some character of a morning drama. Seeing the serious look on Jitae's face, she giggled. See ya, yeah. In the living room were Jitae, Bomb, and the Protector, all staring deeply at something. Jael was taking lollies out of a container that was as big as her thigh and was aggressively scavenging through it. Last week, Keel bought several containers together, and recently, Jael was almost crazy for lollies. She's eating them really well. She is. These days, she loved eating more and more, to the point that she ate 10 people's worth of toasts and fish cakes. Due to that, her originally visible jawline was replaced with a double chin. Chirpy, let's eat. Meanwhile, Keel was feeding the baby chicken. She was training the chicken these days. Hearing her voice, the baby chicken toddled forward. When Keel slightly lowered her face, the yellow furry ball approached her head and gently pecked on her cheek. Good! The feed came pouring down. In fact, the baby chicken had eaten in the morning before Keel woke up, and yet it was still eating well. Thus, it made the Protector think to himself, first time seeing a spirit beast like that, is that a baby chicken or a pig? Without sparing them a glance, Jael zealously pushed lollies into her mouth. Everyone stared at both the baby chicken and Jael as if they were watching a mukbang YouTuber. Jael was enjoying the food, but soon noticed the Protector's gaze and looked up. Then, she looked at Jitae, Bomb, and Keel. Why? She was asking what they were looking at. Because you're cute. Bomb giggled, hi, when Jael smiled back. It was more obvious that her cheeks were chubbier than usual. She got fatter indeed. Dragons weren't gods, and were organisms just like humans. That was why young hatchlings that were unable to regulate themselves could easily get fat. But maybe the reason she was craving food more than usual was because it was soon time for her to shed skin. In any case, he wasn't going to take food away from her and blankly watched Jitae, who smiled widely from a mere lolly. Soon, the lollies were all gone. Jitae stared at the empty container. Her lips that were closed into a pout appeared extremely discontent. She turned to Keel. Gaze, is there no more? NN, there is, I bought a lot. Keel took a lolly container from her room, but on the way, something seemed to have sparked in her mind. Jitae, you're not asking for the lollies for free, are you? Tilt. Here. Lowering her body, Keel closed her eyes. After realizing something, Jitae approached her and pecked on her cheek. Kayahaha, well done, yelled Keel with a wide smile as she pushed the container forward. For some reason, Keel seemed to be finding her exceptionally cuter today. She watched Jitae indulge in the lollies from the side before asking her, "Can you give one to Unnie?" The pair of blue eyes turned towards her. Keel opened her mouth. Ah, Jitae stopped her bright smile and said, "For free?" Hearing that, both Bomb and Keel bursted into laughter. Bomb was laughing too, but Keel almost literally rolled on the floor. Jitae went a step further, pushing her chubby cheeks forward. She tapped it with her fingers and Keel finally ended up on the floor laughing. Ooh, you're not like a normal kid, you're all grown up already, aren't you? If you don't want. No one said that. Chew, chew. After receiving several pecks on her cheek, Jitae smiled bashfully and passed the lollies over. Kururung. Kurung, hearing something strange. Jitae turned to the side and found the protector avoiding his gaze. You laughin'? Those red eyes flickered but bent like bows once it looked back at Jitae. It seemed that this guy also knew how to laugh. After that, they started running around mindlessly. Jitae ran after the baby chicken to hug it, while the baby chicken wanted Keel to hug it instead. Keel was enjoying the procedure and ran away for no reason. But because the living room wasn't that big, the run didn't last long and she was caught soon enough. Guys, don't run too much. Bomb intervened to calm them down. What if the people living under us complain? NNN, wasn't your dimension protecting our unit? Unnie, MHMM, that's true, but... That was when the baby chicken, who was running out from the room, accidentally crashed into Bomb's stomach. Hugging the baby chicken in her arms, she took a few steps back before falling down. Ah! It happened to be right next to the sofa Jitae was on. He, who was blankly sitting there, instinctively raised his body and supported Bomb with his arms. Being a dragon, she wouldn't get hurt and it wasn't a dangerous situation, but it was literally an instinctive reaction. Ah, sorry, Ajasi. Are you all right? Bomb, who was being awkwardly held by Jitae, placed the baby chicken down and turned her head. Since her skin was white, her flushed ears were clear and visible. In that instant, the regressor realized that Bomb was feeling perplexed. That was the end. They started running around again while Bomb laid down on the sofa with her face turned towards the backrest of the sofa. What happened just then? Blankly staring at the green hair, he analyzed the current situation. A faint touch of the body or close proximity. The situation wasn't scary, and even if it wasn't excessively so. To Bomb, it would have been an unexpected turn of events. Ah, only then did he understand the reason Bomb was feeling perplexed. To sum things up, it was because she was from the green race. Since she acted like she knew everything, apparently she became flustered whenever something unexpected happened to her. The regressor learned something new about Bomb today, but it seemed that he didn't notice the smile on my face. Everything was going as planned. Chapter 132, Troubling 3, I think I need to study. Study what? Horror, would you like to watch a movie with me? That day, he decided to go outside with just Bomb. She was wearing an oversized shirt and short pants. How does it look? She asked. She spread her arms out wide and looked like a flying squirrel. Looks good. Bomb nodded in response. It wasn't even summer yet, so he wasn't sure if there would be horror movies being screened, but there actually were some being screened right now. The cinema inside Lairs Entertainment District had very few people. It was already nighttime, close to closing time, and it seemed that the movie itself wasn't very popular either. Bomb and Jitae were the only ones watching the horror movie, as if the entire cinema had been borrowed by them. The movie started with a happy family adopting a baby possessed by evil ghosts. It wasn't that fun. During the movie, Bomb's eyes suddenly turned blank, but Jitae didn't care too much about it. She was like that several times a day, with the eyes of Providence forcibly showing her providence on its own accord. Would she be able to focus on the movie? How was it? Baum asked after the movie. It wasn't good. Me too. Was it scary? The child running in with a knife was all right. Right, that scene was good. Did it help? NN. She then went to the bathroom. After waiting outside for a few minutes, he suddenly wondered why she was going to the bathroom but decided to ignore it. The two of them got on an elevator. Since it was close to closing time, the elevator of the cinemas had no one else inside. Jitae stood still, and Baum remained still as well. Nothing happened in particular. Because the cinemas were located at one of the top floors of the building, they had to change elevators to a different one in order to get to ground floor. However, the other elevator was out of service after closing time, so Jitae took Baum and headed to the emergency staircase. They quietly walked down the emergency staircase. Nothing happened in particular. When they got out of the building, Baum suddenly stood still on the spot. With pouty eyes, she stared at him, and her slightly slanted eyes resembled a puppy whose treats had been taken away. Why? Why? What? What is? What's up? No, it struck him several times. But Baum was really efficient with her words sometimes. And in the regressor's eyes, it seemed that she was somewhat discontent. He had no idea why. Ah, would you like to go to a cafe? She didn't look very happy tonight. Thinking that she might feel slightly better after they went to a cafe, he agreed. All right. Whenever they went to a cafe, Jitae ordered a long black. It was because he didn't feel anything no matter what he ate, but Baum always suggested a new menu to him. Maca, please. Yes, miss. Ice. Right, would you like cream on top? Yes, 2 please. Today's menu seemed to be a coffee that tastes like chocolate. After grabbing the coffees, Jitae and Baum sat on some small and uncomfortable chairs. The chairs were oddly close to each other, and the height of the table was strangely low. Maybe this is for taking pictures. Pictures? You know, this place is pretty, right? He looked around but didn't really get it. What was clear was that it looked very uncomfortable. Jitae drank the coffee with a straw. It tasted sweet and smelled like both coffee and chocolate. They were drinking their drinks without any conversation when Baum asked him. You're not eating the cream. Ajasi, yeah. Why? There's no particular reason why. Why do you eat them? Because they're nice, try it at least. Then, she used Jitae's straw to scoop up some whipped cream and lifted it up. When he tried to receive the straw, she pulled her hand back and pushed it towards his mouth again. Only after he lowered his hand. She was stubborn at making him eat it. Hurry, left with no other choice. He ate it off of the straw in her hand. It tasted slightly sweet with a hint of the fatty smell unique to milk. How is it? Just so-so? I see. Baum still continued trying to feed him cream, so Jitae had to eat it on repeat. The street lights outside the window were bright, stopping her hands. Baum looked off into the distance, so Jitae also stared at the distant streets of Lair. Looking back, he was alone with her for a comparatively longer period of time today. The thought that he could make her feel troubled did flash at least once during that long time. However, he didn't. The image of a mischievous green dragon was something that had been formed very recently. The green dragons that he saw and remembered had never shown a side like this. For over 50 years, thinking back, his relationship with her was close to being the worst. He didn't listen to her words and completely refused her requests. She pleaded, so he slapped her and tied her up. The voice towards the end of the 6th iteration that cursed him and claimed that she would never forget this day was still vivid in his ears. And yet, you're the one that ruined everything. It was a tragedy brought upon by his excessive greed. During the time, he thought it was an okay level of greed, but looking back, he realized that it had been excessive. But that didn't mean that he felt a sense of guilt from that. He wasn't the type of person to do so. There might be plenty of people cursing him right now, but he did not care a single bit about that. However, it was true that the apocalypse had come because of his excessive greed, so it was important to be careful at least in this iteration. Therefore, there was no reason to make Baum feel perplexed just because of simple entertainment and intrigue. Are you thinking about a woman? It was then that Baum turned towards him and asked. Since the green dragons were always females, it was true that he was thinking about a woman. Yeah, who? Someone I knew in the past. How long did you know her for? Quite a lot. Baum halted her questions for a bit and took a sip of her drink. But why all of a sudden? No real reason, I was just thinking about the past. Were you friends? No. Were you on bad terms? Probably yes. How bad? He hesitated before answering that question. It was because this child tended to realize a bit more than what he knew and thought of. Very bad. Did that woman curse you? Ajasi, similar. What a bad person. He smiled hazily. Why did that woman curse Ajasi? Did you do something wrong? I did. I'll give you time to defend yourself. As if she was a judge. She acted prim and spoke. Jitae had never talked about anything on this topic with the kids, and wasn't planning on doing so in the future. But there was this strange feeling today that made him decide to show a slight fragment of it. He had no idea why he was feeling like this. Perhaps it was because the street lights were brighter than usual. It was just an unfortunate event for both me and the opponent. We were both caught up in an unfortunate event, but I seemed to have been too greedy. I didn't think it would be harsh on her, so she probably would have suffered. Was it very harsh? If I think about it now, it probably was. And that's why that woman was in a very bad mood, he agreed silently, with a more subtle voice. Baum asked, do you regret it? I used to. Back then, I had no wisdom of understanding what it was that I had to shoulder the most. Was that person unfortunate? Do you think, probably? I see. She thought for a bit before asking again, by the way. Yeah, what kind of woman was she? I told you it was someone I knew. NN. Not that, someone young. Not that either, more specific please. Following the unknown feeling, he replied. She was like you. Hearing that, she stopped her questions. Her gaze that was fixed on Jitae went slightly lower and reached the table. This strange cafe had extremely low tables, so her eyes were pretty much looking at the ground. Her lips twitched slightly. By the time she raised her head back up, she was wearing the same indifferent look as always. Then, she scooped her own whipped cream and handed it over to Jitae. He had gotten used to it already, but when Jitae opened his mouth, Baum slightly adjusted the straw to the side and smeared the cream next to his mouth. Oi, she looked at him with a brazen look on her face. What are you doing? Ah, sorry, I'll do it properly now. After he wiped the cream off, she once again went, ah, and gave him more cream. Although he didn't find her trustworthy, he still opened his mouth, and as he had expected, Baum flicked her wrist again, and this time it got on his chin. You Baum! There was a lot of cream on his chin. Seeing that, Baum began laughing under her breath while Jitae closed his eyes and wiped his chin. She opened her mouth. But, isn't that sacrificing yourself to shoulder more than the other person? It's not something that grandiose and noble. It's similar though. It might be possible to say that if he were to think only for his own convenience. Is there meaning to a happiness built upon sacrifices? Who knows? Are you trying to say something like how happiness gets doubled when shared? Yes, but sacrificing would be better than having greed ruin everything. You can just be slightly greedy. I'm fine without doing that. You might be fine, Ajasi, but for me, that's a bit weird. She slowly swirled the whipped cream with the straw. That's too unfair for Ajasi. The regressor had never thought about anything along the lines of that and thus couldn't empathize with what she was saying. They became silent because of that, thinking that they should get up. He took his wallet while Baum also tidied up her clothes and stood from the seat. And for no real reason, he flicked the whipped cream with the straw. NN. When cream got onto her cheek, her eyebrows became creased. What are you doing? Revenge. Ha, Baum smiled dumbfoundedly from the unexpected childish behavior. Are you satisfied now? Yeah, let's go. Standing up from the seat, the regressor reached out and wiped the cream that was on her cheek. Maybe his hands were too sudden. Perplexity flashed past her green eyes for a split second. Since he had seen it several times already, he was able to notice it straight away. He contemplated whether this was excessive greed or not. You can just be slightly greedy. But the words from Baum just then washed his previous thoughts away. He wanted to make her feel perplexed one more time. Now, he understood the procedure. Close proximity, but a gesture that is not aggressive. He therefore reached his hand deeper in and placed his palm on her cheek. Her skin was soft, like a drop of water causing a ripple. The sign of her being perplexed spread across her face. Her eyes were looking away from his own. Does this mean that even the green race was unable to expect a situation like this? Looking on, it was quite an interesting reaction. For the first time in a very long time, the regressor was feeling slight entertainment. Should I do a bit more? What would be something that even this green dragon was unable to predict? It was when the regressor was thinking about that. It was then. He realized that the previous look of perplexity had completely vanished from her expression as she gazed up at him. She was smiling. We got a little bit closer. Hearing that, he noticed the distance between them. His tie was touching Bomb's shirt. When the troubled look disappeared from her face in a situation like this, the one that instead became perplexed was Jitae. They were too close to each other for no reason. Why am I doing this with her? He pondered in doubt. She whispered. Then, now. Bomb grabbed his tie and gently pulled it. You won't go further away even if I come closer. She brought her body even closer. The perplexity crossed the line and appeared in his eyes. Bomb twitched her lips. Why don't you let go? First off, but her two arms began wrapping around his waist. I don't want to. His face revealed an undisguisable sign of perplexity. Finally, she bursted into laughter and silently laughed under her breath. The built-up tension was washed away. He could see a green dragon sitting on the cafe chair, laughing with a hand covering her mouth. For how long had he been playing in her hands? The regressor couldn't even estimate when it all started. Were you that troubled? Like really? Tremendously? With a face blooming of happiness, Bomb teased Jitae. Kaya ha 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 ha. Even when they were out on the road, she laughed every time she saw his face, and because of that, the road home today was longer than usual. Ajasi Observation Diary, Chapter 133, Negotiation Skills 1. Once addicted to sweet stuff, you cannot find enjoyment from anything not sweet. Jitae these days was always eating lollies. Staring at the leftover food, the regressor thought to himself. On the plate were vegetables, meats, a block of cheese and fruits with no signs of Jitae having even touched them. But if she felt happiness from eating sweet stuff, isn't that more than enough? The regressor therefore wasn't going to intervene. However, the dragons seemed to think otherwise. Jitae, why did you leave these behind? Wait, you didn't even touch them? My mum said you shouldn't leave any food behind. Keel raised the problem. A little kid is already this picky. Oi Jitae, you kid. Don't you know how important it is to eat during the amusement? Yoram criticized her. You're not allowed to eat lollies for now. And Bomb made a special arrangement for the problem. Jitae stared at her two hands that were now empty after the container of lollies had been confiscated. Those soft yet chewy lollies that tasted sweet. Those sweet yet savory lollies with an exhilaratingly soury kick. Those gem-like lollies of vibrant colors that were always in her hands. They were no longer there. How could this be? She became depressed. On a certain weekend, Jitae took Bomb and Keel out of Unit 301. Why just us two? What about Jitae? I want to ask a few questions about shedding skin. Shedding skin? Keel widened her eyes. Shedding skin referred to how dragons shed their old skin as their bodies grew in size. They walked into a cafe near the residential area as Bomb ordered Jitae's drink today as well. NN, why are you choosing Ajasi's drink? Unnie, because he only drinks coffee. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Is that Sue? Why? Is it weird? Hee hee. They sat on a table after receiving their drinks. Both in the 5th and the 6th iterations, the blue dragon had gone through 2 skin-shedding processes according to his knowledge. Every time it happened, the regressor was not inside the underground labyrinth, so he didn't exactly know the type of situation she was in. The only thing he checked back then was that there were no threats to her life and health. By the time he arrived there, after the blue dragon shed skin, he was met with the old shell of a dragon, body fluids, and blood. Due to the effects of Fragment of Paradise, the whole place was in a mess. He had faint memories of how the green dragon was sluggishly cleaning up the mess. Looking back to it, that was when the blue dragon began acting weird. Despite being under the influence of the paradise, she trembled anxiously or injured herself by biting on the skin. He thought it was weird but didn't think it was very serious, because something similar happened everywhere in the battlefield. But now, it was something that had to be asked. You guys went through it as well, right? Yes, I went through it twice. Keel, who was now 11, said with a smile. But mine came quite fast. Fast? Yes. Shedding skin depends a lot on the situation. My mum was very, very loving, so mine was a bit earlier. Love, it was a tough topic. Right, the environment is very important. Bomb added more. It's more the environment than love. What's important is whether the situation needs them to grow or not. And that's why the thoughts of the hatchling are significantly important. The thoughts of the hatchling? You see, dragons can grow as much as they want, to the form they want to grow in. Right. I wanted to become an adult as soon as possible. Why? My mum was the guardian deity of Querido Dukedom. Reeducate was probably the name of a country back in Ascalipha. My mum being loved by the citizens looked very cool, and I became jealous. So I wanted to look after my mum. That's why I'm really similar to my mum, like appearance and stuff. I see. Then what do you think of our unit as an environment? Both Keel and Bomb pondered for a bit before replying. It feels like our house. Me too, it's comfortable and snuggish. First. I love how Ajasi always buys us delicious breakfast in the morning. What about you, Unny? While they were chattering about what they loved about Unit 301, he thought to himself, both the underground labyrinth that forcibly injected happiness and Unit 300 and one that contained peaceful daily lives weren't environments that required one to grow rapidly. He sent a message with his watch. Me, Yoram, you Yoram. You Yoram, what's up lol me? When did you shed skin? You Yoram. When I was super young, you Yoram, like 3 times at the age of 16. And when she was young, since she had to become stronger, she had to become an adult as soon as possible. That's why she went through the process multiple times at a young age. It made sense according to what they were saying. Me, you Yoram, what's up, is that all? Jitae turned the messenger off. The alarm rang a few more times after that, but he nonchalantly ignored them. There was a time when he had taken Bomb to the underground labyrinth. He therefore decided to ask her. If Jael sheds skin at the underground labyrinth, what would it be like? What? You definitely can't do that. Bomb's response came immediately after his words. Why? We become really sensitive when shedding skin. It's the time when dragons become the most sensitive, at a young age. It's hard to control mana properly, and the body hasn't grown enough, so both the body and the mind are extremely fragile. The light from the labyrinth will have a negative impact for sure. The regressor didn't know what to say. It was rare for Bomb to say something in such a clear-cut manner. Huck, really? Where is the underground labyrinth? What's it like? Keel, the only one that hadn't visited the labyrinth yet, widened her eyes. It's like a mental hospital where happiness is forcefully injected into you. Then if I shed skin there, would I die or something? You won't die. But wouldn't it feel like you'd rather die? Wow, that's even scarier. But why? We become sensitive when shedding skin, right? We can't take in irrational and unreasonable things when that happens. So what would it feel like to have happiness injected into us? I see. Right, I also heard my mum swearing about my dad when I was shedding skin. The two of them chatted, going through a simulation of how it would be like in such a situation. Meanwhile, the regressor gazed at the blue lemonade that Bomb ordered with a hazy gaze. His thoughts were muddled. They wouldn't die, but would rather die. He remembered the end of the 6th iteration, the blue-haired girl that stopped her own heart. The words that had been spoken by that little girl vividly flashed past his ears. Those thoughts sparked up against his will, branching into other further thoughts. They gained size. Most of them were negative emotions and memories. But when the kids became aware of his silent state, Jitae placed a stop on the continuing thoughts. Whatever the case, those had all been in the past. Also, I have another question. That day, Jitae asked them everything about shedding skin. Lying down on the living room floor, Jael appeared disheartened. The protector glanced at the child's eyes. Jael, who was blankly staring at the ceiling, had the expression of a person who had lost everything in the world. A few minutes ago, Jael whimpered to Bomb and asked for lollies but failed. After that, she came to the protector and asked if she could go outside, but the protector had to hide his sorrow and say no. These days, the cat spirit beasts weren't gathering near the house after Jael stopped going outside. In other words, stopping her from going outside was working out. For the next 3 weeks, you are not allowed to leave, young lady. Hearing that, she crossed her arms. Even her arms were slightly chubbier than before and thus resulted in a chubby appearance. After staring at the protector with a dissatisfied look on her face, she laid down on the floor, carrying out a one-man protest. In fact, she was fine at least around 10 minutes ago because Jitae was inside the house. Having everything taken away from her, Jael ran up to Jitae and was hugged. She then checked his necklace and gazed at his face to be at rest both physically and mentally. But he went outside with just Keel and Bomb. Jael asked if she could go out with them as well, but in the end, he only took the 2 of them outside. After that, this cute yet beautiful and precious young lady started lying down on the floor, as if her soul had followed them outside. Gaze, what is life? Young lady, are you okay? Lying still on the ground. She rolled her eyes to the side but ignored him. It was then. Jael widened her eyes with a flash. Having come up with something, she sat up on the ground and with a serious look on her face. She touched her chin. After pondering for a little bit, she stood up and walked to the protector with a determined expression. Young lady? The child pointed at the gates on the other side of the corridor. Are you saying you would like to go outside? You cannot. Do you have to do that? My apologies. Even if you do go outside, I must go with you and you can't carry the feed outside either. Sorrowfully and slowly, she approached him. The protector became nervous, because it was rare for Jael to personally walk up to him. After nearing him, Jael placed her hands on his gauntlet. I bought you this. She was referring to the pink rubber gloves. At this point in time, the protector felt like he had become a great sinner, but he couldn't allow it. What was no, my apologies. Are you stubborn as a donkey? Q-huck. Gururuk, the protector's heart began wobbling, but he still couldn't allow it. The identity and purpose of Armata the Protector was to look after dragons as a protector. He held his ground. Then, Jael heaved a sigh and ran her fingers through her hair. She primly opened her mouth. Let's make a deal. A deal? What deal? Thinking back, he remembered Jael kissing Keel on the cheek a few days ago. The protector's eyes flickered. Don't tell me. Is it that? Oblivious to the protector's wish, she gestured with her chin and instead of a kiss. It seemed that she was telling him to follow her. Feeling slightly regretful, the protector followed from behind. Jael took the protector and stood in front of the storage room before quietly opening the door. The storage in the corner of the dormitory was quiet and tidy, with fans, reserve cupboards, and toilets. However, one more thing which should be here wasn't here. The protector squinted his eyes. After Jitae took Keel outside, the protector had immediately locked the baby chicken up in the storage, so that it couldn't somehow sneak outside. And yet, where did this chicken go? Jael ran to a deep corner of the storage and vanished. Here, when the protector walked up to that place, he realized that there was a hole in some plastic in the corner of the storage that was hidden behind objects. Upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was a broken ventilation hole. It was slightly too small for a basketball to go by, but the protector knew that the baby chicken with its fur lowered after a shower was smaller than a soccer ball. The protector's crimson eyes carried a deeper look. How is it? Deal made. Thank you for your precious information, young lady. Close. Your eyes? I have. Anything that happens henceforth is beyond my knowledge. Wearing a bright expression on her face, Jael nodded and ran out of the room. She then carried a whole bag of feed and headed outside the house. After a few minutes, she met a cat at the same old place. What came today was a gray mackerel-colored cat, which was the one that got scared the most. Perhaps it was placed low on the hierarchy, but it always glanced at other cats and was always near the end when other cats were leaving. Jael poured some of the chicken feed onto a bowl. Then, she said the magic word that she learned from Jitae. Here you go. The cat dashed forward and became indulged in its food. There was only one cat compared to before, but it was still eating something that was given by herself. Thinking about that fact put her in a very good mood. She was unable to touch it because the cat might not like it, but she was patting the cat on the head in her mind. That was when a thought sparked in her head. If she used the method that allowed her to receive permission to go outside from the protector, wouldn't this work on allowing Bomani to give permission to have those lollies again? That night, Jael walked into Bom's room with large strides. She had a serious look on her face, with confident steps. Bom, who was blankly focused on writing the novel, turned her eyes to the watercolored child. What's wrong, little Jael? The opponent was tough. Jael knew what Bomani was like among the dragons. The green dragons were the ones that created regulations for all, and because of that, she was slightly scared of making a deal with her. But once she looked at the container of lollies, placed behind some flower pots on top of the bookshelves, she gained courage. What's with the seriousness? Do you have something to say to your Unnie? I want to take what is mine. Yours, Bom smiled gently. It was a smile that somehow made Jael feel smaller in comparison. Therefore, she repeated the slogan of courage once again inside her head. Lo Liz, Chapter 134, Negotiation Skills, 2. Bomb did not miss Jael throwing a glance at the gummies, and a faint trace of a smile appeared in her indifferent expression. Did she miss it that much? She thought, but asked calmly without showing any signs on the outside. What is yours? Gummies. Gummies? They're mine. I can't give you gummies. Our dear Jael always eats these gummies and is picky during the meal. But I'm not picky with gummies. Bomb looked into her eyes. Really? I can. Eat anything. So you mean you're fine with just eating gummies? What if there aren't any gummies in the world? There aren't any gummies in Ascalipha, so Jael, will you be starving when we go back? Jael might die of starvation then, so I can't tea. Your Unnie can't give you these gummies. Jael pondered for a bit before slowly opening her mouth. I won't. From now on, you won't do what? Being picky. Really? You can trust. What a good girl. After finally receiving a positive response, Jael's lips curled up slightly. Then, I'll give it back to you once you're no longer picky with food. But soon went back down. Unnie, you don't trust me? I trust you of course. But as you know, gummies are sour and sweet. Nod. Nod, and they're savory and chewy. Nod, nod. It makes you happy to eat them, right? Is that even a question? Jael nodded with a bright expression. That's why I can't trust gummies. Quagwang, something visibly crumbled in Jael's expression. She thought to herself that the first negotiation skill, calm conversation, had failed. To be fair, this skill had never really worked on anyone other than Jitae. Now that things had come to this, she needed to start with the second negotiation skill. The second negotiation skill was a skill that was already confirmed to work through a test with Kialenni. Jael reached her arms out at Bomb, asking for a hug. Since Bomb hugged Jael the most after Jitae, she naturally raised her up and placed the child on her lap. After coming right up to her nose, Jael hesitated for a bit before lifting her head up. The pair of water-colored eyes closed in. Bomb watched on, doubtful of what she was trying to do when the child kissed on her Unnie's cheek. Slightly surprised, Bomb gazed down at Jael. What was that? What was that just then, Jael? Bribe? She gave a wide smile, finding that cute. Bomb also smiled gently, but Bomb wasn't that easy. Grabbing onto her two arms, Bomb slowly carried her lips to the child's forehead. She then kissed with a loud chew. Jael was the one that then became flustered. The child quickly went through a calculation in her head. She gave a bribe, but it was returned. Isn't that plus minus 0? The bribe's been cancelled now, isn't it? It is. But that wasn't the end. With a crafty and a deep gaze, Bomb looked into her eyes before carrying out a baptism of kisses on her forehead and cheeks. Stop. Having received too many bribes, Jael waved her hands and blocked Bomb's face from coming closer. Now Jael is a corrupt official. Jael covered her face with her two hands and murmured, I'm a corrupt official? She was thinking of the corrupt official that had appeared in a fairy tale read by the Protector. Seeing the child sincerely concerned, Bomb giggled. This time as well, Jael accepted her defeat with the failure of her bribes, the second negotiation skill. Bomb was terrifying. The blue-haired girl who instead became a debtor heaved a sigh. Now, the only one that remained was the third negotiation skill. She didn't want to go this far, but there was no other way around it at this point. Surrounding herself with magic, Jael slowly flew forward before sitting down next to Bomb's laptop. The smile on Bomb's face vanished. What are you doing? It's a hostage, give me. Gummies? Jael reached her hand out with a rigid look on her face. She was copying what she saw from Yoram's favorite American drama. Bomb smiled dumbfoundedly and asked, what if I don't? If you don't give me gummies? She glanced at the laptop and pondered. She couldn't fold the laptop in half, nor did she know how to use a device. Jael wanted to threaten, but couldn't do anything even after holding something hostage. What should she do? After some time, something decent popped up in her mind. Creating water in midair with mana. She gathered it to one place and carried it until it was above the laptop. Buoyantly, a ball of water fluctuated in midair, as if it was in a vacuum. There will be no tomorrow. For laptop, that was the threat she barely came up with after deep contemplation. Bomb, who was indifferently staring at Jael, waited for a bit before opening her mouth. I done care? Jael asked back, thinking she heard it wrong. The novel will be gone. Of course I saved it somewhere else, you blue devil. Even the third method proved to be a fail. Heaving a sigh, she shook her head. And water which had been formed with mana returned to its original state. And she probably didn't know. In fact, Bomb wasn't that interested in writing novels. Come down if you're done. Let me write. And then, in the end, she used everything that she had prepared but failed. Jael powerlessly walked out of the room. It was her complete defeat. Bomb watched her powerless back leave the room. She then gave a faint smile. She couldn't just give up like this. Jael went to Jitae and whinged. Gummies, Bomani, corrupt official. Behind flower pot. Help please. Seeing her diligently explain with an awkward and slow tone of voice. The regressor patted her head. You need help? Yes. Wearing a pitiful look on her face, she nodded, unlike usual. It was easier to understand her expressions and actions. The regressor pondered. How should I help? MHMM. Didn't everything fail despite her trying whatever she could? Jael's eyes turned into a glare. After thinking for a while, she placed her hands on top of her head and shook it. She had no idea what to do. Come here. Jitae raised the child and sat her on his lap. Look. They stared at the same place at the door of Bomb's room. He opened his mouth with a crafty voice. What do you see? Bomani's room? What's inside it? Bomani. Yes, and where are the gummies inside Bomb's room? Top of bookshelf, behind flower pot. I see. The bookshelf is at the end of the left wall, so you have to go in quite a bit. Right? NN. Then let's do it like this. I'll call Bomb out for a bit, and when she's outside, you can sneak inside and take the container out. In other words, Ajasi will be bringing the boss out of the boss room for a bit. Jael just had to take the treasure out. It was an extremely simple and easy task. But for Jael, who was forming a cooperative plan for the first time since her birth, it was an extremely exciting situation, to the point that her heart beat faster and louder than usual. There was such a method. Does it sound good? Nod, nod. Genius. No, in any case, you roughly understood everything, right? Yes. You can't hit the flower pot or something. It's Bomb's writing time, so I can't bring her out far. Jael nodded. You can't make a sound either. She's fast at reading the mood, so she'll find out immediately if you do. All the dragons copied Jitae by killing their senses as much as possible inside Unit 301, so she wouldn't find out if Jael moved stealthily. Stealthily, carefully and quietly, understood. Nod. Jael brought her index fingers together and crossed them into an X in front of her mouth. Good, let's start straight away. Right when Jitae was about to stand up, Jael held his sleeves down. Why? She then pushed her fist forward. This too was something she saw from the American drama she watched with Yoram. With a nod, Jitae pushed his large fist forward as well and bumped it with the small fist. Operation start. Bomb! Jitae knocked on the door. Jael hid beneath the sofa and curled her body. She saw Jitae's legs and feet, and after the door was opened, she could also see Bomb's legs and feet. Yes, Ajasi, can we have a chat? About what? Why, the one from before. Ah, okay. He took Bomb and headed to the kitchen, seeing the legs go further away. Jael tried to sneak out from beneath the sofa. Ah, 1 second. But Bomb suddenly turned her feet back to the room, making Jael stiffen on the spot in fright. Her heart thumped, however. She couldn't become too nervous. She would definitely make a mistake if she was. After exiting the room yet again, Bomb followed Jitae and walked towards the kitchen. Is she coming back now? Jael deeply stared at Bomb's feet but realized that she probably wouldn't be coming back. This was the chance. Sneaking out from under the sofa, Jael slowly walked towards Bomb's room. Bomb was especially sensitive to mana, so she would immediately find out about it if she used mana to fly there. But she was soon met with the first obstacle. After leaving the room, Bomb had closed the door shut. Holding the door knob with her 2 hands, she carefully lowered it. Very slowly, like the hands of a clock. It won't make a sound if it goes down slowly. Click. That's what she had been firmly believing in. So the moment it created a sound, Jael felt her heart skip a beat. If Jitae's dry cough hadn't intervened from the kitchen in a timely manner, she would have been caught red-handed for sure. I made it. Slowly opening the door, Jael carefully walked in and went straight to the end of the room. The clean and tidy white room with not a sign of rubbish only had a bookshelf with organized books and flower pots decorating it. After finally standing in front of the bookshelves, she realized that it appeared taller than usual. However, Jael had also gotten slightly taller. She stood on her toes and carefully pushed the flower pots away. Since the pots were made with porcelain, they would make a clicking noise if she was too hasty. Carefully, ever so carefully, she grabbed the opaque plastic container and felt its heaviness. The treasure was there indeed. Carefully carrying the container, Jitae controlled the urge to cheer out loud and cautiously walked out of the room. Then, she waited behind the sofa again, waiting for the opportunity. I'll go back to writing then. Yeah. Soon, Bomb went back to her room. Jitae sat on the sofa and Jitae, who had been hiding behind the sofa, stood up carefully and faced a bright smile at Jitae. How was it? Did you succeed? NN. Jitae bent her back before lifting the container of gummies. He pushed his fist forward, which the child bumped her own fist to multiple times. Success? Kyuhi. Excitedly and hurriedly, she opened the lid, but what was this? There were no gummies inside the container, and it was just filled with dirt. Startled, she shook the container several times, but she could only find a stack of dirt. It was then, feeling a gaze, she raised her head in doubt and found Bomb peeking out of the room. The moment their eyes met, Bomb giggled before closing the door. Jitae was shocked quite a bit. It was a fail. Hewing, a fail, another fail. Realizing that all the effort had been in vain, she whined and extended her arms at Jitae. She was seconds away from tearing up, so he hugged the child and gently tapped on her back. After lying down on the sofa, Jitae stayed still for over 20 minutes with her head buried inside the pillow. She wasn't crying, but it seemed that she had a severe reality hit. He expected things to turn out this way because the opponent was none other than Bomb. However, Jitae was learning how to go against Bomb these days. You couldn't fight a straightforward battle with her. Knock knock. Someone soon knocked on the door of Unit 301. Jitae opened the door and received a black plastic bag from the person. Good work. Your will, my lord. After sending the clone away, Jitae walked towards Jitae. Then, he took the new container of gummies out and shook it near her head. With a pair of dispirited eyes, Jitae turned her face, but the moment she saw the gummies, doubt caused a ripple in her face. She sat up with a vacant mutter and with stiff hands. She received the container. Her astonished gaze glanced at Jitae and the gummies before going back to Jitae. After her initial surprise, joy bloomed forth, threatening her to scream out loud in happiness. Seeing that, the regressor placed his finger in front of his mouth. SHH? Odd. Right. Jitae realized the situation and gave a big nod with her mouth closed. You can't let other unnies find out about it. NN. She flapped her feet and toes around in joy, before slowly standing up from her seat in silence and bending her back to a right angle. Thank you. It's fine. You can't tell anyone too. Ajasi. Got it. Therefore, that day became a slightly more special day for them. There was a secret which only Jitae and Jitae knew of. Chapter 135. My Guardian Deity. 1. There was an official notice from Lair. Guardian consultation period. It was time for another one already, but the consultation theme today was slightly special. Consult through an informal conversation and record it. Of course, this consultation theme wasn't mandatory, and it didn't matter whether people adhered to it or not. Therefore, Jitae was thinking of skipping the informal part and sticking to a normal consultation. That was his plan until Keel found out about it. NN, what's this? Hugging the baby chicken all morning, she brushed and played with its fur. After that, they ran around the room until Chirpy discovered the notice, which had been randomly placed on the ground beneath the living room table. Is the Guardian consultation going to be in casual? Casual? In a casual tone, like informal talk time, we can talk casually with each other during the given amount of time. What? Why is that necessary? Yuram, who was sitting on the floor trimming her toenails, opened her mouth. Just speak casually from the get-go. Now that you mention it, why don't you speak politely to Ahasi, Unnie? Why do I have to? NN, that's... Keel tilted her head and contemplated which the baby chicken mimicked by tilting its own head. Then, she thought of something and gave a clap. Because someone that doesn't know manners is a ruffian, what about ruffians? Everyone hates them, right? During her speech, she realized that she was talking about someone that was specifically inside the living room. Wong! Yoram raised her body and compressed Keel's temples with her two fists, while claiming that she had no manners. Chirp! The baby chicken counterattacked in order to protect its owner. The chicken ran to Yoram on the side and pecked her near the ribs. Even a dragon was like a human with the polymorphed body. Ah, fuck. Yoram swore with a frown from the tickle and changed the target. The baby chicken had its temples pressured like its owner and growled in pain, asking for death. Keel and the baby chicken rolled on the living room floor in pain. In any case, it was time for the guardian consultation period. He decided to gather them together and do it all at once. When he told them that they can speak to him casually, Keel and Jitae appeared especially excited. Bomb. Why? Jitae, hearing Bomb's words, Yoram, Keel, and Jitae all giggled. The regressor looked at Bomb with his hazy gaze, before turning back to the paper. How are you? Good. Anything you need? Nope, doing fine. Anything difficult happening at school? Bomb shook her head, so Jitae completed the consultation record saying that there were no problems. That was when she opened her mouth for a question. Ah, by the way, Ajasi. Yeah, can I ask you for one favor? What? At least during the consultation. Can you speak to us politely instead? He was wondering what nonsense this was about, but he seemed to be the only one thinking that. Keel clapped sonorously and shouted, Unnie, you're the best. No joke. That would be quite funny. Yoram and Jitae were the same. It was unclear what they were so excited about, but they showed enthusiastic support for Bomb's idea. I don't want to. It's just going to be for a short period of time. Can you not? Please. Seriously. Bomb had an innate talent at making Jitae feel troubled, to the point that he wondered why he didn't even catch a glimpse of such a side in the previous iterations. No, he shook his head. For the most part, he would do everything that they enjoyed, but he seriously didn't want to do this. Why that's such a shame? What a boomer. What followed the zealous support was an intense disappointment, but he shook his hand and continued with the questions. He asked what they needed to Yoram and Keel, as well as their life at school and the things they found difficult. Even this time around, Jitae looked like she wanted to be included, so he added her to the mix naturally and asked her. Kurarung, that was when the protector who was standing in the corner of the room like a statue gave an empty cough probably. Understanding his sign, Bomb took the paper from Jitae's hands. How are you these days, cleaner Ajasi? As for me, you can say that I have discovered the enjoyment of household chores. In the very distant past, there were times where I've found such tasks to be superficial and low-end, but whatever the task, so long as you undertake an essential task that necessitates a being to be in charge, that is perhaps destiny itself, if there are people that need me. Ah, so you're doing fine? The bever of the headpiece that was rambling came to a stop. That is the case. The consultation continued. The consultation topic began with their recent hobbies. Jitae's hobby. Hobbies that can be carried out together, trips and future plans, before connecting to a completely different topic altogether. Who do you think you know the best out of everyone here? Asked Yoram. That's a good question. Oh, I want to know as well. It wasn't a significantly important question, and it was probably something they randomly chucked without thinking too much about it. But as always, the regressor was a boring human who thought a lot. He therefore pondered seriously in response to the question. The answer, however, was simple: Keel, of course. They appeared surprised, evident from their gazes. Jitae especially looked slightly shocked. I'm getting to know you better. His reply must have been quite good. Hearing his response, Jitae regained her peace. It was the same for everyone else. Jitae was getting to know Bomb, Yoram and Jitae better every single day, but that wasn't the case for Keel. Jitae already knew a lot about Keel. The one that was curious the most was in fact Keel. Ewing, how do you know me the best? Ajasi, I just do. But if you think about it, don't Ajasi and I talk the least? That was true, somehow. He didn't have much of a chance to talk to Keel, and it was becoming more like that recently. But the one that he knew the best was definitely Keel, and the one he knew for the longest and was the closest to was also Keel. There was no doubt about that. That day, Keel had her day off. After the consultation was over, she gave a big stretch and hugged the baby chicken to sleep. Jitae watched her quietly and didn't look away for a very long time. The 7th iteration seemed to be a success for the time being, judging from how she was sleeping so soundly. 4th iteration. He could remember the first time he saw the gold dragon. Back then, he was 35 years old. At a young age, he had become a national hero and was a superhuman ranker. after suddenly declaring his retirement from the army. He left the Grand Natural Society temporarily. He thought it was only the death of the gold dragon that brought the apocalypse before, so he formed a group of security guards to protect the dragon. Being the guard in lead, he worked in the front lines himself. Unlike other iterations, Baby Yellow, BY, of the 4th iteration debuted when she was slightly older. She grabbed a mic for the first time at 18 years of age and only began gaining fame after she was over 20. Nice to meet you. Jitae remembered the first time he met BY. Her blonde hair was braided into a twintle, while her sparkling eyes were brighter than gold. Dragons quickly looked like adults and stayed in their youth for a long time, so the 20-year-old BY was very similar to the current Keel. Her face, expressions, voice, thought process, vocabulary as well as her cheerful laugh were all similar. She was loved by everyone. I'll be your security guard from now on. I've heard stories, you're extremely famous, right? Nice to meet you. I don't think I'm worth being protected like that yet, but please take care of me. After that, he rarely ever talked to her. Like a shadow, he watched on from nearby. If she was like a bright gold, it could be said that a dark rust began forming somewhere within the gold over time. It was a very gradual change over time, but looking back, one would realize that she had changed so much. Signs that he had been clueless about until the 3rd iteration, which he couldn't understand until the start of the 7th iteration, began showing themselves. After 5 years, BY was 25 years old. You're a really strange person, you know that? One day, she said that. Her appearance was mysteriously the same as the first time he met her, but childishness could no longer be noticed from her voice, tone, and expression. Strange. During that time, there was a special team over 40 in number, dedicated to BY. From music, broadcast, road and head managers, to hair artists, makeup artists, coordinators, back dancers, guards, lawyers, etc. In other words, all those people worked only for BY and her schedule was therefore jam-packed. Aren't you tired? It's my first time seeing a human refuse to leave on vacation for over 5 years. It's my job. Did I say it wasn't? I'm saying that because you don't even go home. I don't need to. You have families, right? Aren't they waiting somewhere back in Asia? Mummy, when's our daddy coming? BY giggled. She laughed wherever she was. But the smile that day was slightly different to the one she showed outside. He didn't reply. As she got older, BY began going further astray. It was evident from how the first thing she did when she had a day off like that day at her palace-like mansion was to naturally lay her hands on drugs. Light, wearing nothing but a large gown on her wide, golden sofa. BY told the security. Jitae went and used his lighter for her. It wasn't something to make a fuss about. BY back then was in mid-20s, and celebrities of her age enjoying drugs was in fact quite common. But it was indeed a new side of the gold dragon which he had no idea about in the previous iterations. So do you have a family or not? I don't. Where did they go? They weren't there from the start. You were born because you had parents, or what? Is your mother's name Maria? Don't know. Is that all? BY took a deep breath of the smoke in. Seemingly feeling something, her chin, fingers, and toes shivered faintly. While she was breathing the smoke out, her eyes were upturned as an orgasmic gasp left her mouth. Staring at Jitae, she smiled. Speak a bit more, I'm bored today. It's fine. Just do it. I'm not asking for anything difficult. Unfortunately. No, if you're like that. I'm gonna cancel all my schedule, alright? What? Called the offense of boredom. You dare make me bored, then everyone needs to be screwed. Right. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people that would be harmed from her canceling the schedule for one day, let alone the financial loss. Unlike how she usually ignored Jitae, BY was aggressive that day. It's because I have nothing to say, I can't remember. I was at an orphanage when I was very young and I don't know my parents' faces. Then something else. There's nothing. There can't be nothing. You were a ranker, right? And a hero of war. There has to be some stories. Stop asking. What did you say? There's seriously nothing in particular. No. What was that tone just then? The golden eyebrows gave a frown from his words. I'll wait outside and don't smoke too much. It's been a while, so take a good rest. In order to put a stop on the unnecessary conversation, the regressor turned his feet. He didn't want to impact the gold dragon, who was leading a decent life by herself, in a negative way by telling her something unnecessary. Until the 4th iteration, He was just a soldier riding along with the wave instead of being in charge of the flow. Stop there. But for some reason, BY stopped Jitae's feet that day. There's no problem with guarding you from outside. I won't interfere with your rest. I'm telling you to stop. She was easygoing on the outside, but was stubborn on the inside. With a golden pair of eyes that dripped of authority, BY stared at Jitae. She tapped the seat next to her sofa. Come here and sit. I can't do that. Are you going to make me say it a second time again? I can't follow orders that may cause inconvenience to my duty. Her voice was slightly coarser than usual, but disregarding that, Jitae was going to do what he wanted. But that was when BY threw the wine glass in her hand to the wall. Crash, glass fragments scattered left and right. Sit. I'm telling you to sit. Don't you understand what I, your employer, is saying, or are you looking down on me as well or what? The hand holding the cigarette, the pink character nail art engraved on her nails, and her golden gaze were shivering like never before. It was a reaction that had never been shown before in the fourth iteration. He had been watching BY suffer from ill-willed rumors and anti-fans recently. Thinking that that might have acted as a catalyst for something, he quietly went and sat next to BY. Good, now you're listening. High on drugs. BY wore a debaucherous smile on her face and laid down with her head resting on his thigh. The loose knot caused her robe to be disordered, and her skin was showing here and there. In the fourth iteration, his body was still living a normal life, but his heart and mind were far from it, so he was feeling quite annoyed from the situation. Why are you doing nothing? Her unfocused eyes gazed up at him. Pat my head. After adding, like my mum, BY slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 136. My guardian deity, too. Because of the innate ability of detoxification, BY's drugs were countless times more intense than normal ones, and sometimes she couldn't control the amount she took in. That day was another similar day. Perhaps feeling lustful, BY licked her lips with her tongue as her golden eyebrows twitched. Her hands that didn't know where to go mindlessly swept through her body. There was a smile on her face. That smile was like a drop of black paint on a white canvas. What are you doing? Hurry. Jitae didn't pat her head. Think of me as your daughter? Back then, he just didn't want anything like that. Something bad happened to your daughter today, although he was protecting her. He wasn't doing it because he liked the gold dragon. Never was he here because he wanted to. Hurry, NN. Her acting cocky made him irritated, and he felt like pulling her up by the hair and chucking her onto the living room floor. But he hid that urge in a deep corner of his heart. Time passed, and BY slowly fell asleep. After her restless breaths calmed down, her face was finally devoid of the lecherous appearance it contained. Sleeping, there was the young BY whom he had met 5 years ago, who smiled without any signs of falsehood. Jitae carefully raised her up. After heading to her room, she placed the child on the bed that could only be described as a princess's bed. Carefully, he lifted the blanket and covered her body with it. Where are you? He was leaving the room when BY muttered. NN, where? She seemed to be looking for someone in her sleep. Something like that didn't happen very often. It was an impulsive thing that happened once every few months or so. Sorry about yesterday, I'm really sorry. The next morning, she apologized with a deep sigh, saying that she didn't know why she was like this, and that he could change the frontline guards if he was discontent with the work. She apologized throughout breakfast with a fluster. It's all right, don't worry about it. He was already no longer irritated and didn't think much of it. After that, BY would suddenly wreak havoc once a year or two. Things like that only happened when no one else was watching, like when she was resting alone at home after a long overnight schedule. Because of that, no one apart from Jitae, who was in charge of the security 24/7, knew about it. BY's deviated behavior was a secret only he knew of. Usually, BY loved people. She sincerely treasured the people that loved her, and even teared up after receiving a surprise gift from her fans. The media even referred to Baby Yellow as the personification of a perfect top star. She appeared content from being loved by others, since his objective in the fourth iteration was mainly to observe the daily life of the gold dragon. Jitae watched on. Another 5 years passed by. When BY was 30 years old, she appeared in a famous variety show. Another guest invited to the show was a famous psychologist/consultor. She carried out a psychology consultation with BY while other guests joked around, saying BY didn't need any. but after a short art counseling session, the psychologist gave a different answer. This is very ambiguous. Seeing the painting drawn by Bai, the counselor tilted her head. It might be that a dormant, intense fear is somewhere inside your heart. Other guests reacted exaggeratedly. What the, baby yellow? Is that for real? No, I'm fine, she laughed. Other celebrities seemed to be agreeing with her instead of the psychologist, but without going back on her words, the counselor recommended her to keep a pet or something. The next day, baby yellow took in a parrot. It was a white, clean, and pretty parrot. During that time, BY was unable to sleep properly. She kicked around trying to go to sleep before temperamentally throwing the pillow. Or, she would rip the blanket for no reason and cause white duck furs to flutter around the room. Fortunately, the parrot was helpful. Whenever BY covered her face and heaved deep and coarse breaths unable to control herself, the parrot came flying and acted cute. Then BY would close her eyes again. Despite the struggle, she would then force her way to sleep. NNNNNNG? After the nap, Keel stretched her arms out. Her face was blooming with a smile. She flinched after seeing the clock. I slept too much. Did you sleep well? Yes, Jitae. But still, she was in a good mood and smiled. Near her head was the baby chicken, Chirpy. The chicken also woke up from its nap and was blinking its black eyes, with its head buried into the pillow. Since they wouldn't be able to sleep at night if they slept too much now, Keel caressed the baby chicken's fur. Wake up, Chirpy, we have to go on a walk. Chirp, why doth a baby chicken go on a walk? It grumbled, but Keel, who still didn't understand its words, raised Chirpy up in a flash. Walk, using the rope she got from Yoram, she wrapped loosely around the baby chicken's neck and wings and prepared to go on a walk. When it was time to go out, even the baby chicken was excited as it chirped out loud. Would you like to go together? All right. Today, Jitae decided to follow the two out on a walk. With the cold having completely dissipated, the walk alongside the two baby chickens was warm. When they came across a dirty road, Keel raised the baby chicken, while Jitae raised Keel by the calves and thighs before placing her on his shoulders. Yuwa, it was an alternative to Dunga Dunga. Meanwhile, Jaiel in Unit 301 peeked out of Bomb's room. Was it just the protector? Indeed. For some reason, he was reading a fairy tale, but she wasn't interested in something like that. I'm going outside. Ah, yes. Young lady, please take care. Jaiel carried a bag of feed for spirit beasts and ran outside with short steps. Then she flew to the sky. As always, she headed to the mountain behind the dormitory and found the cat's spirit beasts gathered around, waiting for her. She gave them food. High up, high up, high up. The quiet hill was filled with diligent eating sounds. Watching them eat, Jaiel tilted her head. There were a lot less cats than usual, to the point that the large bag of feed appeared way too over the top. Ewing, her head was tilted, and a question mark was above her head. Recently, there indeed were less and less cats. She thought it was because she was prohibited from going outside by the protector that they came less frequently. But now, their numbers didn't increase even when she was back to coming here frequently. Where did they go? And the three remaining ones also looked injured. It wasn't rare for spirit beasts to fight for territories, but their furs were messier and they had more injuries than usual. Jaiel carefully reached her hand forward. She was going to create curative water and apply it to the cats. But the moment they saw her reach out, the cats distanced themselves in fright and discarded their leftover food. Kayak, let alone that, one of the cats even growled menacingly at her. Surprised, Jaiel carefully stood up and took a few steps back. These ungrateful baws, feeling betrayed, she frowned but had no idea why they were suddenly acting like this. When she closed her eyes and forcefully felt their emotions, what she felt was fear. Time passed. Yoram fought and won against Yang Danbai at an individual spar, and also defeated a prominent ranker candidate of Noblesse School. Plus, she also got high scores on her assignment performances and was at the lead of the second quarter of the competition. Even without looking at the ranks, everyone was acknowledging the fact that she would probably be in the top 3. It was convenient because no one created a fuss like the first quarter. Jaiel was eating well. She was still a child and wasn't at an age that required her to have a life goal, so she was focused on eating and enjoying her life every single day. Bomb started uploading her horror novel to Lair's community website. There were only a few people writing horror novels excluding Bomb. And because it was a novel that was prepared after going through several rewrites, it finally gained traction once it was shared. 100 or so read her novel. One day, gloomy Asian cadets came looking for her after the lesson. "Hello, I read your novel. Do you want to join our horror society?" They appeared somewhat gloomy and despondent. Bomb told them she'll think about it and postponed her response. These days, the protector was addicted to the internet. His large hand grabbing onto the tiny mouse looked like a quail egg to Jitae. What the protector was interested in the most recently was dishwasher. Not bad, to think there was something like this. Was he looking for a more efficient working method that could finally get him out of the dishwashing hell? No, he wasn't, but it has less adaptability than myself. It was to boost his ego. Non-commercial dishwashers were unable to wash large deep-frying pots. You are disqualified. The protector accumulated another win today against modern products. And Jitae was the same old Jitae. Nothing changed much for him. Time passed without a problem at Unit 301, until a change hit them at once. Walk walk, chirp chirp, the baby chicken, who was now too big to hug, was running alongside Keel. They were enjoying yet another walk today, breathing in the fresh air of the spring forest. That was when a change struck them. Adults wearing hazmat suits stood in front of them and blocked the road. "Excuse me, cadet," there were 2 men and 1 female, wearing name badges that displayed their official duty under lair. Surprised, Keel stopped her feet. They also appeared surprised when they saw her, and it probably was because of her different class as a dragon, but they didn't recognize her. "Yes, why, who are you? We're here from the Spirit Beast Management Department." Those adults in hazmat suits gestured at one another, before carefully walking up to her. "It's nothing to worry about. That baby chicken's spirit beast. Is it registered by any chance?" "Sorry, registered?" Her tone of voice that suggested her cluelessness caused the staff members' expressions to stiffen. "Are you keeping a spirit beast that hasn't even been registered, so you don't know whether it's been disinfected or sick?" "W. What's register? And Chirpy is clean?" Frightened, Keel asked carefully. An ominous feeling crept up like a black shadow, rearing its head. Keel thought to herself. Thinking back, the baby chicken, Chirpy, was a spirit beast that had escaped from the breeding center. She was mindful of taking it around for the first few months, but thought it was fine these days to go around. "What's registering? So you haven't heard anything about the process of registering spirit beast pets at all?" Yes, they clicked their tongues. The careful attitudes of the staff members slowly disappeared as doubt appeared in their eyes. To keep a spirit beast inside lair, you must register it as a spirit beast pet, but you don't have it. Can I ask where you got the spirit beast from?" So, why? What's wrong?" "We're in charge of collecting the escaped spirit beasts. About half a year ago, the breeding center was destroyed, and we still haven't found a portion of the spirit beasts that have escaped from that place. 2 days ago, they formed a group to attack the Spirit Beast Management Department." I haven't heard anything about that." "Of course you haven't. How would a cadet know what happened to a management team? So unregistered spirit beasts could be those that escaped the breeding center." "So?" Keel twitched her lips before biting them. She didn't know what to say, and her head turned blank. Her eyes caught sight of some large cages that were being held by the man on the side. He was carrying 2 cages colored in bluish black, and one of them was being shook left and right. The woman took a step forward. Her eyes glancing back and forth between the baby chicken and Keel gradually had a deep look of doubt. "That spirit beast, where did you obtain it?" Chapter 137, My Guardian Deity 3. No, just no. What was that? Our child isn't like that. He doesn't have any problems. After finally coming back to her senses, Keel waved her hands. Yes, I get that. But please tell us where you obtained it." "I just brought it in." "You brought it in, from a dungeon?" "No, not a dungeon, but do you have a certificate or a serial number, if it's not registered at lair? Is it registered in a different country?" She felt her lips going dry. The look on her face made it extremely evident that she was guilty of something. One of the staff sneered and shook his head. "We must temporarily put them in quarantine for disinfecting purposes for unconfirmed spirit beasts. I ask for your cooperation." He then abruptly took a step forward. His hands reached forward at the baby chicken. "Chirpy, please wait." Surprised, Keel stopped his hands. Certificate? We probably do have it, I don't really know. But I can ask our Ajasi. All right, you can bring that to us later. You do not have to worry, and we're just separating them for the time being as a disinfecting measure. Once you find your registration certificate, you can come to our spirit beast management department. You mean you'll still take him now? Yes, we do need to put them in quarantine for the time being. With that, the woman pointed at her own helmet, which read, Urgent Quarantine Period, in red. Seeing Keel still stubbornly resisting them, the woman heaved a sigh. We're not doing this because we want to either. Unregistered spirit beasts might have some sort of virus in them, right? You can even come tomorrow with the certificate. Please understand that it's for the safety of everyone. Her words were slightly gentler than before, but as she was listening to them, Keel could feel the baby chicken in her arms trembling. Chirpy was frightened. Sorry. Without even knowing what was going through her lips, Keel rambled. She understood the necessity of the procedure, but the child was scared right now. I don't think I can send him away. The beginning of their relationship was light. She fed it and it ate well, and seeing it getting injured time after time made her pity the animal. Living together, she slowly became more attached, and without even realizing it, her feelings towards it changed from sympathy to affection. Perhaps that originated not from her own affection for the baby chicken, but from the love shown by the baby chicken to herself. After all, this spirit beast tended to follow her everywhere she went. Sometimes, Keel was unable to give it much love. Because of lectures and assignments, and because she had to play with her friends and unnies, she was occasionally inattentive and couldn't do much for the baby chicken. Even then, it always followed around her. The first one to greet her when she returned from her lectures was the baby chicken. Before she could even place the bag down, the yellow guy would run up and rub its head on her shin. The soft yellow fur tickled her legs, and she could feel the weight of its rub. Kneeling down, she lifted it up and felt the warm temperature of the tiny body. How would you live without me? She thought to herself, and it was relatively recently that the baby chicken became more special to her. It was when Yoram achieved the top grade of the first quarter and was being repeatedly called by the PR team. They asked for an interview every single day, and even after rejecting most of them, there were still a few that had to be taken. Yoram began becoming more and more famous. More people recognized her, and sometimes girls came to her when they were walking, and created a fuss calling themselves her fan. Keel was jealous of Yoram. She was jealous that she was going on interviews, and was also jealous of how she was annoyed by them. To her, Yoram being loved by others appeared bright. So on the day of her final interview, Keel, who was left alone, closed her eyes and relived the moment she stood in front of a crowd. It was only once, but countless people were watching her with undivided attention. Vividly reminiscing in those memories and emotions made her depression slightly dissipate. But the frustration that still remained made her blankly sit in the living room when the baby chicken approached her and rubbed its fairy floss-like fur, as if it was telling her to give it her attention. How did he know? Or was it a mere coincidence? In fact, that didn't matter. Whatever the reason, it was giving Keel the entirety of its attention and asked for her own endlessly, like a child looking for its mother. On that rather depressing day, Keel hugged the baby chicken tightly. Chirpy cried zealously, "Did anything happen, my dear guardian deity?" Despite not understanding what the baby chicken was saying, the yellow creature tilting its head and the black pair of eyes staring at only her consoled Keel without her realizing it. After that, she became curious about everything related to the baby chicken, and she asked Jitae this and that. And during that, she heard another astonishing story from him. This child was confined in a small place like that for 20 years. It probably was. Hull, he was older than me. No. More importantly, why in the world would they do that? Why would they confine a spirit beast in a breeding center and limit its growth? Jitae explained it by comparing it to how dolphins were in aquariums. Simply put, it was a result caused by human greed. To make it easier for humans to grow, they used knives, and to make it better for humans to grow, they restricted its growth and kept it small. However, the regressor didn't really think of that as a problem. Greed was always greater than reality, and always led to a destructive form in the end. Other people being greedy or not had nothing to do with him, so he didn't stand for anyone, nor criticize them. Keel couldn't really understand everything he was saying, but realized that that was just how reality was like. That's so sad. How frustrating would being confined in a small place like that have been? Keel didn't want him to feel locked in, at least when they were at Unit 301. Therefore, Keel thought to herself that she had to go outside with the baby chicken whenever it was time. Chirpy. What was the best and the most natural way to go outside? Let's go on a walk. A walk. ... In other words, the risks that accompanied them going on a walk was her problem, and was an issue that had to be resolved with her hands. Cadet, no, don't come closer. Cadet, please cooperate. This isn't even that big of a problem. No, he doesn't have anything, I'll give you that. Document or whatever tomorrow, so can you please just go back for today? Seemingly irritated, the female staff grabbed her forehead. Ha, do you think we're doing this because we want to? If you're like this, we have no choice but to do it by force. Mr. Hunty? The man came closer. Sorry. His words were polite and his hands were cautious. Regardless, it was clear that those hands were trying to grab the baby chicken. She took him in to protect and had to protect him. She wished to stay together, so she had to be responsible. Since it was the first time ever that a life was dependent on her hands, Keel was feeling pressured. That apparently made the staff members also irritated, as another man began walking up with a loud voice. Just give that to us because it's dangerous, okay? Oi oi, Pilsen. Dude, step out, why are you so slow? The man reached forward. A strong male adult, who was also a superhuman, forcibly grabbed the baby chicken by its wing. She could feel the baby chicken wriggling and squirming with its 2 legs and wings. It was then. A golden spark of lightning flickered in Keel's eyes. She unknowingly reached her hands forward. The mana of a dragon flourished through her chest, and a spell which she had never used since birth, the authority of the gold race, shot forth like a bullet. Forked lightning, tong. Fragments of lightning tore through the air. It was clearly enough to kill a person. If someone hadn't suddenly appeared to hold her wrist, that destructive force would have definitely emerged out, completely burning everyone present into ashes. Ah! The moment she looked into his eyes, the tension of a tight balloon exploded in an instant. She finally came to her senses. Jitae was grabbing her wrist. Ah, Ajasi? Thinking that she had made a great mistake, Keel lowered her head in fright. The baby chicken was trembling and so was Keel. However, Jitae didn't say anything in particular to her and turned around. Startled by the sudden outburst of magic, they were on their bums. Despite being high-end superhumans, the use of mana just then was at a shocking speed. Even the regressor couldn't tell how anxious they were, but there were signs that were revealed from agitated reactions. Just then, he was training Yoram. From realizing that there was a problem to getting here, it took exactly 15 seconds. The things that had happened in that short period of time were quite extreme. Keel was a lot more impatient than he expected. I'm the Guardian. He raised his name badge. What? What was that just then? Did she just attack us with her ability? Things had happened all too suddenly, and they shouted in surprise after calming themselves down. The Spirit Beast Management Department was an extremely trivial post, separated from other departments. There were some that knew of the name, Jitae, while some didn't. After some contemplation, Jitae replied, "Let me apologize, our child made a mistake." Like, is that everything? Someone almost freaking died just then. Someone shouted abruptly, while another finally came to their senses. The name on the Guardian name badge read Jitae. Jitae? Pilsen. Is that person? Like, what? Just stay back, Hunty. He was extremely agitated. The one that somewhat recognized his name was half in doubt, while the one that didn't recognize him decided to violently put Jitae on the spot. I'll apologize and resolve what happened just then to a satisfactory level. What does that even mean? Right now, it's an incident of an unauthorized use of ability of a cadet. Stay right there, I'm going to call the sentries. While the staff temperamentally called the sentries, Jitae looked back at Keel. He then placed his hand on top of the golden hair of Keel, who still didn't know what to do. Are you okay? Ah, ye. Yes, good, there's nothing to worry about. It seemed that she needed a conversation. After a few minutes, someone from the sentries arrived. The management staff appeared to be someone that stayed angry for a long time. He shouted loudly about how they were so late, but suddenly turned frighteningly polite once the sentry did arrive. The sentry that arrived after hearing the name, Jitae, was none other than Salardo Leo. With a large build that exceeded 3 meters in height and wearing sparkling metal plates of armor, the man raised his war hammer and scratched his hair with his hand. What brings you here personally, sir? Pushing the bewildered management staff to the side, Salardo walked up to Jitae. He then gave an awkward smile. It's you again? For some reason. Yes, how is your body? Do you think it'll be back to normal already after being smacked like that? His voice had a hint of remaining grudge. The giant had a small heart. It seemed the management staff were in shock. One of the staff members that finally became certain of who he was whispered it into the ears of his comrades, which caused their shock to escalate even further. After the giant heard everything about the situation, he realized what was happening and ended the whole ordeal with one sentence. Aish. You people, it's not even something important. Since things had turned out like this, spirit beast registration and whatnot were no longer important because the sentries will take care of it. Thus, there was no longer any reason to shift the blame to other people. Management team, make a proper announcement about the disinfection period, please. The giant settled the situation with that and turned around. Are you okay? On the way back, he asked Keel, who was blank. Yes, I'm fine, sorry, thank you, I made a mistake. I wasn't trying to do that, I'm really sorry, she murmured with a blank expression. It seemed that she was fairly shocked. The mana just then was extremely sharp. She almost attacked people and almost killed them. I'm fine. She looked like she needed a conversation. Chapter 138, My Guardian Deity 4, Time Creates an Existence. This was the reason dragons, who lived for thousands of years, became one of the strongest races, and at the same time was the reason young dragons were weak and delicate. I'm actually fine. You know, Keel said to Jitae. No one said anything. Yes, it's just because you were glaring at me. She laughed, hee. The moment she uttered the words that she was fine, she became better like magic. It had only been a few hours since they came back to the dorm. As if nothing happened, she was nonchalantly taking a chocolate ice cream out of the freezer with a smile. For a long time, he watched her eat. What you eating? Yoram asked after finishing the training session for that day. Wearing a smile, Keel showed the half-eaten ice cream in her hand. Ice cream? Oh, the one we bought yesterday? It's super delicious. I'm gonna have mine as well. I don't think there's any left. What? Why? We bought 4 to have 1 each. Keel's eyes drew a curve and traveled down. She checked the number of ice creams she had eaten with the number of empty packs that were inside the rubbish bin. Did we? She tried to stealthily stand up with an awkward smile when a frown appeared on Yoram's face. My dear sister. Yes. There's no way you ate all those 4 damned ice creams by yourself. Right? Mommy. Keel saw the eyes of a murderer and urgently ran away. There wasn't even a need to check the freezer. Why would you eat all that, you idiot? Shouted the boar as it chased after a baby chicken. A scream echoed across the other side of the house. Just like that, everything around Keel appeared normal. That was the same reason why no one, including Jitae, had been able to see through what was going inside BYS mind in the 4th iteration. Ever since coming back, Chirpy the baby chicken buried itself inside the blanket and stayed there. It even peed on the bed, so Keel had to clean it with the spell, Cleanse B. Frightened, the baby chicken was sick and Keel looked after it the entire day. When she did leave the room, she was wearing a smile, but Jitae saw through it. Because she was still young, the mask she formed wasn't perfect. Dude, your heart's beating a bit weak though. Are you all right? It's because you're harassing me. No you retard, not that. Back in the 4th iteration, he didn't have a convenient tool like this. Of course, I'm fine. Eyes of Equilibrium, SS, her authenticity was at false. It was an extreme false at that. If this wasn't the 7th iteration, Jitae would have lacked the knowledge to realize her situation. And if this was the 4th iteration, he wouldn't have known how to see through her mind and chat about it. But since this was the 7th iteration, he had a way, cooking, after hearing the Regressor's request. Bomb tilted her head. Did you want me to help you cook? Yeah, she curiously asked. What kind of food is it? He still remembered it because of its unique name. It was called Offering for Eternal Peace, something which the gold dragon occasionally requested of her exclusive chef in the 4th iteration. It's the first time I'm hearing it. Did something happen to Keel? By any chance? It's nothing important. No need to worry about it. Bomb looked into his eyes with an indifferent expression and a gaze that tried to look deeper within. When he looked back thinking what this was about, she gave a faint smile and asked with her usual light tone. And the ingredients? He still remembered them. Several vegetables and extremely fatty meat, some other special ingredients and a blended mix, as well as a unique sauce. The problem was that he didn't know whether it would taste good or not. But since they liked Baum's food at least, wouldn't the end result be quite nice if Baum helped out? After buying the ingredients, they began cooking. The regressor slowly cleaned and cut the meat and the vegetables before placing them into the mixing bowl. He swirled the killing intent like the blades of a blender and ground them into fine particles. Finally, he threw the secret ingredient in which he also ground into fine powders. The blended pieces of meat and vegetables were mixed with other liquids and solids, creating the texture of soy pulp. Because of the fatty gelatin, it looked like jelly before being boiled. At this point, it was just healthy food, and the most important factor was the sauce. In order to replicate the spices of Ascalipha, Baby Yellow endlessly compared all the spices available on Earth and came to a conclusion. The closest result she had was by mixing powdered garlic, salt, basil, and ghee. The issue here, however, was that he didn't really know the ratio. Baum grabbed a pinch or plucked those spices and herbs before having a taste. She stayed still and contemplated the flavor with an indifferent expression. Can you make it? I don't really know, I guess. Something similar could work. No one else would know if Baum didn't. He had no choice but to trust her senses here. After boiling all the ingredients, she added the sauce. Unexpectedly, it gave off a rather familiar scent. The ingredients that resembled a jelly melted from the heat, which resulted in an extremely thick soup. Using a spoon, he had a taste. It had the savory flavor of meat but overall contained a healthy flavor. He asked Baum for her evaluation. It's good, it's tasty, but it might be too bland for Kiel's tastes. She had the same opinion as him. Fortunately, there was another tasting judge peeking her head out from behind the kitchen door. She asked when their eyes met, "What is it?" "Oh, Jael's here. Would you like to try it? It's something Ajasi made." The child gazed up at Jitae. Unintentionally and unknowingly, the tasting judge was being bribed by the cook. Baum lifted her up and placed her on the seat, before giving her a spoonful of the soup. Nom nom, Jael had a mouthful of soup. "How is it?" She didn't say anything in response, but the smile on her face was extremely bright. The evaluation of the tasting judge was very positive. Is there more? It was so positive that they had to cook another pot. The regressor carried the finished soup to Kiel's room. She was lying on the bed watching the baby chicken, who was the same as before. Eyes closed. The baby chicken shivered with its head buried into the blanket. "Ooh, what's this smell? Have some of this and take a good rest." She turned around and looked at Jitae. As always, she was wearing a bright smile and a sparkling gaze. "What is it?" "A soup. We made it together." "Yua, it smells amazing. Did you make it with Baum and me?" "Yeah." After he carried it to the table, she came and sat on the chair. "But what's the soup for? I'm full 'cause of the ice cream, though. Just eat it." "Aki." With a spoon, she scooped up the thick soup and carefully carried it to her mouth. Meanwhile, he looked at her face. Perhaps thinking that it was something tasty, she hummed, but the moment she placed the spoon into her mouth and savored its flavor, her humming stopped. Before long, her golden eyes slowly turned whiter. Her fluster erased the smile on her lips. Kiel looked at him. In the fourth iteration, while BY was enjoying a vacation on a personal beach in bikinis, Jitae discovered a man filming her in secret with a large camera. He made the paparazzi's face into a mess. "Oh my, I'm fine, but..." Baby Yellow was benevolent to him. "Just don't do it from now on, okay?" Bai of the fourth iteration always smiled in front of others. She was a kind child when she was young, and after she aged, she became a kind celebrity. It was to the point that the Times newspapers decorated their first page with the headline, "The word kind was made for Baby Yellow." As she gained more and more fame, the company tried harder to have that image built in. So unlike normal top celebrities, she personally went to militaries and performed there. After visiting superhumans that were carrying out a war for a very long time in the fissures, Bai consoled them with her beautiful songs. A public image was hard to build and maintain because one had to diligently show an attractive side. The best method was to reveal their personality as is, but unfortunately, BY's personality was changing over time. The longer something took to build, the easier it was to crumble. Bai, who felt greatly pressured from single malice, became a person that couldn't afford to make mistakes at all costs, and because she was a dragon, she didn't make a single mistake. She gradually became more perfect as she built up her experiences with age. One day, during a military performance in a certain fissure, BY was met with a fairly big problem. To be exact, it wasn't BY's mistake. What became an issue was what her parrot said, as it copied the words BY said during her intoxication. It was a quiet parrot until then, but for some reason, it spoke of words that should never be said in front of a camera, words that were extremely vulgar and violent. At the time, the incident was glossed over nicely, but that wasn't the case for some people. Everyone already knew that the parrot was BY's favorite pet, so criticisms and ridicules of BY quickly spread to every corner of the internet. Dirty and vulgar woman. A psychopath. Crazy bitch. Bai, who deeply immersed herself in those hostile words, had her watch confiscated and was locked in a tent with all the schedules cancelled. Inside an SS-ranked large fissure, Bai, who was locked up in a fancy tent, called here and there with a pitiable voice and apologized. Whenever they met, she apologized to Jitae as well, but fortunately nothing happened apart from her sorrow. But one night, in the middle of the night, she woke up and suddenly opened the storage of the tent. It was locked with a padlock, but she forced it open with her nails. Then, she glared at the parrot who was in quarantine. Soon, her white hands strangled the parrot's neck and squeezed it. The bird was unable to resist. Right before its thin neck was about to be crushed, Bai released her shivering hands. When Jitae rushed into the tent after sensing something strange, she glared at him with congested eyes. Oi, why? What did you do just then? I don't know. Are you crazy? I don't know, just go outside for now. I want to be alone. Wake up, we have to leave this place soon. I get it. So just go outside, please. He felt somewhat ominous, but Jitae back then only prioritized her safety and refrained from doing anything apart from that. But he heard Bai whispering something to herself throughout the night. Back then, the company in fact cared more about her mind than Jitae. A counselor or a massager would come during the day and care for her, and unlike nighttime, BY conventionally listened to their orders during the day. That wasn't the end. Offering for eternal peace was sent from outside the fissure, mixed with the military munitions. The jelly-like soup inside the plastic container was sent by the company with the help of her exclusive chef who knew BY's favorite dish. At the start, it looked like jelly, but became the thick soup BY loved after he heated it back up at the military kitchen. Holding the soup, the regressor headed into BY's tent, but the moment he walked in, Jitae felt extremely irritated. BY wasn't there. She went missing that day. On the floor, there was a cross drawn in red blood. Looking at that symbol, it seemed that she had been abducted by the demon organization. Blood Cross. Blood Cross was a human trafficking organization located throughout the world, a wicked group that focused on women as its target. In the fourth iteration, Jitae was ranked third. However, the rank was given because of his contributions at war more than his individual power. So there were countless superhumans in the world that could hide from his senses around the globe. I should kill them all or something. Hiding the irritation soaring through his throat, the regressor turned around. Throwing the soup into the alternate dimension storage, he flew up into the air. After flying high above, he looked into the distance. There were large forests and mountains in front. This was an SS-ranked dungeon. It was similar to the ancient forest, and no one knew what lay near the end of it. The area they mapped out was at least 4.95 million square kilometers, which was roughly half of China. Beyond the end of the extensive forest, he could see the endless horizon past the mountains. There has been no signs of anyone having left through the dungeon entrance. Got it. After receiving the report, Jitae heaved a deep sigh. From now on, he had to look for BY in this wide and unknown land of danger. Swallowing the profanities inside, the regressor moved. Chapter 139, My Guardian Deity, 5, we have received a response from the Association regarding our request for cooperation. 42D, 17C. See, the numbers went on and on. Raiding an exceptionally large dungeon was like a war. There were strict, systematic frameworks in place, and there was a restriction on the available pathways. All army troops had a military objective. Instead of simply fighting, the objectives ranged from constructing bases and trenches to sending supplies and being decoys for monsters. Because of that, no one was allowed in from outside unless permitted. In order to move privately, they had to receive permission from the troop guarding that area. As soon as they received news, the security team sent a message over to Jitae. Who's the one in charge of 17C? It's Major Joe Eugen from Joint Affairs Team. Got it. Get the best communication device possible. I'm moving as fast as I can. Our device won't last. The headquarters does not wish to provide support. Will there be a different method? Look for Commander Myung and tell him For Life is in need of assistance with the communication device. Tell him it's related to subjugating the Blood Cross. Sorry, For Life, A to C. Commander Myung? Oi, you bastard, just do what I say. Is it time to muck around? Ah, yes, understood. We don't have time. Secure it, hurry. Yes, sir, For Life. It was the alias he was using in the 4th iteration, the name of the 3rd ranker worldwide. He discarded that name and face the moment he became the bodyguard of the Gold Dragon and also disguised his identity as a random, decently powerful superhuman. In order to be a mere bodyguard of a celebrity, he had to hide his identity as a top ranker. But now wasn't the time for that. After entering the forest, Jitae met the major of the base troops holding 17C. We haven't caught any sign of demons having moved from our communication network or our radar. She spoke with a gaze of doubt. Is it true that BY has been abducted? Just stay put with your mouth shut. Do you think I need to explain every single thing to you right now? Although the major was discontent, there was an approval given by the commander already, so she closed her mouth. Once the security fences were lifted, he ran forward without turning back. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes and extended his senses to the extreme. To feel traces of the Gold Dragon, he could certainly feel it. However, the physical distance between them was considerably large, and she was going further away rapidly in real time. How in the world were they moving this fast? A stealth movement-type demon, huh? There would be troops nearby with great superhumans in them, as well as monsters whom they were fighting against. Despite that, the trace of the dragon was leisurely moving through them. Above the forest with trees that were 100 meters tall were S-ranked monsters. Sky Race. It would take more time to go above so without any other choice. He had to go through the forest head-on. I'm Captain Cordua of 119F, Mr. Yu. I heard you were a great superhuman, but in order to go through here, we must go through the battlefront. I'll go immediately. Make them follow me if you so wish. Sometimes, there were superhumans who tried to use Jitae to turn the battle to their favor, but since that was the shortest path, he had to be used by them. He lifted a massive longsword from his dimensional storage. It was a level 4 artifact borrowed from the Association as a new VIP. Conviction of Ancient Soldier, it was an unbreakable sword. Front side, 1 tribe of red-haired trolls, 37 in number, shouted the operator. The ranked trolls were already prepared for the fight behind the bushes. Red-haired trolls were generally at least 2.5 meters tall, and tribes always contained a tribe leader and a great warrior. Jitae aimed for the monster who was a head taller than others. That was the great warrior. Pat, he kicked off the ground as hard as he could. Coarsely, Mana crushed the ground as he quickly rushed forth. Kwuwak, the troll shouted and swung its 2-handed club at Jitae. If he were to contest that, he had to be ready to suffer a loss. However, Jitae did not fight it head-on. He didn't have time. Sword of Giant Soldier, AA, second form, Wrecking Ball, his body was flung forward like a missile. Kwang, the Conviction of Ancient Soldier, crushed the troll's club from the front as the large metal club shattered like glass fragments. His palms felt like they were being torn apart, but without caring about that, he crushed the troll's head alongside its weapon. Let alone the trolls, even the soldiers were shocked from the strike. Charge, hearing their commander's voice. The soldiers each deployed their blessings and skills to rush forward. Agitated from the death of their great warrior, the trolls shouted, Gyurararara, Gyurararara. Their muscles exploded in volume as thick veins were revealed in full display. Since he had to go past them as fast as possible, Jitae headed to the most dangerous area, the place where he would be surrounded by trolls in all 4 directions. Smacking the club that was flying at him with his arm, he swung his sword. His strength was ridiculous, and at least 1 troll was crushed every time he moved his arm. The ones that tried to block with their clubs were destroyed along with their weapons. That was when another club struck him at the back of his head. It was a great jolt, enough to have someone's eyes pop out. But after reaching the fourth iteration, his physical body was that of a monster and his eyes remained in their sockets. While bleeding from the back of his head, Jitae turned around at the troll that just attacked him. Only the handle remained from the previous club, so the troll took a step back in a fluster. He reached out and squeezed the troll by the skin. What awaited the head after being pulled was a sword. The troll was stabbed in the head. Jitae ripped the stomach of another troll and bisected another troll's arms into two, and another one was slashed into two from the head down to the neck. A troll whose brain had been completely destroyed couldn't even be saved by their unique regenerating ability and died powerlessly. The nearby trolls had already been killed. After standing still for some time, he heaved deep breaths in and out and glanced across the battlefield. The shock on the back of his head still caused his gaze to wander. Trolls, bodies, corpses, 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 bodies, trolls, soldiers, great warrior, tribe leader, and he ran. "Mr. Yu, where are you going?" It was the voice of the captain, but he ignored it. He wasn't here to fight. The troll camp was already in chaos and there was a decent way out, which he was now following through. "Kuek! Aak!" Sharp screams were heard from behind. Thick weapons crushed the legs of a soldier. The battle became harder when he distanced himself from the stalemate. Whatever the case, that had nothing to do with him. Several hundred meters after he left the battlefront, his walkie-talkie rang. "Sir, we have gotten approval from Commander Myung Yongha. Next is 93F. What's the area currently like?" They're in the middle of a fight, however. 93F is suggesting that we go to 117N instead. He frowned. He had to go through 93F because that was the shortest path according to the map. Why? Apparently, there's a sword forest. Yet again, he felt irritated. A sword forest out of everything? He could understand the recommendation of the troops. Sword forest was a mutated landscape. Physical bodies of dead swordsmen succumbed to the ground and rotted beneath. Stained mana under the name of grudge would then move, seeking for a place to gather. At the place where their grudges gathered would be tall stalks of grass, but as if to vent their spirits, they were always in the shape of blades. Dancing under the wind, they would slash anything that walked over the land. That alone was annoying enough, but the problem was that this place had monsters that weren't impacted by the blades of grudge. Namely, they were specters, ghosts and devils. There would probably be superhumans of the holy type confronting the ghosts. So, currently we are in touch with 117N. Any words you would like to tell them, sir? Nothing, just cut communication with them. Sorry, we'll use 93F. Are you going to make me say it twice every single time? Cut it, he shouted like the growl of a tiger. It was the first time hearing Jitae shout for the one on the other side of the call. Despite working under him for over 10 years. "You understood." Sir, Jitae rushed towards the sword forest. Each step of his caused the world around him to rapidly change. He soon came across another troop. "This is Jitae. Please cast a divine spell." Ah, yes, a saint-type superhuman walked up and used her blessing on Jitae. Gentle light seeped into his body. "Mr. Jitae, the wounds on the rear and the back of your head are severe." During the blessing, the saint spoke with a worried expression. "You are bleeding a lot. It's fine. How about you recover before you go? It won't take more than 5 minutes. The sword forest will make you bleed a lot as well. Please, stop babbling and give me holy water." The saint and other superhumans were shocked by his attitude. He was acting without any manners. Seeing them stay still, he revealed his irritation on the outside without hiding as he walked to the statue of a goddess. "Mr. Jitae?" He then plucked the bottle of holy water that was inside the statue's hand. "Mr. Jitae, what are you doing? That's something that shouldn't be used like that." Without saying a word, he kicked off the ground. Although the superhumans ran in trying to grab him, he was faster and quickly he distanced himself from the encampment. Meanwhile, his hands opened the flask and he drank it in one go. The saltish flavor of holy water spread in an instant as something hot began surging inside his body. In front of his eyes was a forest darker than black, sword forest. Into the ominous aura, he ran in. On the ground were blades shaped like grass slicing his feet, ankles, and knees, while trees shook their branches in the air trying to dice him into pieces. He zealously blocked them with conviction of ancient soldier and used his mana to parry them away. He created sparks throughout his run. It was when he was about halfway past the sword forest that he was nearing his limit. A blade swept across before he realized it and scratched past his cheek. His skin was ripped as blood flowed out. Meanwhile, another blade tore one of his ears. He could feel the cartilage in his ear breaking. There was no need to even mention his arms and wrists. Already, there were dozens of scratches and wounds. His gray security clothes and the outer garments were already painted in blood and had already turned black. Even then, he didn't stop. Slowly but surely, he could feel himself closing into the trace of the gold dragon, but at the same time, he could feel the blessing and the holy water losing its power. Damn it, it was 3 minutes from now at max. During that time, he had to break through Sword Forest because if he didn't, he would be surrounded by extremely cumbersome enemies. His feet came to a stop. Finally, what was to come had come. Shiek, there was a reason why 170 highest-ranked superhumans were struggling for over 3 weeks. Crimson eyes fluctuated behind the sword forest, and there were at least 30 pairs of eyes. Those red eyes looked at one place. Soon, they widened their eyes by a little bit. It looked horrendous, but from the ghost's perspective, it was a worship. At the same time, a figure of a person began walking towards him from the depths of the forest. That thing was a colony of ghosts. As a mix of countless ghosts, it was an S-ranked mid-boss, who at the same time was the owner of the sword forest, born from the graves of countless swordsmen. It came closer, the human-type monster with not a single bit of flesh, who only had skin on top of its bones. On one of its hands was a black, half-melted longsword. Sword Ghost, the owner of the sword forest, finally revealed itself. Chapter 140, My Guardian Deity 6, Observing the opponent, estimating how they'll move. Looking for a gap, there was no such thing. Jitae ran in and swung Conviction of Ancient Soldier. Kwang, the sword ghost, blocked it, resulting in massive sparks. As their fight began, Jitae was made to look into its disgusting face. With the astonishing strength fitting an S mid-boss, the sword ghost pushed his sword away. Despite being a regressor living his 4th life, he was helplessly pushed back. It didn't give him any chance to restabilize and immediately ran in. The sword, half mingled with darkness, had an unpredictable length and range to the weapon. He thought he blocked it, but the darkness embedded within the sword flowed down before scratching Jitae's neck like the claws of a beast. His powerful physique was torn apart. Parrying the sword, Jitae tried to decapitate its head. However, the sword ghost's lower body turned into a dark mist and immediately distanced itself. The Conviction of Ancient Soldier ended up slashing nothing but thin air. Its movements were mysterious, and due to its unpredictable nature, the sword ghost was already in the air above him before his eyes could follow it. After a turn in the air, the ghost slashed down with its sword. Even the trajectory of the sword was extraordinary. If he were to try to block it, he could. But should he? If he were to try to dodge it, he could. But should he? Or else? Quickly making a judgment, he stabbed the sword whilst blocking the opponent's sword at the same time. The sword ghost's sword, which he couldn't fully parry, swept past his shoulder, and his left shoulder muscles screamed out in pain. Nonetheless, the attack was effective. Conviction of Ancient Soldier had stabbed one of the eyes of the sword ghost. However, that became a problem. Since its eyes were hollow in the first place, it didn't damage the ghost, and instead, the sword was stuck inside its skull. To the monster, its head was not a weak point. He tried to pull the sword away, but the sword ghost utilized its mysterious movements again and didn't allow him to create a distance. That was when the surrounding forest moved in a timely manner and began slashing him like a wave of swords. Hundreds of blades scraped past his entire body as pain erupted all around. His left arm lost its sense of touch. Because of that, his mana flow became slightly slower. The mana soaring from his heart traveled across his upper body, through the ripped shoulders, arms, and wrists, before eventually gathering at the tip of his sword. Sword of Giant Soldier, AA, 7th form, Obliterate, Jitae struck the ground with his sword. It created an immense explosion and fragments of sharp mana scattered everywhere, taking the blades with them. Everything within 10 meters from him were all crushed, including the metal trees. The sword ghost hastily distanced itself, while bleeding from his entire body. Jitae bit his lips. His breaths were short. After reaching a certain level, superhumans were able to estimate their opponent's power level. Jitae predicted that the sword ghost was weaker than himself. However, it had a profound understanding of swordplay, and the landscape was negatively impacting him. He thought to himself, if he were to destroy all the trees nearby one by one, he would be able to remove the landscape. He could fight with more leisure and figure out the weakness and common habits of the opponent. If he so wished, he could use all his leftover power to immediately kill the sword ghost. However, he didn't do so. He had no time to waste destroying trees and observing the opponent, and the road was still too long for him to use all his power here. Because of that, he had to kill the sword ghost with the least amount of power necessary, within the least amount of time. It was easier said than done. Jitae took a deep breath in. Time and power. Catching two birds was excessive greed, and there would definitely be a negative side result following such greed. Wishing for his body to be safe on top of saving both time and power was him being overly greedy, and the regressor was aware of that. In any case, he just had to stay alive. Choosing from the best of the best, he used the most suitable authority he had. Seven-headed dragonification, S. It was an authority he gained by killing a boss of a hidden dungeon at the start of the 4th iteration. At the same time, it was the authority which had been in the hands of Oscar Brzenk, the official rank 1 worldwide in the 3rd iteration. Pure blood, his heart began pumping blue blood. His entire body began sensing every single thing surrounding him. The sense of sight allowed him to look further and deeper, and everything hazy became clear. The sense of smell made him smell the odor of mold and moss behind the dense odor of blood and corpse of the sword forest, and strange feelings that couldn't be felt until now were being sent to the brain. This was what was referred to as sixth sense. With this, he would be able to instinctively distinguish between attacks that had to be avoided and those that could be allowed. He just had to not die. Jitae moved his body. After exactly 1 minute, after 50 exchanges, conviction of ancient soldier ripped through the sword ghost's heart. It murmured something even after falling down, so he crushed it beneath his feet. This was the end. However, it wasn't a clean victory. By the time he left the sword forest, Jitae's body had countless swords popping out like an echidna. Once he left the forest encroached in darkness, a comparatively brighter forest welcomed him. He forced those swords out one by one. His entire body ached as if it was on fire, and his skin and muscles screamed out in pain. It was painful. For the first time in a very long time, he sincerely thought to himself that it was painful. His muscles and joints felt disjointed. A rest of 1 or 2 days would not be enough to fully cure his broken body. Drip, when he pulled out the blades that were clogging up his vessels, blood raced out like a broken dam. He took an elixir out from his dimensional storage and rubbed it randomly onto his body and swallowed the rest. Because of the sheer mana capacity of his body, he couldn't expect a full recovery on his mana, but it could help him restore all the lost blood at least. Only a half of the front was visible. Jitae touched his eyes. His entire body was full of blood, but there was something more gooey next to his eyes. It seemed that some fluids had come out from his ripped eyeball. He once again examined his body. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. It was thanks to his sixth sense allowing him to notice attacks that had to be dodged. Thanks to all that, he wasn't too far off from the gold dragon. Yet again, he moved forward. Sometime in the distant past, Jitae was a human, an extremely ordinary human. In fact, he was slightly less talented than others. From a young age, he wanted to be stronger. But after his body was controlled like a puppet in the 2nd iteration and was made to murder his lover with his 2 hands, he became more desperate. The 3rd iteration was him living every single day, simply to become stronger than the day before. He practically buried himself and dedicated all his time in dungeons for over 20 years and lived with his life constantly on the line. He was such a normal human, who had lost many things from the 3rd iteration. After reaching the 4th iteration, Jitae became a human who was extremely distant from common sense. Simply put, he was a psychopath. What the gold dragon was thinking and the psychology behind her life had nothing to do with him. Isn't it fine as long as she didn't die no matter what? That was the only thought he had in mind. And when the gold dragon was abducted like this, Powerlessly beyond his control, he had to feel the same emotions he felt at the start of the third iteration. Despite trying desperately to become stronger, he was still this weak. In order to stop the apocalypse, he had to become stronger. That's what he thought back then. He went on for 3 days and nights. He came across monsters and either killed them or broke past them. During the sprint, the regressor did not think about the gold dragon at all. He merely blamed and reprimanded himself. The third iteration was truly garbage. BM, Mayang Yangha, and even Yang Yongkook, the current family head of the Yang household. Whoever it was, the gifted ones were always either as strong as him or stronger than him. He fought fiercely, vomiting blood. He sacrificed his flesh and crushed his bones, wishing to become stronger. When he was stuck inside a monster's mouth, his body broken by the teeth and smothered by its saliva, he would fight back by ripping its tongue. When his wrists broke on top of his sword, he would crunch the neck of the monsters with his teeth and kill them before they did. When his legs were broken and his lower body paralyzed, he would hold onto the horns of the beast and dig his fingers into its eyes. Even then, he was weak. Thinking about all that, the regressor felt something dark like the head of a black monster wriggling within his heart. It was stuck in his throat. Upon closer inspection, it was similar to self-hatred. The feeling he hadn't felt for the last 10 years was rearing its ugly head back up and made him feel like he would go insane. That was when he received a message. "Sir, this place, restricted entry." By comparing this dungeon's size to China, it could be said that he had crossed 80% of the country over 4 days and nights. At this point, he was closer to the boss monster's lair than the encampment, and communication became harder as he went further in. "Please, take care." He thus turned the device off. This place was the front line, and he felt the trace of the gold dragon from a place not too far from here. The dragon had stopped at that place from yesterday. However, there were soldiers stopping him from entering when he arrived at the front line. "Stop there, please." A man and 2 women. Hanging on their chest was a brooch of a golden bull, with strange horns resembling weapons. Vanguard SD. They were the frontline squad under the International Hunter Association. At the same time, they were in the lead at creating the path from the front line to the heart of the dungeon, with every agent being at least in the top 10,000. "We have received a note from the command center. Our commander especially wished for us to take care of you, and we do understand that you are a great superhuman. However, we do not know what sort of danger there is beyond this place. Please listen to our orders hereon and tread carefully. Although we do not know where you wish to go to, we cannot allow anyone to move privately beyond this area." Jitae thought to himself. The standard moving distance of the shock troop was 150 km, but the encampment of the shock troop, Vanguard SD, should be 220 km to the east from this place. In other words, it was highly likely that this group of soldiers were scouts. There was a clear limit on the distance that could be traveled with communication devices. It was the same as how the device provided by Mayang Yangha could not reach his current location. And the standard moving distance was the same as the distance coverable by the communication device. "Okay, so if you were to kill them here, let's first go back to our camp. No one will know. This way, please." And the regressor did not want to waste time. He swung his sword as the man's head dropped and rolled on the floor. Immediately, the other 2 women struck back. One of the women drove a sword in through his rib cage. The strike was so fierce that the forest and trees behind him were caught in the aftershock. However, he did not die. Although it was close to the heart, it had barely missed it. He decapitated the woman. Meanwhile, the other side instinctively shot an arrow at him. Dozens of arrows dug into his muscles and joints, and soon they exploded and caused his body to stiffen. However, that wasn't enough to fully stop his movements. The moment his body was able to move again, he approached the woman and took her bow. He then threw the woman to the ground. Her neck was broken as a yell left her mouth. Superhumans did not die just from having their neck bones broken. Jitae crushed her neck with his trembling hands. "Uck! Q-huck!" The opponent grabbed onto his wrists in an attempt to pull them away. Her sharp nails ripped his wrist but also broke her own nails. Her frightened eyes were staring at him, but he didn't think much of it. But at least, his head that was about to go insane was slowly going back to normal. His current decision was efficient, as if to prove that. The woman's body soon stopped and they turned quiet. Even if his life was short, Isn't it fine if it is as efficient as possible? Consoling himself with that thought, the regressor lifted his body. The corpses were all scorched behind him. When Jitae finally came across Baby Yellow's presence, she was inside a cave at the very end of a mountain range. Although the battered man stumbled forward, there weren't any signs. Being cautious of an ambush from the demons, he carefully walked forward with his hand tracing the wall. But for some strange reason, he couldn't feel any demonic presence. All he found there was a large monster. There were gold scales covering its body, with strong tendons and muscles in the front and back legs. If it were to fully expand its large wings, they would be able to cover any random building. Its gaze overflowed with dignity, and the sheer difference of class in their existence itself was enough to oppress Jitae. There was a gold dragon. Jitae opened his mouth with a sigh. You need to get scolded. Chapter 141, My Guardian Deity, 7. There were no demons there. Only the gold dragon was gazing down at Jitae. The abduction was just an act scripted by Bai. It finally all made sense. If she were showcasing all the dignity and class of a dragon, the sky race would have made way without daring to fight back. There would have been nothing stopping her, and she would have been able to fly in the sky, away from the eyes of others. After understanding everything, he sheathed his sword. What is all this about? With an indifferent expression and an apathetic voice, he spoke, Go back to human form. The large body of the gold hatchling decreased in size and was soon replaced by her human form, but BY wasn't wearing any clothes. As her bright and untainted golden hair fluttered, BY opened her mouth with a wry voice, sitting collapsed on the ground. Not surprised at all? What? Since when did you know that I was a dragon? You don't need to know. Without even bothering to cover her body, she blankly stared at Jitae. Following the rules of a security officer, he took off his jacket and tried to hand it over to her. The jacket was muddled in blood, with countless holes, and was tattered like a rag, but BY didn't receive it. Still vacantly sitting on the ground, she merely gazed up at Jitae with sunken eyes. Wear it. Wear it. Since she still didn't receive it, Jitae walked up and threw the jacket over her shoulders. His feet weren't stable, he was staggering. The jacket was full of blood. When it touched her body, it left a red trace behind on her white skin. Bai, who had been blankly staring up at him, finally lowered her head and gazed at the jacket covering her body and sniffed it. Why did you come? She opened her mouth. To save you from dying? As always, seriously. Get up, you'll hear a mouthful once we go back. You're not doing it here. Yeah, why are you that relaxed? Aren't you mad? Not much. Why? Because you're not dead. BY glared at him with a crooked gaze and opened her mouth. Who do you think you are? It was a sharp voice. His eyes twitched. What am I? You're just a hired bodyguard. It's just a simple contracted relationship between an employer and an employee. And? What and? Put another way, I'm the boss of your company and you're just an employee. If I fire you, you become someone that's totally unrelated to me. But what are you trying to do? Your boss is slightly mental and wanted to take some rest. Who are you to come and stop me from doing so? The wound on his forehead that was about to close up reopened as blood flowed down. He rubbed his eyes to clear his vision. You're not someone special to me. I'm serious. There's nothing special about you, and you have nothing to brag about either. All you did during the past 10 years is just bash a few paparazzis. What's with these ands? Don't you have anything you want to say, talk back, or get angry? Or if you wanted to make me hear a mouthful, then do it. Say something? Postponing the response. He thought to himself, the gold dragon didn't think of him as someone special. Something like that didn't matter a single bit. So what? The important thing here was that she didn't die. Apart from that, nothing was able to arouse any feelings inside him. Don't you have anything to say? Just say it. And yet BY was telling him to say something back. By carrying out a scripted abduction drama was fine, and the fact that he had to cross countless hazards in order to save her was also fine. Those didn't matter, however. Her voice that urged him to speak was slightly irritating. Thus, he walked up and crouched before Bai. Despite the close distance between them, she didn't look away nor did she turn around. For some reason, she was angry and was glaring at him with heavy pants. What, you want me to be angry? Aren't you mad? This doesn't make you angry? Are you like an enlightened hermit? No, but it does annoy me a bit. Why don't you do something then? Listening to her request, Jitae slapped her on the cheek. With the slap, her small head was turned to the side. It wasn't a powerful slap, and she probably knew that too. Never have I wanted to be your special person, so even if you get angry, and even if you think of me as someone under you, I don't really care. You just have to not die. As for the other things, I honestly don't really understand what you're trying to say. Looking back now that he had earned daily lives in the 7th iteration, he was ignorant, abnormal, and didn't have the ability to tell what was correct and wrong as a guardian. So, until the end of the 4th iteration, he didn't regret the attitude he took against Bai. What he did think, however, was that the method itself was wrong, so, without caring about celebrities and whatnot, he locked her up in the underground labyrinth. But there was one thing which he had done right. This is what the company made for you. It was boiling hot, but now it's gone cold. He took out the soup, which was inside a plastic container. In his dimensional storage, it was offering for eternal peace. Due to the chilling spell of the alternate dimensional storage that was casted for preservation purposes, the soup went back to being like a jelly and didn't fall even when he carried it upside down. It's irritating that this cools down like this. I have to guard you and I can't afford to leave the area for something like this, but there wasn't anyone that could do this in the morning. What should I do if you end up in a life-or-death situation when I leave for a little bit? Huh. Blood dripped down from his chin onto the solid soup. You said do something? He threw the soup at the ground in front of Bai. The plastic container was crunched as the solid soup scattered across the floor. You happy now? But that was the end. Jitae walked up and reached out with his hand, which was filled with wounds. Blood was still dripping from his fingertips. Get up, let's go. What, is that all? Yeah, I'm done doing something. So hurry and get up, let's go back. She remained silent. Bai blankly stared at the fragments of soup scattered on the ground, before lowering her head. Turn around, let me wear this properly. Jitae turned around. It was then. A different breathing sound suddenly reached his ears and made him look behind. The small shoulders and the long strands of hair covering her shoulders were shivering restlessly. Bai was sobbing. What are you doing? Be quiet, you're seriously annoying. Do you think? You're like my guardian deity or something. With a voice drenched in sorrow, Bai cried under her breath. If we're nothing special, why would you try so hard to bring me back? Why? Why did you bleed so much? What's with that arrow on your knee? What's with the hole on your chest, and why aren't you saying anything? If you came here after all that effort, why would you hide it and pretend like it's nothing? Even I would be in pain, so why are you? Bai retched her words out in sorrow. You're nothing special to me, so why are you trying so hard to save me? Then, she began picking up the fragments of the broken soup from the ground and pushed them into her mouth. They were covered in dirt and were dirty, but Bai ignored that and pushed them into her mouth. Again and again, endlessly. Sorry, she tearily mumbled. If he had consoled her back then, would the 4th iteration have gone differently? I think I'm the problem. I don't know why I'm like this. Sorry, I'm just so scared of someone hating me. Like a broken dam. She endlessly poured out tears. Despite wiping them with both her hands, her teardrops did not stop. She shoved so many soup fragments that she had to cough and clear her throat in between, but she continued nonetheless while crying. It's just because I'm so weak. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Until the end, he didn't say anything. Ah, I'm so creepy. Why is it so? Bai, who had been pushing those cold fragments into her mouth for a long time, once again covered her face and sobbed. So damn tasty. I must be crazy. For real? Back then, he didn't have the wisdom of hugging a crying child. It's strange. Kiel blankly opened her mouth after having the soup for some time. What is? I was thinking, there's no way when I first ate this. You know, yeah, but it's so strange the more I eat it. This is extremely similar to the one mother used to make for me. Is it? Yes, I love it. How did you make this? To say it's a coincidence. It's so similar. With a vacant gaze, she continued bringing the soup into her mouth for a long time. He stood there without leaving the room and watched her eat. Kiel, who usually had large bites, was currently having small amounts of soup at an extremely slow rate, and suddenly she opened her mouth as a slightly sunken voice left her mouth. Ajasi. Why? Before, by mistake I made a mistake. Sorry, I will go tomorrow and sincerely apologize to them. Right, I almost killed someone, sorry, I know. He suddenly came closer, and I was super surprised so unconsciously But whatever I say, it's nothing but an excuse. Sorrow appeared on her face. My hands still shiver whenever I think back to what happened. Our gold race is really close to humans, maybe that's also why. But I really wanted to protect Chirpy. He was like, frightened and was shivering. How can I send him away? Can you do it, Ajasi? I couldn't do it. No, actually, I don't know. Everything is just my fault. Tears were formed beneath her golden eyes. I'm this child's guardian, aren't I? I'm his guardian deity. In Ascalipha, gold dragons were worshipped as guardian deities of their respective countries. Even if he makes a mistake, a guardian deity shouldn't make any mistakes, right? How can a guardian deity make mistakes? He crouched down next to the child sitting on the chair. From below the child, he gazed up at her and opened his mouth. You did well. I did well. I almost made a really big mistake. It's all right. You can make mistakes, but you protected the baby chicken. I almost killed a person, though. Yeah, but you didn't. You just have to be more careful from now on. If he had more wisdom on how to treat other people in the 4th iteration, he wouldn't have made any mistakes. Keel's concerns shared a percentage of the doubt Jitae used to have in the past. Back then, no one gave advice to Jitae, and he ended up repeating those mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. Yes, I'll help you. While crying, Keel shoved the soup into her mouth, but due to her tears, she was unable to eat properly and was spilling half the soup. He took several napkins out and handed them over to the child. Keel received those napkins and wiped her mouth. Thank you. She once again became teary-eyed. Maybe Ajasi is my guardian deity. Keel blankly laid down next to the baby chicken. Without leaving her room, he sat down on the bed next to her, seemingly in a better mood after crying. She was just blankly staring at the baby chicken. Jitae watched her before placing his hand over her hair. Following a strange urge to do so, he patted the child's head. Following the lines from her forehead, his hand caressed over the gold strands of hair. While he was awkwardly moving his hand, Keel opened her mouth. "NNN, how did you know I liked having my hair caressed? It feels good." Without a response, he continued with what he was doing for a long period of time. At some point in time, her eyes slowly came to a close as she mumbled right before going to sleep. By the way, Ajasi, it feels slightly weird. You know, feeling his touch, Keel mumbled without even thinking. It feels like my mum. Chapter 142. Happy Idol Worship 1. MHMM. That day, for some reason, Bomb wore makeup from noon. After applying eyeliner, she curled her eyelashes and touched them with a mascara. Then she mixed some stuff here and there before adding color around her eye. How is it? You look beautiful, my lady, replied the protector, while carrying a mirror. Jitae reflected on how she looked before the makeup and compared with how she looked after the makeup. It was so faint that he couldn't tell the difference. Unnie, you look super pretty today. Really? Thanks. It's seriously amazing. What's that blusher? This is Keel, who recently became interested in makeup, watched Bomb's cosmetics from the side with sparkling eyes. He was curious about the reason Bomb was wearing makeup. She was usually like air and was very consistent, but acted strange whenever something different was about to occur. There must be a reason why she was wearing makeup all of a sudden, despite them having no plans to go out. And as he had expected, his watch rang after some time. "MYH, sir, have you been well? It's me, Mayung Yongha." It was from Mayung Yongha. This was the first time he was having a private conversation with him ever since they shared their contact details. "MYH, what a bright and happy weekend morning. Have you had breakfast? MYH, take a kimbab similar to sushi roll for yourself. MYH, at MYH, hahaha." Being in his 40s, even his messages gave off a human feeling. Jitae slowly carried his fingers across and typed the reply. "Me, YE's me. What could be the matter? MYH, you know I finally received my vacation, hahaha. Let's plan our trip." Me, MYH, seriously TT, these government bastards don't give me any days off, it's this late already. MYH, an emoticon of a dancing old lady. MYH, an emoticon of a dancing elephant. Me, when's the best for you? MYH, strike while the iron is hot. How about today, right now? So after 30 minutes, Jitae met Mayung Yongha, who was wearing a fake human-faced mask, at a cafe inside Hadeling. He walked into the cafe with his wife and was surprised when he found Jitae. To be exact, he was surprised by Bomb, who was sitting next to Jitae. "Hello." She was wearing an off-shoulder blouse and a pair of jeans. Her white shoulders as well as her collarbones were in display. For some reason, she was also wearing earrings, and those pink flower-shaped earrings flashing beneath her grass-colored hair perfectly suited the meaning behind her name. Iya, she looks really pretty today. No, hahaha, he could now tell why she wore makeup in the morning. Nice to see you again, Bom. Ah, hello, Unnie. With a gentle smile, Bom greeted Myung Yongha's wife. Younghawan, where's Jun-il and Jun-hyuk? Our nanny is taking care of them. We want to have a day off a week just for us. Ah, the baby should be bigger now. Right, of course. Would you like to have a look? While Bom and Younghawan were sharing a conversation, Myung Yongha brought up the main topic to Jitae. There are 2 choices for the family trip. 2 choices? The association gave lodging tickets for a good vacation spot for VVIPs. The maximum number of people available is 20, so we can head there with others if you're okay with that. And what's the other choice? Yes, the other one. I'm not sure if you'll like it, sir, but apparently there's this deserted island for vacation being built north of Las Vegas, which is a hot topic. I've made reservations for it for the time being. A deserted island? Seeing that he was curious, Myung Yongha opened his mouth with a suggestive tone. You see. It's a pretty interesting place. Do you have field warfare experience by any chance, Mr. Jitae? He did, around 90 years or so. That's great, for a few minutes. Myung Yongha explained the vacation spot, which was modeled with the concept of a deserted island. That's how it is, so although the kids would love it, we won't even be allowed to take a good rest. Does that still sound good? Jitae imagined what it would look like. It wasn't that difficult, and he simply placed Jaeil inside the background described by Myung Yongha, imagining how Jaeil would look on a deserted island. It looked fairly promising overall. That would be good. Their drinks were served during their conversation. Bom's drink was a cherry ade, and she naturally lifted the cherry that was placed on top of the drink and carried it over to Jitae's mouth. Here you go. Due to the lack of experience with daily lives, the thought that it might look strange did not hit the regressor instinctively, and he habitually received it with his mouth. Myung Yongha and his wife stared at the 2 of them with intrigue. Oh my, murmured Younghawan with a gentle smile, which suggested that she was enjoying what she was seeing. Then we'll contact you again once we get the schedule. Ha-hat. That evening, he received a call from BM. It's me. Do you have time by any chance? Judging from how BM also happened to have a day off on the day Myung Yongha was free, it seemed that one of the projects of Grand Natural Society had come to an end. Jitae headed to the underground labyrinth. After passing through a deep valley of darkness, past the shallows of the abyss, he finally came across the underground labyrinth. Despite there being no light source, the floor and the walls were all bright, and despite being devoured by the darkness, the sky shone gently above. But today, the inner room was quiet for some reason. The 30-man Special Force agents always ran in like a bunch of dogs while shouting out, "The doctor's here!" But none of them were here today. In addition, the structure of the inner room had been changed. Before, they always laid down on the bare ground under the fragment of paradise whenever they weren't working out, but now, there were dozens of container blocks inside the wide inner room. It seemed that they each prepared their own house. Ah, you're here already. BM welcomed him inside the workshop. There were empty bottles of vodka on the floor, and the person wearing sunglasses appeared very haggard. Young Bongman, please, like I said, I threw that name away. You don't look too good. Yeah, I have been a bit busy these days, and things weren't working out well either. Standing up from his seat, he gave a stretch. Because of his long and thin body shape, he looked like chopsticks. Jitae looked around and observed the workshop. Hundreds of containers had disappeared compared to before, only leaving around a dozen. It seemed that he only left the best of the best. Do you like tea? No. Then coffee or water? It's fine, more than that. I want to see the chimera you made first. BM scratched his unkempt hair. You mean right now? Why, I can't. No, of course you can, it's just embarrassing to show what I did. To think, I would feel like a child having his homework marked at this age, while grumbling. BM wobbled across the room, and Jitae followed suit. On the back wall was a storage, and when BM pulled the blinds that were blocking the way, a large hibernation capsule revealed its gentle blue luster. Inside, it was a young human figure whose gender was hard to tell. There was a hole around where the heart should be. How does it look? Jitae stood in front of the hibernation capsule and stared at the child inside. Soon, the child slowly opened its eyes and looked back at Jitae. When he lifted his hand and placed it next to the capsule, the child also carried its hand to the wall. With the thick glass in the middle, Jitae and the child's hands were overlapped. Why did you do something unnecessary? What was that? Why did you put a light reflex on it? ... Can you see that? BM gave an empty laugh. If you're asking me why I put it on, well, who knows, maybe it's because I wanted to make it look more like a human. Just like what Jitae said, the child inside the capsule was not a living child. It was nothing but an awkward machine acting in reflex after sensing light. I don't really know why. In other words, it was more like a complex machine than an organism. Pull all that stuff away. Don't put something useless inside a human body. I shall. Walking around the storage, Jitae opened up various boxes in search of something. Seeing that, BM once again felt somewhat strange. For some unknown reason, Jitae was only opening the boxes that had the key ingredients inside. You don't have any heart fragments? Yes, no matter how trash and garbage I am, I didn't want to use a human heart. Why are you trying to save face? What? You're not using it because you know it won't work. BM scoffed. In fact, the man was right. It's something he felt whenever he met him, but the man was very difficult to deal with. Despite not having a single bit of respect for adults, he was more like an adult than himself. So BM, who was always treated like an adult wherever he went, felt like a child in front of this man. After checking the ingredients, Jitae opened his mouth. I've seen everything now. How does it look? What do you think? It's a mess, so listen up. ATTN essence 425 ml, 45.3 g of carbon extract from glycine, purple elixir 4.25 ml, glycote and reverse gravity fragment, 32.2 g of refined hydrogen, 11.5 g of nitrogen, and for calcium, 0.18 g from the beak of a raptor and 0.02 g from a human bone. Yes. Those are the basic heart ingredients of an 8-year-old child. Make sure you don't get a single decimal wrong. BM gasped. It was an astonishing compound equation that could never be bought with gold. He didn't need to write it down, because his brain remembered it all. Wait, please wait. If those are the basic ingredients, does that mean you need more apart from those? The regressor nodded. Yeah, and in order to obtain that, you need to go to a slightly dangerous place. What is that thing? At the very summit, there is a seed that allows the dead to breathe. A seed that allows the dead to breathe? He had never heard of it before. Wait, is it that dangerous, even for you? No, just for you. Damn it, he grumbled. I get it, I'll prepare them right now. Yeah, it'll take some time, so don't rush. You're going already? Jitae nodded. In the previous iterations, he wasn't interested in BM and had thus never looked into it, but he had a few questions, including the reason he was trying to make a human-type chimera as well as what he wanted from it. At the same time, BM probably had his share of questions. However, it was now time for the kids to have dinner. Let me contact you once I prepare everything. Yeah. It was when he left the workshop and was about to return to the shallows of the abyss. Something strange entered the corner of his eye. There was something resembling a portrait hanging around the middle of the fragment of paradise, like a large placard. And what was hanging on that placard was Keel's face. Why is that there? When Jitae was feeling doubt from the unexpected situation, someone drenched in sweat left the container and found Jitae. NN, she, who was wearing a sleeveless shirt revealing those tough arms and her broad shoulders, was surprisingly none other than Jitae. Ooh, doctor. Carrying a body that was even sturdier than the memory sent by the clone, Jitae dashed towards him. Her blurry eyes flickered. It's been a while. You too, sir, you hihi. As if she was half intoxicated, Jitae giggled and hugged Jitae before trying to lift him off the ground. Although she was still shorter than him, the arms surrounding his body felt rigid. You came for a round. I wanted to see you. No, I'm not here for a round. For starters, get off. Yes, right, have you been well these days? Of course, with vacant eyes. She giggled and revealed her biceps. I'm getting stronger. I can see it. How is everything? It's not bad. I'm getting harassed every day because I'm bad at these exercises, but I'm trying harder because I'm annoyed. You look like you have a goal now. Yes, I want these old ogres to not be able to look down on me anymore. In the distant future, I'll be the boss of the 30-man special force. He nodded. She looked a lot better than he thought. Despite receiving the light of paradise head-on, she had a firm determination and goal, which proved that she now had a strong desire to improve. Suddenly, Ha-Sitbeol flinched with the same dull expression. Oopsis, you can't tell anyone that, Boss Belbarion. That gorilla woman will be angry for sure. Got it. Scary, scary. My waist will be folded in half easily. Right, that's that. More importantly, Jitae decided to ask about that strange thing. By the way, what's that? Yes, you can't call her that, sir. Even if it's you, doctor, the patients will hate it. She is the idol of our mental hospital. Goddess Yu Kiel. During her speech, Ha-Sitbeol gave a full smile with her loose gaze. The regressor doubted his ears. What? Do you want to have a look, Tojtherer? What? Chapter 143, Happy Idol Worship 2, according to Ha-Sitbeol. It all started during the Happy Comment Squad days. You and our nurse asked us, right? You know, to cheer for our goddess. You-hoo-hoo. Back then, BM brought in dozens of network devices and had asked them to manipulate the comment section. But even then, the 30-man special force agents didn't think much of Kiel. They were just following the nurse's orders. We didn't know her face nor her name. We were just following our mood, repeating good words. Jitae could still remember the things that happened after that. A video of Kiel taken by Bomb had been sent to his device. NN, what's this? Why are you taking a video of me? It's a Q&A. Kiel had her hands on her cheeks and was acting cute, but widened her eyes after hearing the words, Q&A, can you try introducing yourself? What kind of person are you, Kiel? I'm. Bomb asked who she was, where she lived, the food she liked, and so on. Throughout the video, Kiel replied with a bright smile without any sign of falsehood. When BM played that video, Kiel's tweeting voice as well as her refreshing smile replaced the somber mood of the underground labyrinth. Seeing the unpretentious voice of honesty, wide smiles were revealed on the faces of the agents. What do you think, Kiel? About buff superhumans, Bomb asked, before showing her a picture of famous superhuman bodybuilders. They were around 2.5 meters tall and their bodies were covered with explosive muscles. They're so cool. Are they? NN, it would have been super hard to make their bodies like that, right? I think they're super. Outrageously amazing. I see. And my mum liked people with good bodies as well. The special force agents that were watching the video shown by BM felt their happiness increase by twofold. She is cultured indeed. Qcuck. Whenever they smiled, their arms and traps twitched, regardless of gender. Their faces were showing dark smiles. Miss Kiel was it. She's a good, pretty child. She's precious and cute. She's like my daughter. She really is like my daughter. If there are people bad-mouthing her, I would like to have a chat with them in real life. Santos, don't you only have 3 sons? Santos smiled benevolently in response to someone's doubt. It happened last year. My first child is no longer a son. You mean, it is possible to have acquired daughters? Oh God, that's a joyous occasion indeed. In any case, the 30-man special force agents became more active in writing positive comments after coming across the video. And soon, Kiel's name and face gradually began inertially being attached to their lives. There were 2 factors that caused people to move inside the underground labyrinth. One was a strong desire for improvement that controlled the subconsciousness, which was the reason why the special force agents were crazily addicted to exercises, and the other factor was the inertial actions of life. Mr. Nurse, could you please give us a picture of Miss Kiel? What? Her cute face continues to hover inside my head. I feel that we'll be able to exercise better if we see her face. BM was dumbfounded. He deliberately didn't show pictures of their family members to the special force agents, because it would be troubling if they wanted to suddenly leave before the mental contaminations were cured. However, Kiel's pictures should be fine, so BM took a few still pictures from the queue and a video and printed them out for the agents to keep. They are here. When Ha-Sitbeol opened the door of the gym, scorching heat gushed forth. Gwa, chwa. Even during the day, the agents were swinging metal poles as if they were crazy. All around the gym were pictures of Yu Kiel as if she was a celebrity. In fact, one of the lockers was filled with those pictures. Whose locker is that? "It is mine, dear doctor." Q-hoo-hoo. Laughing like a drunkard, the large mestiza woman came to his side. She was the boss of the Special Force agents, Belberion. According to Hasitbiel, there was an incident which caused Kiel's popularity, which had already been on a gradual increase, to increase to a massively explosive level. It was none other than Belberion's SBD 20,000 incident. Before, my records were 48 26 kg bench press, deadlift 72 10 kg, and 74 52 kg squat. For over 4 years, I couldn't cross the SBD 20,000 level because of 600 or so kilograms. Belberion's 2 large fists shivered. The problem is clearly because my 2 arms are that weak. In order to become stronger, I tried zealously for years. Others did increase faintly, but I just couldn't bench press 5,000. It was times like this that made me frustrated for being born a woman with weak arm strength. Now, even her arms began shivering, and for some reason, Hasitbiel's arms also trembled. Her powerless gaze had fluttering madness within. But that day, I was saved. I don't know why, but Goddess Kiel looked for me in my sleep, pew-hoo-hoo, and then she smiled after seeing me. That's when I realized that it was time. 1 RM, the weight I was going for was 54.0 kg. It was 574 kg above my previous record. It would be enough to crush my bones and kill me if I couldn't press it. I was scared, but I called out the name of the goddess. Right. Like this, she opened her large mouth. Yuka Yule. Her thunderous shout shook the gymnasium. The agents who were each in a trance with their barbells were surprised, but soon went back to their exercises while shouting after her. You Kiel, Yua, shatter. All the mirrors that were inside the gym shattered. Their yells were so loud that it made even Jitae frown. What's all this about? In surprise, BM ran into the gym after opening the door and shouted, "You're killing me with this noise. You crazy beings, be quiet." He returned after scolding the patients. The Special Force agents were disheartened. Jitae knew of a similar phenomenon. Ogres would be enraged by the death of their comrades and enter a status called berserk mode. They weren't all that different. Qhum, what a damn strict nurse. In any case like that, I reached SBD 20,062 with the body of a female. Owa, I get emotional whenever I hear this. Our boss reaching SBD 20,000. Goddess. Damn it, Goddess Kiel. Please look after this poor old lamb. Jyaak, I also want to hit SBD 7,000. It seemed that throughout that process, Miss Kiel had become Madam Kiel, before eventually being called Goddess Kiel. Although he was dumbfounded, he thought to himself that it was possible because this was in the underground labyrinth. They were mental after all. Going around the inner room, he looked for traces of Kiel, and it wasn't that hard. All the new rooms, including cafeterias and laundries, were filled with Kiel's portraits. Among them, there was a container block which had nothing inside but a portrait hanging on the wall. It had a gloomy atmosphere, and there were candles burning inside it. Where was this place? To his doubt, Hasitbiel smiled. It's the prayer room. He didn't know what to say. Today's dinner was Korean-style braised beef ribs. He bought it from outside. The salty and savory scent of soy sauce filled the dining room. After having their share of rice, they cleaned the bones by eating everything that was attached to it. Jael, try this as well. What is it? It's a potato, very delicious. Yua, the meat's super tasty, hasty, pasty, face tea. Nuz, nuz. What? Their rustling voices reached his ears. While blankly staring at the kids eating their food, Jitae looked at Kiel. A question appeared in his mind. How did gold dragons go on amusements in a place other than Earth? Like in Ascalipha, the gold race can immerse themselves in the emotions they feel more so than what is required. He reflected on what Baum said in the past. Excessive immersion was a characteristic of the entire gold race, and wasn't limited to just Kiel. They empathize to an extremely deep level with the emotions they feel, as if they become that person. He hadn't ever been to Ascalipha, nor was he able to. The dimension was way too far, however. If that was a place inhabited by humans, it was natural for someone to hold hostility against a gold dragon. And if it was that dangerous, the gold race wouldn't send their hatchlings to the human world for amusements. In other words, it meant the gold race was sending their baby dragons off because it wasn't dangerous even if someone held hostility against them. Yes, After the meal, he asked Bomb, "I'm not too sure, but the gold race are guardian deities, right? They send a message beforehand saying, 'My daughter is going on her amusement. Please take good care of her.'" An adult dragon probably wouldn't word it that nicely. "Take care of her. If you don't want to die," would be more accurate. What happens after that? After that, the royal palace sends someone to welcome us. They probably protect the dragon and help from the shadows so that only good things happen to them. Bomb gave a faint smile. If you think about it, our existence is actually quite the nuisance for humans. It was his first time hearing such words from a dragon. However, Ascalipha is a world with many problems. Dragons act as deterrents of wars, block the gap between the world and the outer dimension, and help sustain the natural cycle. Well, we do those things for them. Is that so? After listening to that much, Jitae was able to find another perspective to the matter. Perhaps the problem laid not with Keel, but with the media and the internet. In the previous and even in the current iteration, he thought the gold dragon was the fundamental problem causing this situation. Her feeble heart, added to the excessively immersing characteristic of her race, was the factor resulting in her death. Those things were outside his control, so he stopped Keel from standing in front of other people, no matter what. But the fact that gold dragons could enjoy their amusements in Ascalipha meant that it was fine as long as their ill thoughts did not reach her directly. If that was correct, the target he was to be mindful of was not Keel, the one with the glass mentality of a mola mola, but the media, which could easily convey hostile thoughts of a stranger from the corner of a room. There was a joke among the high rankers of the past. It was that the internet was scarier than S-ranked monsters. It was possible for them to notice S-ranked monsters even if they were sneaking up to them, but they had no way of noticing the person next to them swearing about them on their device. Mana was the manifestation of will. It was the desire to achieve something acting as an invisible force, but electric transmissions were sent from electrical devices that had no desire. Since electricity itself contained no desire, superhumans were only able to faintly sense it going to and from, and had no way of knowing the content of the message without special equipment or artifacts. That was the reason Jitae was unable to notice Jael unknowingly pressing on the upload button of the video. At the same time, that was also why Jitae of the 7th iteration, who had the power to stand against the entire world, couldn't control the media. The regressor quietly thought to himself, according to this hypothesis, there were two solutions that would positively affect Keel. 1. Restricted relationship with a selected few that had no hostility against her. 2. An environment without the media. The second option was impossible as long as Keel was on Earth, but what about the first one then? It seemed the 7th iteration so far hadn't been meaningless. The everyday cause and effect, which he couldn't even think of due to being immensely distant from daily lives, was slowly being shaped inside his head. It felt quite nice, like a tiny and cramped coffin had been cleared up. Jitae went to Keel's room. "Keel." "Yes, should we make a video message?" "A video message? To whom?" "To your religious fanatics." Chapter 144, Happy Idol Worship 3, Keel inside the video gave an awkward smile at the 30-man Special Force Squad. "Hello?" She repeatedly looked away from the camera and twirled her hair with her fingers, and constantly fidgeted. This is my first time making a video message for someone. Sorry, I can't do this." Her face turned red. All Jitae told Keel was that there were people who loved her. Huck, really? And ever since that, she was in that state and became even more nervous once the camera started rolling. I can't do this, see. Cut it. Cut what? There's no such thing. Jitae's flat refusal inside the video caused the audience to laugh out loud. The 30-man Special Force Squad was currently sitting closely next to each other inside the prayer room, watching the video of Keel. The heavy pants of both male and female inside the cramped container were hot. I heard you were exercising patience. I haven't seen you before, but thank you for looking kindly on me. Holy, I'm being cleansed by her. Heavens, I'm being melted. Like your pens." Santos, who had an erectile dysfunction due to the overuse of roids, showed Judy his middle finger. Living in a hospital would be hard, and exercising would be hard as well. "I don't really know what it's like, but I'll always be cheering for you. please don't be sick. It's been around half a year ever since they were locked inside the underground labyrinth, called the Claws of the Association. The 30-man Special Force Squad had been freer than any other squad in the past. They killed monsters, bashed up criminals, and spent the rest of time with their family at home. Yet those people were suddenly forced into a small location. They didn't perceive it fully because of their unstable minds, but unknowingly. They were slightly sick of it. Due to that, the agents were feeling rather consoled. I hope you stay happy. A gentle smile and a warm voice. Hearing that, Belbarion shouted. From today, our squad is happy. Got that? Yes. Please don't work out too hard and injure yourself. Belbarion shouted yet again. From today, any bastard that overdoes their training will die in my hands. Got that? Ow no. Bell, that's... Being happy was easy, but that was difficult. Their devotion to Keel and devotion to exercise, those two desires clashed head-on as the mental patients pulled their hair out in distress. Ah, but muscles are very cool. I looked into them a bit. You know, you're all bulky and huge. Once again, Belbarion shouted. Ignore what I said just then. Press those weights away, as safely as possible. This is the command of your goddess. Gyuwu, having finally been freed from their agony, the Special Force agents screamed out loud. As if they were having a party at a pub with country songs, they drank water like alcohol and cheered and danced. Once they all began jumping around, the entire container started shaking from its core. The ruckus did not end until BM came and yelled at them. The Regressor showed the response video of the Special Force Squad to Keel. In that 20-minute video, Bell, Santos, Judy, Ha-Sitbiel, and the rest of the 30-man Special Force agents were contesting against each other to introduce themselves to Keel and appealed their affections. I love you. I get stronger seeing you. Don't be hurt from seeing bad people. I got SBD blah 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 thanks to you. Although there were some words that she couldn't understand, she could clearly sense the emotions embedded within. Wearing a blank expression and her mouth vacantly open, Keel watched the video till the end without saying a word. Excessive empathy and immersion. Those were negative aspects that caused Keel to despair at this point in time, but it fundamentally existed for the gold race to be loved and for them to be happy. The video ended and the hologram display turned dark. Drops of tears flowed down her two cheeks. His guess was on the mark. A restricted relationship with a selected few that had no hostility against her caused Keel to feel an unbelievably large sense of joy. Are you all right? Keel swallowed her tears and nodded. She then gave a bright smile, but had trouble holding the overflowing emotions inside as her lips twitched. Soon, she reached her arms out and wrapped them around his waist while he stood still. What should I do? Why? I'm too happy, the child murmured. Suddenly, he started feeling something strange. But since this was the third time he was feeling it, he had gotten somewhat used to it already. His senses that were covered by a thick fog were revived with clarity. The meager arm strength of the child hugging his waist and the fingers that were touching his back vividly reached his brain. It was the same as when Baum was whispering on his lap, and when Yoram was giggling with a cigarette in her mouth in the alleyway. Thank you, Ajasi. He sensed once again the apocalypse visibly going further away. It was 2 days later that BM notified him that he was ready. I'll go if you allow me to. My lord? No, he decided to go himself. This was regarding chimeras, and there were plenty of memories that even the clone had not received regarding them. In the underground labyrinth, in the workshop attached to the inner room, Jitae met BM, who had a serious look on his face. I've prepared everything. Please have a look. BM bit his lips. As the saying went, there was no end to learning. However, him being at this age and position having his homework task checked wasn't the best experience. As always, Jitae walked to the table with an indifferent, non-human-like expression. He then started going through the items BM had prepared. Are they fine? I tried everything I could to obtain these. BM was nervous, but Jitae did not return the reaction he was expecting. Jitae tipped the leather container carrying ATTN essence over the edge of the table. We can't use this. Sorry, what's the reason? It's been 3 weeks since it's been refined. The purity is too low for it to be used for a heart. BM's eyes twitched under his sunglasses. Can't use this either. Jitae pushed the ingredient next to it over the table edge as well. The carbon extract from glycine, the silver spherical object did not fall on the ground and stopped in midair. That one thing had cost millions of dollars. BM unconsciously clenched his fists as his veins protruded out. After lifting the next ingredient as well, Jitae dropped it as if there was no need to look any further. Bongman, yes, you ordered all these, didn't you? BM couldn't reply because he was right. Using all his connections and his authority, BM ordered all the ingredients from governments worldwide. A faint trace of irritation appeared in Jitae's eyes, which had remained indifferent until then. Do you think this is a joke? He grabbed the bottle of purple elixir and dropped it. How dare, then, he dropped the reverse gravity fragment as well. You try to make a heart. Even the essence and the leather pouch of nitrogen, with these rubbish. The calcium was the same. Nothing's usable. Each and every word of his was oppressive and pressed on from above, like an adult scolding a child. Your head's muddled for no reason, even if it took some time. You should have taken your time to prepare something good. It's not easy to create a heart, don't you know that yourself? Can't I be in a bit of a rush? It was then. BM, who felt greatly offended, couldn't control his emotions and opened his mouth. He heard the frightened voices of the chimeras inside his head, but decided that he had to say what was on his mind. He turned towards BM. I started this shit 23 years ago, and 21 years ago. I made the muscles, the skeleton, organs, and the brain. In other words, it was just the heart that he couldn't make for 21 years. People my age are all grown up at this point, and they enjoy their time with their families. Meanwhile, I was stuck in here only doing this stuff. I had two choices, using a human heart and not using it. And my body was already not that of a human, but I wanted to remain a human at heart, so I didn't use any human ingredients. But I got nowhere for over 10 damn years. He stacked failures upon failures for over 10 years, and the sleepless nights he spent trying hard were scattered like dust. BM wasn't able to hold it back any longer. You saw through it straight away. Yes, I used a human as the ingredient as well. Jitae nonchalantly listened to his words and nodded, and it still didn't work. Around 10 years ago, after failing despite going against the principle he had been holding dear inside his mind, BM couldn't endure it any longer and smashed everything that was inside his workshop. But that was all in the past. A human mind was very sloppy, and it even got used to the countless failures over time. Right now, he wasn't expecting it to succeed, and the only thought on his mind was that it would fail no matter what. That was when you suddenly appeared in front of me. You must have it easy, because you are like a god or something, so you treating what I prepared as rubbish might be the same as a god looking down on the offerings of a creation. However, I'm not like that. Can't someone like me be in a slight rush? Jitae's gaze still remained foggy. Only after finishing his sentence did BM come to himself. He finally realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have. The overflowing emotions resembling a teenager's short temper quickly disappeared in a flash. BM started thinking back on the reason he blurted something like that out, but it was impossible to recover the words that had already left his mouth. That was when Jitae opened his mouth. Right, they are all usable indeed. Yes. ATTN essence that was refined 3 weeks ago is still clean. It can be used as an ingredient for anything else. Ah, well yes, since it lasts 6 years. Everything else is the same. They either had impurities or were not fresh. Whatever the reason, they weren't the best of the best. There's no rubbish in the things you've brought. Didn't you call them rubbish? But your mindset that brought these things here is rubbish. Jitae picked up the glycote and reverse gravity fragment that was rolling on the floor. You were trying to make a heart for over 20 years, was it? And yet you're bringing these useless low-grade ingredients when the opportunity is finally here after 20 years. In fact, they couldn't be called low-grade items. They were high-quality items, but it was just that they weren't the best of the best. And Jitae, who knew of BM's position and circumstances, was in fact quite irritated when BM showed him things like these and claimed that he was ready. He was a superhuman that could definitely gather better ingredients by getting on his own feet. But BM was in a rush. Jitae held the reverse gravity fragment tight as it powerlessly crumbled into pieces. Or is it because you think it won't work anyway, and that it's the same as every other failure you've had? No, I never thought such a thing. That's why I asked, or else, how dare you bring these rubbish here in front of me? I'm sorry, let me apologize. BM finally lowered his head. I'll prepare them once again. No, don't bother. Sorry, There's no need to, I won't be doing this. When BM raised his face back up, there was a look of astonishment on it. This wouldn't have happened if you were sincerely desperate. I gave you a chance and you kicked it away. You became complacent in front of the opportunity that came after 20 years. Ah, it's also annoying that you talked about your circumstances. Do I need to know that? Did you expect me to console you if you add reason to that hopeless mindset of yours? BM's hands shivered. Unable to look back into his eyes, he stared at the ground. If you need rent, I'll give it to you another way. There's no need to be disappointed, but do the rest yourself. This matter's done. If you try to talk about anything related to chimeras with me ever again, you either die by my hands or get chased away from this place. The regressor drew a line with a low voice. You'll have to choose one of the two. Chapter 145, Resting Place of Rusted Swords. 1. I have finished receiving it, my lord. Inside an office at Lair, the clone was receiving the memories of what had happened with BM. After taking in all the memories that had been sent, the clone organized them before sending his own thoughts to Jitae. However, there is one question in my head which I dare to ask your wisdom of. My lord, the clone had the ability to share memories with the regressor, but there were certain memories that weren't shared. Mainly, they consisted of things that could affect the clone's personality, and only a portion of them were shared. It was an arrangement made by the regressor to enable a smooth operation of the clone, and memories regarding chimeras also fell into that category. Are you truly wishing to help BM? The clone asked. At the current state, what Jitae had to be the most cautious of weren't dragons nor demons. The hostility from the other side of the horizon of Providence was cumbersome, but that too could be dealt with his abilities. More importantly, what Jitae had to be the most mindful of was the flow of time being shaken beyond his control. That was also why he needed a specific period of time and location in order to kill Wei Yan and Noah. Due to that, Jitae didn't share his power or knowledge with others without a good reason, since he was an existence that could twist the flow of time. Fortunately, the flow of the world had its correction of cause and effect, and the so-called butterfly effect did not exist. However, there were strong causes that could resemble the butterfly effect. Small waves could not dare shake the ocean itself, but, as you are aware of it, my lord, a human-type chimera has the ability to shake the future. It is very dangerous and very destructive. Even in the previous iterations, it was fortunate that BM had failed on repeat, and it is an element that must be eliminated in this iteration, as well according to my knowledge. Human-type chimeras were dangerous. They were immensely dangerous hazards whose danger levels could never be assessed. It was evident from how the ones that had brought BM's alternate world, Arendot, to destruction was a human-type chimera and its followers. However, Jitae did not force BM to give up. Instead, he was giving him an opportunity, practically telling him to try it one more time if he was willing to put the underground labyrinth on the line. That was when Jitae's thoughts were conveyed. Yes, my lord. BM was killed by you in the 5th and the 6th iteration, and in the 3rd and the 4th. He committed suicide straight after the Second Great War came to an end. The reason BM was killed by Jitae in the 5th and the 6th iterations was for him to plunder the underground labyrinth. However, the clone did not know why BM committed suicide in the 3rd and the 4th iterations. And right now, that reason was finally conveyed by Jitae. He looked well-mannered, but it seems that he was a lunatic. The clone gave an empty laugh. The more riches someone had, the more lingering attachment they had to life. Like how Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, searched for the immortality elixir, BM should have had a lot of attachment to life, considering the amount of time and effort he built up. However, BM was the type of person who was living the rest of his life as a bonus. Your will. That was the end of the story. It was when the clone was deeply contemplating the dangers of a human-type chimera, the reason its lord was trying to help BM, as well as the purpose. Jitae suddenly gave a different order to him. Yes, a new shadow, you mean? Jitae ordered him to create a new shadow of an Archduke SS. A level 5 artifact was required to create a new clone, and even Jitae only had one spare level 5 artifact with him. It was hard even for the regressor to obtain them. What was the reason for creating a new clone? As a being containing its own ego. Curiosity struck the clone first, but it did not ask what would happen in the future. The Lord was the one creating the plans. Your will. And the clone was simply a being that followed those plans. After a week, a young boy opened his eyes inside the clone's house. He was a child around 15 years of age and looked similar to Jitae. However, the sharp gaze and atmosphere of the original weren't there, and the child had an innocent appearance. Hello. Clone 1, who was still wearing the mask of a young female woman, Hashimoto, greeted the child. The boy looked up. He was pretending to be tough with a crooked expression, but within his eyes was an undisguisable trace of fear. When their eyes met, the boy looked away. Oi, yes. Any replies? I greeted, hello. The thorny voice seemed to have surprised him. Clone 2 glanced at Clone 1 before carefully giving his response. Hello, Clone 1 felt afresh. By nature, Shadow of an Archduke SS was created based on its owner. Himself was a special case and was different, but the boy in front should be similar to Jitae before going through all the vicissitudes of life. In other words, the boy was Jitae of the first iteration. An innocent boy, defensive and lonely due to growing up without any parents, and a dreaming child who aspired to become a soldier. Why are you glaring at me? What? I said hello, crossing her arms. Clone 1 stared at the pouting boy. How could she turn this into something useful? That was the assignment given to the first clone. The cold snap had ended a long time ago, and even the cherry trees had lost their color. The asphalt was now warm to the touch as the second quarter of the campus competition came to a close. Yoram came first again in the second quarter. Unnie, congrats. Yeah, NN, aren't you happy? No, I am happy. On the outside, she looked composed. She didn't openly boast about it to Bomb or Keel, and sheepishly smiled over it when someone complimented her. Good work. I know. Even when Jitae complimented her, she was seemingly controlling her own excitement. However, her attitude flipped the moment she left Unit 301. Whenever she came across someone that others referred to as her rival at Colosseo, she called them with a shout. Oi, rank! It was so loud that Sophia even ran away without listening to her. Where you going? Come here, you rank 7. What you gonna do about it? You crazy bitch. Let's just see if you come first in the third quarter as well or not. No matter what. I won't come 7th, though. Bomb finished writing her novel till the end and took it down straight after it ended. Her novel wasn't that bad, in fact, and she even received a call from a small publishing company. However, she refused the offer. It was good. Why did you turn them down? Apparently they're a bad publisher. A bad publisher? Yes, they take a huge ratio off of a novel that's not popular and publish it. Actually, my novel wasn't even that good. It would have failed in an open contest. He just thought to himself, is that so? While Bomb started a remake of her own work. Keel, who was now in a better mental state, diligently took her lessons and started playing with her friends again. She also started laughing a lot like before. The baby chicken and Jaial diligently played around and ate a lot. Although they still left the house occasionally, Jitae did not stop them. No one inside Unit 301 knew about it, but the baby chicken had its own clear objective and a goal. Despite being a mere furry ball on the outside, it was quite hard-boiled on the inside. The Regressor decided to watch on for now. While they were buried in their busy daily lives, he received a call from Myung Yongha. Let's go on the trip, Mr. Jitae. Near the end of the second quarter of the competition, Jitae requested for a household field trip to the education department. It was a 1-week vacation. Southwestern United States, Nevada, Las Vegas, the city that was known for gambling and entertainment from days before the new era. In the desert north of Las Vegas, which had been a barren wasteland for the last few years, there was now a large man-made lake. And in the middle of the lake was a man-made island called Peace City, which was recently being highlighted as the best recreation area for soldiers worldwide. Inside the airplane heading to Peace City, Myung Yongha explained why. After the end of the Great War, the military is now at the top of the establishment, right? Indeed. He wasn't wearing his usual fake mask anymore, and was wearing a fancy pair of sunglasses. As if it was completely unrelated to him, he continued. But after being buried in field war for more than 10 years, these soldiers have lives that are way too different from their families and friends. As you probably know yourself, Mr. Jitae, there are more than a few around me who have PTSD. A story about the soldier who was frightened from the sound of a book falling from the desk and killed his entire family was very well known. There weren't that many superhumans who had superhuman-like mindsets. Looking around, it's really sad. I was at least better off because I'm a druid, but in any case, soldiers who fought hard and protected their families and have money, but are too far from daily lives to spend great time with normal people, that vacation place is built for those people. What have we learned? It's all about killing and surviving. The island's purpose is for us to use that and show our families what we got. That was the reason Mayung Yongha asked Jitae about his field warfare experience. For a week, Jitae had to survive with the kids in the deserted island. He had to find food to feed them and had to build a house. Is that place barren? Do you have to cut trees and build houses? Yuhahaha, surely not. Right, it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars for just one person. He then suddenly stopped his words. Actually, what is in there? I just heard there was something good. Mayung Yongha searched for something with his watch. Ah, it's here. They imitated the interesting environment of a dungeon by bringing interesting insects, plants, and animals apparently. It doesn't include everything they have, but it's already interesting enough that they have a KM-13 tree. Right? KM-13 was a tree that appeared in S-ranked ruin-type dungeons and above. It could survive on any liquid including water, and gave different fruits depending on the liquid. Jitae gave a nod. He didn't really understand what would be fun about it, but a new environment and a new life should be able to make the children happy. They returned to the VVIP waiting room of the airplane. Mayung Yongha's family was playing with the dragons. Jael was chatting with the first son, Mayung Junil, while Keel was hugging the second son with a sparkling gaze. Meanwhile, Yoram was lying down on the sofa, scratching her stomach and staring at her watch. There was also an unfamiliar yet acquainted person. Bom was with Jung Hawon, Mayung Yongha's wife, but there was also an old lady having a chat with them with a smile. She was Lee Hwa, whom Mayung Yongha had brought from the Grand Natural Society. When Jitae came back, Bom's eyes naturally turned towards him and she waved her hand. Lee Hwa also gave a wrinkled smile at Jitae. Would you like a glass? Hahat. Mayung Yongha took out a bottle of champagne, and they clinked their glasses. Jitae then looked at the dragons. Jael was having her gummies, while Mayung Junil was sitting right next to her, throwing glances. The child carefully moved his bum and approached her. Soon, Jael turned towards Mayung Junil. Hello, Nuna. Unlike before where she would have stared blankly instead of greeting back, Jael nodded with a faint smile. It was thanks to the etiquette taught by Bom. What are you eating? Gummies. They look tasty. She couldn't have a lot of gummies these days, because she had long finished the one bought by Ajasi. But today, Bom bought her some to commemorate the vacation, and Jael was having the gummies to her heart's content. Mayung Junil, who usually didn't like sweet stuff, pondered before opening his mouth. Nuna, what's that yellow one like? Orange, that red one, strawberry, the white one? Stopping her hand that was carrying another gummy to her mouth, Jael looked at Mayung Junil. Why, no it's Jay, just it looked tasty. HMM, Nuna, can't you give me that white one? Jael smiled. NN. R. Really? He reached out with a bright smile, but Jael stared at the child's hand before tilting her head. What are you doing? Weren't you giving me one? No. That was when Mayung Junil realized. Just then he asked, can't you? And Jael replied, NN, saying that he couldn't. Mayung Junil became sulky. Chapter 146, Resting Place of Rusted Swords 2. For the next 7 days, you can build your house, find food and play to your heart's content. The guide gave a wristband to each of them. This is a level 1 bracelet artifact, Tongue of an Arrogant Mage. It rings an alarm as soon as you use mana, and it records it down as well. After glancing at Mayung Yongha, the guide gave an awkward smile. Of course, some of you might be able to trick it, but please refrain from using blessings, skills, and abilities like an actual field battle experience. They also received a field operation kit on top, but it did not contain a tent. Now then, Mr. Jitae, we will head to the east. Yes, we'll go south then. By the way, this will be boring if we just do it like this, right? Let's try competing while we're at it. Compete at what? We visit each other's residence after 3 days and let's see who's living a better life. sounds good, but how do we compare them? Mr. Guide? Ah. Yes, please give a fair comparison as the judge. Ah, yes, sir. Mayang Yangha looked confident. If I lose, I'll give you some very precious alcohol. Alcohol? Sounds good. The deal was made. At the front was a beautiful mountain with a thick forest, and behind was a wonderful beach with white sand. Although it was in fact a man-made lake, it was enormous enough to make it look like the ocean. Yua, it's so pretty. Holding onto Jael's hand, Keel dashed into the ocean and splashed around. Kayahaha, they chuckled. The water was clear, warm, and there was a high density of mana nearby. Yoram didn't go inside, and instead sat on the sand. The fine sand soaked by the ocean waves tickled the gaps between her toes. It was a ticklish feeling that she had never felt before. Right when she was fidgeting with her toes to dig deeper into the sand, a large blob of water flew across and covered her face. Ah, what the fuck? Shouted Yoram before wiping her face. The ball of water was so big that her t-shirt and everything became wet. Raising her head up, she found Keel and Jael giggling. Seeing how Jael was pointing her tongue out, it was clear that she was the perpetrator. She wasn't wearing a bracelet either. Yoram repeatedly swept her wet hair up. These kids don't know how scary their unnie is, trying to climb up my toes. She took a hairband out from her pocket and tied her hair like an apple. My little babies, you're the ones that started it. Okay, without caring about the sand anymore, Yoram ran into the lake. She then started dashing across the surface of the water. Mommy, a red boar is coming? Jael, when did you learn how to swim? Take me with you. Don't leave me behind. Her giggles soon turned into screams. Meanwhile, Jitae was sitting at the back of the beach away from the water, blankly watching the kids. It was just an addition of water, and yet they were so happy and were enjoying their time together. Unnie, oop, help me, oop, or were they? While they were playing, he was glancing around the surroundings. He could agree to what Mayang Yangha had said. This island was for soldiers that had lived in the field, and several landscapes were exactly the same as a dungeon. Since they would get hungry after playing a lot, it was about time to start preparing for food. You're not going inside? Yes. Why? Go play with them. Bomb shook her head without saying anything back. Her grass-colored hair appeared like leaves receiving sunlight. Let's go find food together. Okay. Jitae entered the forest with Bomb, resembling the dungeon itself. The thick and messy forest welcomed its two visitors. What are we looking for now? Water. Can't we just boil the lake water? It's salt water. It was fine for both Jitae and the dragons to consume salt water, and in fact, they didn't have to eat anything for a week. But if they were going to eat and drink, it was better to have clear water. What do we do then? Is there like a pool of water nearby? Jitae looked around. The environment was similar to a tropical rainforest-type dungeon. The temperature is slightly high. It's like midsummer. Maybe it's because of that thing above us, said Bomb while staring at the artificial sun. And it's quite humid as well. Plants in these places tend to be poisonous. Once dead, the plants go back into the ground, and the moisture flows down and gradually heads to a lower area. Does that mean the lake is poisonous as well? Normally, it would be. But since it was an artificial island, they didn't copy all that. Besides, the lake was supposed to be an ocean as well. How about this? Bomb placed her hand on a nameless conifer tree. When the owner of Mother Nature requested the tree of its resin, the vines of the tree opened up as tree saps flowed out. Plants that adapt to the environment are generally poisonous, said Jitae. After touching the resin for some time, Bomb closed the vine for the tree. I see. It was because there was poison in the mix. Then how about this here? At a slightly deeper area of the forest, Bomb pointed at a little pond between the rocks. It looked quite clear, but Jitae shook his head. It was a common mistake made by inexperienced superhumans when they were isolated by accident. You can't since it has microorganisms inside. Microorganisms? There are some bacterias that even a superhuman body cannot absorb. Jitae opened his mouth, while reminiscing on the distant past. There was this young superhuman. He graduated as the second best performer of a small nurturing facility of the town and was full of confidence, but he ended up straying away from the party at a bee tropical rainforest dungeon. Okay. He was saved after 4 days, but was only skin and bones. Because of this water? Yeah, he drank it after judging that there was no poison inside. Apparently, he had a diarrhea for 4 days straight. How sad, Bomb giggled. Actually, the man in question was Jitae of the first iteration. He didn't remember it directly, but it was such a shocking incident back then, and the fact that something like that had happened was still inside his head. Then how about we find plants that don't have poison and gather their resins? Bomb pointed at several plantations that were soaring above the puddle of water. They were as small as straws but were chubby like aloes. That's fine too. But if this was a real field operation, the leader of the 8-man squad had to secure enough drinking water for 8 people. Jitae walked on. He saw various plants and insects and heard the growls of spirit beasts, birds, and small monsters. Suddenly, his feet came to a stop. There was a large tree that seemed to have been broken from a lightning strike. Jitae hid his body under the tree, and Bomb tactfully followed suit and whispered, "Why? Look closely, what do you see?" At a distance, there was a fist-sized bird with 2 heads flying above a wetland. Its beak was large and colorful, and another unique feature of the bird was the horn on its head. Is it a bird? It's my first time seeing it. It's a spirit beast called the horned raptor. Even in poisonous environments, bugs find leaves to eat and birds food. Among them are ones that don't have tolerance against poison. Those are the picky kind. Jitae further lowered his body. Those guys are always sensitive because of the lack of food. Unlike those that eat everything, they value their territories more, but even spirit beasts think the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. What do you think happens then? They'll probably invade others' territory. What if others think the same? Bomb widened her eyes. Do they gather and hide food? Yeah, since spirit beasts are as smart as humans. They know how to secure and stock food. Soon, the horned raptor was attacked by another horned raptor. Their beaks clashed in midair, and one of them was trying to fly to the trunk of a certain tree while another desperately protected it. When Jitae walked closer, they immediately distanced themselves in fright. He forced the trunk open and found dozens of roots the size of a soccer ball and several fresh fruits. These roots were hard to find in rainforests and contained plenty of water inside like a sponge. It's really there? Fascinated. Bomb smiled, but are you taking everything? Yeah. I feel a bit sorry for them, murmured Bomb. It was a new perspective for him, so what if birds starved? However, there was no reason to take everything when they were here to play. Jitae only took 4 roots from there and headed deeper into the forest with Bomb. Fitting her race as the dragon of Mother Nature, she appeared satisfied from just staying inside the forest. It was clear from how she would randomly stop and stare at wild flowers. On the way inside, a snake jumped and tried to bite her on the arm, but when its eyes met with Bomb's, the venomous snake stopped its chin right before its mouth came to a close. Its face turned rigid, and after glancing at her, it slowly backed out. That surprised me. The snake was nodding its head like it was asking for an apology, thus it lived. Soon, a bigger venomous snake dashed forth towards Jitae and he snapped its neck. The snake immediately died. Bomb asked in surprise, what was that? A delicious snake. No, not that. Why did that snake try to bite you? Because I killed my presents. Why? He raised the snake. Because they come on their own. The grass-colored eyes blinked. While walking deeper inside, Jitae took a fragment of rock salt and gathered twigs and moss. He also ripped a dead tree apart and gathered its inside, which resembled sawdust. It was dry and was a good source to start a fire with. What else should he take? After having a meal, they had to build a house. He could break nearby trees and build a decent house, so it was when Jitae was thinking of his next plan. Aya, Bomb let out a small groan and fell. What's wrong? Sitting on the grass. Bomb touched her legs. When she lifted her fingers up, there was red blood on them. A bug bit me. Her eyes were slightly slanted down. Bitten by a bug? He couldn't really understand the situation. How could a dragon be bitten by a bug? Even then, he decided to still take a look at her thigh. What are you doing? You said you were bitten. Let's see. It's a bit. That bit what? It's just a bit embarrassing. What was there to be embarrassed about, since she was trying to hide it? He got closer and checked it. There was blood smudged on the inner side of her thigh, and there was a trace of a small bite. It wasn't something worthy of being called an injury, and it would be fine once it was healed with magic. That was when 2 arms came closer and grabbed Jitae's head. Bomb looked into his eyes. Wondering what this was about, he slightly pulled his body away. Soon, a nonchalant smile replaced the melancholic look on her face, and she murmured with a hum, It's true." "What is?" he asked, but Bomb remained silent. After coming back, Jitae prepared the meat. He got rid of the blood and the internal organs and used the detoxicant inside the field operation kit to remove the parasites and poisons of the meat. There was also a large, foldable mess tin inside the operation kit. He squeezed the water out from the root, finely ground the rock salt fragment, and boiled a stew with the meat, roots, leaves, and fruits. Since the snake was quite big, there was a lot to eat. I know this is delicacy." Keel blew on the meat and threw it into her mouth. The clean taste of protein and the quality of meat was quite good. Her golden eyes turned into circles. Both Yoram and Jitae were apparently also hungry after playing around. They gorged themselves without being picky on the roots and vegetables. I saw this little turtle inside the lake." "Yeah." "I followed it. And there was this interesting thing under this island." Yoram went on and on about the turtle she met while playing in the water. She then suggested that they go together, so he nodded. "Get up once you're done with the food. Let's build a house together." Chapter 147, Resting Place of Rusted Swords, 3. If they were to follow the regulations of this place and not use mana, it would take some time to build a house. Thus, they had to divide up the task. It wasn't a simple one-night tent for one person. Since they had to build a tent for 5 people that would be used for several days, there had to be enough space to rest comfortably after playing outside, even if there weren't individual rooms for everyone. "While I go and gather wood, Yoram and Keel, go and look for broad leaves that look like this." He showed a leaf from a broad-leaved tree that he had picked up on the way back. "It looks like a big fan, right, Unnie?" "It does." "Scissors, paper, rock." Yoram suddenly blurted that out and showed a rock while Keel, in a fluster, made her fingers into scissors on reflex. So Keel was suddenly made to fan Yoram. Her pouting mouth suggested that she was rather dissatisfied with the situation, and thus, her arms also ended up moving unenthusiastically. "What are you doing? Fan it up properly." "What? Why, I'm doing it right now. Do you think that will dry my armpits?" Yoram threw her arms into the air. So disgusting, seriously. If you don't do it properly, you're kissing my armpits." Left with no other choice, Keel had to bite the bullet and wave the fan properly. Lying on the ground, Yoram twitched her toes and giggled. Her arrogant posture made her look like the queen of a country and made Bomb and Jitae laugh as well. "But why this? Is it a special leaf or something?" "Yeah, it's waterproof and bugs don't really like it. It's tough, and even after the leaves are plucked, they don't dry easily because they have a lot of moisture in them." They were perfect for the roof. "Bomb and Jitae can come with me. You can look for thickets in the area while I do the trees." "Okay." He told them more things that had to be gathered on top of that. Building a decent house required quite a lot of things. "Yuang, why do we need so many things?" "Wait, so how are you going to make a house with these things? You can't use magic here according to the rules, right? What are the thickets going to be for?" they asked endlessly. Dragons spent most of their lives inside their lairs, and because of that, it seemed that they were very interested in housings. He used a stick to draw a rough blueprint on the ground. A fire pit, a cooking facility, windows, an opening roof, light source, individual beds and cupboards, as well as a makeshift sewage system were included inside the house. It was an effective use of space, and the perfectly matching structure surprised them. That's crazy. It's amazing. How do you know all this?" It wasn't anything great, because anyone would be able to do this after living for over 10 years in the field. Can I just ask you something? Was there a time where you needed all this? Like building houses and making food, lying down on thickets to avoid moisture and chill on the ground? There was. When you were young? Yeah. Also, Ajasi, were you a baby when you were born? Interjected Keel. Her question was a little bit weird, but it was apparently so for just him. Yoram nodded her head in agreement while Jitae was surprised. Bomb was also wearing a look of intrigue. "There is no human who's an adult from birth." "Hull, that's super crazy." Keel and Jitae's eyes flickered. Then were you cute as well, Ajasi?" "Probably not." "Were you small like me?" asked Jitae. "Probably, and probably was even smaller than you." "Was your dick small as well?" "What? Did you have a mum as well?" "Ajasi, what is that question meant to be?" That was a weird question. Sorry, I probably did. Did you want to become an adult? Who knows? Think about it. I would assume so. Did you? Like gummies? No. Did you cry when you were scolded at school, Ajasi? I don't think so. Why? Because I was quite prideful. Then were you annoyed and jealous when someone was better than you? Ajasi, I would've, probably. Then did you have a first love that you flirted with? First love? I can't remember. I'm curious. Like I said, I can't remember. So how was your dick? Why the hell are you asking that in the first place? That was when Jael tilted her head. Dick, Huck, Unnie, please don't say weird things in front of Jael. He wondered what was wrong with them today. When Jitae was struggling to defend against the onslaught of questions, Bomb giggled. Guys, how about we ask after we build the house first? The sun's going to set soon, and it's going to be night at this rate. Her words contained a mysterious power. You're right. Keel immediately threw the fan away and stood up. And after around 2 hours, Jitae started building the house with the materials gathered by the kids. He flattened the ground and set the groundwork by setting the frames and the pillars, and started wrapping the long vines around as the wall. Is this how you do it? Yeah, make it tight, but don't stress it too much either. Yoram helped him build. These vines, which were fiber itself, were in fact the insides of a tree that contained air inside, so they were light yet tough and were great insulators. After that, he wetted some clay and applied it to the wall, and since it was hot and humid, he had to set fire at an appropriate distance and dry them. There were dry leaf crumbs in the clay mix in order to stop them from cracking. Make the ends of the leaves into circles and hang them. Okay. While the wall was drying up, he covered the roof with the broad leaves brought by the kids and created a sewage system so that water would flow to a lower area even if it rained. Meanwhile, Bomb and Yoram attached the door and windows to the frames, albeit awkwardly. Keel stopped her hands and heaved a deep sigh. She appeared mentally exhausted. Well, it was understandable because she probably never worked like this before. Jael didn't receive any particular task, so, after pondering on what to do, she took charge of clapping from the side. And by the time they finally covered the floor inside the house with thickets and clean moss, it was nighttime. Clap, clap, clap. A small pair of hands gave an applause. Right before the sun set completely, the house was finally finished. Unnie. Good work, Keel. Cheerful voices and proud faces. For a house made in a rush, it was quite wide inside and was quite well constructed. It's crazy, it's super soft. That's good. He covered the thick thickets with a blanket and unexpectedly, Yoram appeared quite content with the snug bed. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work, he shook his hand. Perhaps exhausted, they no longer dwelled on the topic they had been blabbering about a few hours ago. Instead, they laid down on the long bed and played with their watches. He was lying down on the far side, and lying next to him was Jael. It was rare for him to lie down on the bed with the child. When it was about time to sleep, Jael naturally rested her head on Jitae's arm and fell asleep. It was hard while working, but now I feel really proud, you know? Don't you feel the same? Unnie, it's my first time feeling like this, Keel clamored until Yoram turned her back to her. After that, Keel started taking a video with her watch and talked about the things that happened that day like a diary entry. It was probably a video meant to be sent to the underground labyrinth. Outside the window was a large moon. Distant growls of animals and bugs continued, but as the night was nonetheless silent, the regressor could tell that the small child's breath was at quite the regular pace. Like that, the first day at the deserted island, Peace City, came to an end. Fruits would be good for breakfast. Getting out of the bed before others, Jitae left the house. Meanwhile, Bomb slowly woke up and gave a stretch before glancing around. She could see kids that were still sleeping. Jael turned to the other side after Jitae disappeared and was buried inside Keel's hug in her sleep. Soon, her eyes met with Yoram's. She waved gently and Yoram returned a nod. Bomb carefully opened the window. The morning sun was warm. Jitae came back with his arms full of fruit. They were either poison-free or edible once the seeds were gone. The sweet and refreshing taste of fruit bloomed a bright smile on Jael's face. While he was out looking for fruits, Jitae had found something the kids would like. There was something interesting. Something interesting? There was a unique plant on the mountain ridge. After having breakfast, He took the kids and headed to the mountain. Jitae embedded killing intent into the jungle knife and led the way. Welcoming the warm spring breeze, the kids chattered noisily. It's there! There was an open area, a rare sight in the middle of a thick forest. As if other trees and plantations had avoided that area, there was an open land with a diameter of around 5 meters. The kids peeked with their heads above the thick bushes, and since Jitae was too short, Jitae carried her up with one hand and placed her down on his shoulders. In the middle of the open area was a blue tree. It was so small that it would barely reach a person's waist level. Identification number: E-50,888. Field operations soldiers referred to this as the spirit tree. Unnie, what is that? MHMM, it's my first time seeing it as well. It's a good tree though. A tree even Bomb did not know of, probably because it didn't exist in her world. Lower your heads, guys, and try to kill your presence as much as possible. In response to his words, the dragons closed their eyes and hid their class. Jitae held onto Bomb's hand and awkwardly imitated her. That was when something incredible happened. Thinking that there weren't any humans, the tree started moving. Oh, what is that? It's moving. Akil whispered her admiration. Its movement followed a certain rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hull, is it dancing? That's so cute. Cute, more like retarded. Their opinions crisscrossed. In any case, the spirit tree was famous for dancing, but was even more famous for something different. When Jitae stood up from the bush, the flailing branches of the dancing tree suddenly stopped. It was a very awkward position if those branches were to be considered as human arms. This guy pretends like a tree when someone's nearby, but it actually has ears. Go to a branch and say something good. After a few days, there will be a fruit matching those words. But since sound would get transferred to the sides, they had to whisper it and keep them apart. Intrigued, they walked to the tree and each whispered something to a branch. They decided to share what they said once it actually bore fruit. In the evening, they headed to the beach. It was because of Yoram, who seemed to have found a strange light source at the depths of the ocean after following a sea turtle. Bomb and Keel didn't look too intrigued, so he headed to the beach with Yoram and Jitae. Oi, it's probably better off for you to stay back, you know? Why? I said there was a light source, but it's really dark. It's pitch dark in there. And kids like you will be too scared to go there. You know, no? What no, you little kid? Why are you picking a fight? Don't whinge and say you're too scared. I hate someone winging next to me. Whatever. You red boar. What did you say? You little pig? HMPH. He sometimes forgot, but Yoram and Jitae were in fairly bad terms when it was just the two of them. It followed the historic strife between the red and the blue race. Yoram was really unbiased when it came to things like that. Whether the opponent was an adult or a kid, she didn't care and treated them equally. Jitae whined after being hugged by Jitae. She called me a pig, that bitch. She was saying something along the lines of that, but it was a whimpering voice, so he couldn't really tell what she was saying. In any case, Jitae entered the ocean with the two of them. Despite being a man-made island, the sea was quite deep. It was at least 150 meters deep. Corals and tropical fish beautifully decorated the ocean plateau, but it soon created a deep slope and soon became almost impossible to walk. As if there was a microorganism devouring light, it suddenly became dark when they were just 20 meters below the surface level. That seemed to be the end of the man-made environment. The waters were silent, and he couldn't spot any organisms. Yoram gestured, saying it was this way. Jitae also felt something with his senses. He followed that feeling and traveled deeper down. Bubble, bubble. Bubbles of air were coming from somewhere, and they could also see the faint light source that Yoram had mentioned. Jitae inspected it closely. Beneath the cliff of sedimentary rocks that were in a deep slope, there was a small cave. Chapter 148, Resting Place of Rusted Swords. 4. Beneath the rocky cliff was a deep cave. An entrance that seemed to have been coarsely formed by sticky sedimentary liquid welcomed them. Judging from the shape of the entrance, it didn't appear like a cave artificially made by those affiliated with the Peace City. Besides, there weren't that many superhumans who could dive into such a deep level by purely relying on their body, without using mana or equipment. Seemingly realizing that, Yoram's eyes showed a trace of intrigue. When they entered the cave, Jitae's face turned into a frown. There was a staircase barely holding its place heading above, and the inside was filled with water. It was when he stopped his feet temporarily that Yoram was about to place her foot on the stairs before him. Jitae held her by the arm. She shrugged her shoulders. Why? He pointed behind with his thumb. Let's go back. She pointed at the stairs. Why aren't we going? He shook his head and opened his mouth. Let's go back. Don't take interest in this place. Jitae's voice was vividly conveyed underwater. Yoram was dissatisfied with him blocking the path without even sharing the reason. However, she felt the strength in his grip. It was rare for him to physically stop her like this. That's not fun. Having no other choice, she stopped being stubborn. Jitae looked back and forth between Jitae and Yoram, not understanding what was going on. When her eyes met with Yoram, who was in a bad mood, Yoram flicked her finger lightly on Jitae's forehead. It was painful. Immediately giving a frown, Jitae looked up at her. Why you hitting me? I don't know, you fatty. It was dumbfounding. Jitae rubbed her forehead with her two hands. It was still painful, turning around. She murmured something to herself. What did you say? Jitae stuck her tongue out without replying back. There were several interesting events at Peace City. One example was the message inside the glass bottle Jitae found at the beach the next morning. It read like this. Save me PLZZZ, I have been captured by monsters. Beneath was a sloppy map. Jitae headed to the other side of the island with Jitae. There, he found well-trained gorilla spirit beasts dressed up as monsters, protecting a person that was hanging on the tree wearing an animal costume. Gaze, what do we do? It was clearly an act prepared by the company, but Jitae worried for the animal costume with a serious look on her face. He carried out a strategy meeting with Jitae. If he gathered the attention of the gorillas by making a loud noise, she was to save the animal costume by cutting the rope with a field knife. The strategy was similar to the gummy saving plan that had been carried out some time ago. After immediately understanding it, she nodded with a bright smile. Like that, Jitae and Jitae successfully saved the Peace City staff member that was wearing a deer costume. Thank Yao. I almost became food for the monsters. While saying that, the deer costume lowered its head towards Jitae. Then, it rummaged through its bag before taking a stylish antler out. This is in return for you saving me? It then hopped its way across. After returning home, Jitae cut wood into the shape of a deer's head with the help of Jitae and attached the antler to it. The realistic animal head was hung on the main entrance of the wooden house. Wah! Jitae's eyes sparkled. It was cool. There were all sorts of events around Peace City, and new experiences and interesting events happened one after another each day. The kids were met with staff members wherever they went and completed quests. They then received ornaments as a reward which they showed to Jitae. Sculptures, paintings, a fry pan, and a post box. They were all great for decorating the house, and thanks to them, the shabby wooden shack became better and better. On the third day, he went fishing with the kids. It wasn't that easy, so they chatted most of the time, but at least Bomb, Keel, and Jitae each caught a fish in the first hour or two. The problem was Yoram, and she couldn't catch a single fish. Because of her hasty personality, she pulled the rod before the fish even bit the bait. Why can't you just do it slower, Unnie? Yoram, you shouldn't pull it until they bite it. Keel and Bomb repeatedly gave advice for a few hours, but Yoram was still able to put up with it. It felt dogshit. But they were right. Lol. But Jitae giving a silly smile while swinging the fish in front of her eyes was hard to endure. 1 fish. 2 fish. Go away, you pig. 3 fish. I'm really gonna get mad. Okay, Jitae quickly ran away with a bright smile. But somehow, the 4th fish bit onto Jitae's rod in an instant. By the time she was swinging the 4th fish in front of her, Yoram exploded. FCK this, not doing this these freakin' stupid fish bastards, why aren't they biting mine, huh? Unable to hold herself back, Yoram picked up a large rock and chucked it into the water. There was mana embedded into her throw. A great shockwave caused the waters to come splashing towards the kids. Wang, what? Have you gone mad, Unnae? Keel was drenched in water and Bomb was also wet. Since Bomb covered for her, Jitae was the only one dry. That was when Yoram's bracelet rang, yuying. It had sensed the use of mana. She was already mad. What the heck is this thing to tell me what to do? Thinking that, Yoram was about to break the bracelet. Yuwa, she heard Keel's voice, and after turning her head following Keel's gaze, Yoram's eyes also widened into circles. Oh, that's crazy. Soon, Jitae faced Yoram with his hazy gaze after returning from the mountain with a small boar. She showed off dozens of fish that were tied up with a rope. He was wondering what it was after sensing a shockwave from the beach, but it seemed that she had knocked the fish out with a shockwave. Thus, the dinner that day was a fish party. Jael especially loved deep-fried fish, and the child shoved them into her mouth until her stomach became rounded. Morning arrived on the fourth day, the decisive day. He headed to the guide's tent with the kids and found Mayung Yongha, his wife and 2 sons, as well as Lee Hwa standing on the other side. "You look like you just came out on a vacation." "No, you haven't," Mayung Yongha laughed, saying it was mysterious. It was because Jitae and the dragons did not look like they had spent 3 days on the deserted island. "Have you decorated your house well?" "Ah, of course, you'll be surprised." Before long, the result of the bet was announced. While throwing a glance to the side, the guide carefully opened his mouth. "Firstly, I believe Guardian Jitae's residency was more completed." Mayung Yongha's house was fairly decent for a field operation base as well. The house made on the cliffside portrayed his creativity. But Jitae had reinforced the house whenever he had time during the past 3 days. He created a simple basement to store food and a garden on the outside. Because of the difference in ornaments, the guide stood on the side of Yu household. "But we have sensed the use of mana from the bracelet on the side of Yu household. So, in other words, it was a tie." When Bom, Keel, and Jael looked at her, Yoram gave a pout. Even then a tie is not that exciting, is it, haha?" But both of your houses were the greatest that I have seen so far." "Ha ha ha. It's embarrassing for me to dare evaluate them. I have no idea how you could ever build such amazing houses in the field." In response to Mayung Yongha's statement, the guide tried zealously to please him. Although they didn't know, the guide was in fact feeling dead inside. Mayung Yongha was a VVIP who had authority, wealth and fame, and Jitae was a guest personally brought by him. He wouldn't be anyone normal no matter who he was. It was a contest between those two. Superhumans were mostly stuck in their own world, and throughout his long time serving people, the guide saw numerous superhumans who took offense in such meager bets. The moment they gave a complaint, the guide would receive a mouthful of violent words from his superior. So Yoram's action had been a great way out for him. We can't do anything about that then, but since it's boring to just call it off, I'll hand it over anyway." Mayung Yongha handed a bottle of red alcohol to Jitae. "It's a precious fermented wine. Red shoes, have you heard of it?" "Red shoes, of course." It was a type of mandrake, but since it didn't grow on Earth, trying to find a root was like asking for the moon. The fermented wine was that sweet and fragrant and had a component that made people feel good. However, the important procedure of the wine-making process was the removal of mandrake scream, because a wine with a remnant of the scream was an illicit drug. Thus, Jitae utilized mana to confirm the components of the alcohol and confirmed that the scream had indeed been removed. It was an extremely precious alcohol. Jitae also entered his alternate dimension inside and took out a precious alcohol. "Oh, what wine is this?" "It's snake wine." Jitae stopped there. He didn't state the fact that it was made with the tail of an SSS-ranked great monster from an alternate dimension. Imugi, but Mayung Yongha would be able to tell that it was a good wine after having a shot. And after sharing the presents, Mayung Yongha suggested with a bright expression, "Mr. Jitae, how about we have a campfire?" "A campfire? Yes, if you're okay with it, should we gather up on the last day and light a fire before we leave?" He didn't say anything. A campfire? That's so romantic." "Oh, I'm fine with that too." But it was decided nonetheless. It was on the afternoon of the 4th day. Yoram, Keel, and Jael all prepared themselves to go mountain climbing. It was because Yoram found a treasure map in the morning. She looked unenthusiastic for other events, but was intrigued by the treasure map, and the word treasure incited Keel and Jael as well. Jitae decided to stay behind alone to complete the household field trip record, which had to be submitted to Lair. There was a lot to write because there were 3 cadets in the household, and Bom stayed back as well. "You're not going." I'm fine. It's a treasure, aren't you curious? You guys are my treasures." Keel rubbed her arms, saying, "Ooh, I got goosebumps." And Bom smiled back. Everyone knew how Bom wasn't an active type, so they quickly gave up on persuading her. Bom gently waved at the kids. "Take a look at the spirit tree on the way for me, please." "Ah, right, It almost bloomed yesterday as well. After sending the kids off, it was just Jitae and Bomb left inside the small house. She laid down on the bed, sitting down on a simple chair. Jitae relied on the plain table and used the pen he received from the guide to write the record. Bomb stood up from the bed and approached his back. She watched him from behind. Without sparing her a glance, Jitae continued with the record as Bomb sneakily sat next to him and watched him write for a long time. Jitae quite unexpectedly had bad handwriting, but his bad handwriting was uniform as if they were printed by a computer. Bomb quietly stared at those written words, but her gaze slowly traveled up. She looked at his hand, and soon stared at his arm that had protruding veins. Seeing that Jitae was still focused on writing the record down, Bomb pushed her head in even further. Blinking her grass-colored eyes, she stared at his face. When he still didn't look back, Bomb placed her 2 arms on the tabletop and rested her head on her hands. Her 2 eyes were still fixated on Jitae. Only then did Jitae's gaze turn towards Bomb. The green hair strands were all over the table. With a gentle smile, she opened her mouth. "Hi," he, who silently looked into her eyes, turned back to the paper without saying anything back and started moving the pen again. Bomb still had the same faint smile as she stared at him. Mischievousness gently surfaced beneath the relaxed smile. Bomb lifted her hand and waved it in front of his face, but he didn't react in any way. Bomb slowly moved her hand and meekly tapped his shoulder, but he didn't react. Soon, mischievousness covered her expression as she reached her hand out towards his ears. She then once again softly touched his ears, but he still didn't react. There were 5 pages on the table. He looked busy, and that must be why he was ignoring her. So Bomb slowly leaned on his body and rested her chin on his shoulder. And when he still didn't react, Bomb brought her lips to his ears and whispered, "What about now?" This was hard to ignore, and Jitae finally turned his head. After pulling herself back, Bomb giggled under her breath. "I'm busy. NN, go there and rest." "Okay." She didn't interrupt him any longer, and Jitae continued with the daily records, but at some point in time, it became harder for him to write. The green pair of eyes had been staring at him for almost 30 minutes straight. He turned around. "Why? Continue with your writing, please. How about you go there and rest?" "But I want a rest here." She was right next to him, and the small gap between them was slightly troubling. "Ajasi, what? When you're done with that, please teach me this." Bomb lifted her left hand. It was unknown when she had taken it out from the storage, but the bottle of alcohol Mayang Yangha gave was in her hand. "No, why not? Alcohol's not for kids. Urim smokes, though." She was right. When he closed his mouth, Bomb giggled as if it was an extremely funny statement. "Calling me a kid," she murmured before pointing at the document he was writing. "You Bomb, female age, 21, I'm 21. Chapter 149, Resting Place of Rusted Swords 5 Huuk." A boy gasped for breath. The lack of air made him dizzy and caused his chin to drop. Kneeling down, the boy drooled as is. He was Jitae's second, shadow of an Archduke SS. "How pathetic. Are you that tired already?" Clone 1 was displeased with Clone 2. The boy, Clone 2, was weak and couldn't use all the authorities of his lord that were laying dormant inside his body. He could barely use 1% of it. At least that was understandable. He was just born, and the ingredient used for his creation was a low-quality item for a level 5 artifact. His lord had 2 spare level 5 artifacts previously, and because herself, Clone 1, had eaten the better one of the 2, it was inevitable for the second to be born like this. "I'm not that tired." He was all talk. "Are you even trying?" "I am. Why are you asking that every time?" His loyalty was decent, but that was something unconditionally held by a shadow of an Archduke, SS, regardless of the clone's individuality. Thus, in order to distinguish if the clone was outstanding or not, he had to be graded according to his ability and willpower. Ability-wise, as mentioned above, he was close to trash to the point that it was hard to believe that he was a clone of their lord. And the same was for his willpower. "Stand up then. Just 1 second. Get up. Let me take a breather, okay?" Clone 1 walked up with a serious look on her face and kicked the young boy on his chest. They were in the junkyard of a fallen country without anyone nearby. It was a light kick, but it resulted in a great jolt as if he had been bashed by a truck going full speed. With a thud, the boy flew all the way across and bounced several times before being buried in the pile of car scraps. Dust covered the area. With relaxed steps, Clone 1 approached the boy. "I gave you enough time to breathe. Get up." Ha! Ha! While staggering and stumbling, the boy barely raised his body. His body tilted forward heavily like he was about to vomit. The boy swayed several times before finally throwing up a mouthful of blood that stained the ground in red. If you're having trouble with a simple training session, how will you work for the great plan? If you were our Lord, would you even think about using you? Ha! Make your back straight before I break it. A brutal voice struck his eardrums, and the boy finally stood up straight as his hand wiped the blood off his lips. One of his eyes was swollen and his ripped cheeks were bleeding. Use your authorities properly. Ah, I will, I'm doing it right now. He grumbled and closed his eyes as the wounds started to close. I'll say it one more time, you have to be strong, have to be loyal to the Lord. The happiness of the dragons is the top priority and we have to protect it. I know, I remember everything already. The boy was about to wipe the blood with his fingers but had to stop. His thumb and index finger had disappeared and the rest of his fingers were folded into strange angles. They had been broken from something just then. Ach! As the pain slowly caught up to his sight, the boy clenched his teeth and used his blessings. It was a blessing related to body recovery that his Lord possessed. When the twisted fingers returned to normal, the boy gave yet another scream, and when new fingers sprouted out, tears dropped from the eyes of the boy who couldn't even breathe properly. Are you done? Yes. Raise your weapon then. But the woman was heartless, and the boy raised his sword without talking back. By the time they were done with the training, Clone 2 was in a mess, and Clone 1 applied medicine on the boy who was lying down. Because of several restrictions, her Lord had been unable to learn an ability that healed others, so this was all Clone 1 could do. Clone 2 lifted his arm and covered his eyes. As a clone, they both had no personal feelings, but just like how she occasionally held doubts about her Lord's thoughts, Clone 2 appeared to have felt doubtful about her actions. Training is fine, it's good, but does it have to be to this degree? Yeah, why? What do you mean? No, that why isn't asking about why I'm needed when our Lord is protecting the dragons already. Then what? Like, isn't it fine to get stronger slowly? We can't do that. Clone 1 was clear-cut with her words. When, where, what and how, we can foresee but we can't be certain. That is the case for any thinking mortal, and our Lord is not an exception. That's why you and I must be prepared at all times. We must be ready as soon as possible, and that's why this is also necessary. The boy remained silent. You are an existence our Lord wished to create. That is the same as saying that your non-existence will affect the happiness of the dragons. So all the blood and tears you shed will add to the safety and joy of the dragons. I won't shed tears though. Then let's say blood and sweat. So blood will be shed no matter what. I see. What, do you think this is cruel? That you have to shed blood because of someone else's happiness? And the fact that you had to be the one? No, you're great, Ajima. But you have this tendency to look down on me too much. I'm a shadow of an archduke myself. You mean someone like you is still a small phoenix? The same as Ajima. I guess, so why would I think about things like that when that's my reason of existence? Despite that, he couldn't hide the melancholy behind his voice. Clone 1 inwardly heaved a sigh as she was suddenly made to look after a kid somehow, but there were times when he was cute. We'll start it again later. Rest for an hour. 30 minutes is more than enough. He acted big, but after saying that, the boy apparently thought it was too short and opened his mouth yet again. No, wait, maybe 35 minutes, she scoffed. Was her Lord also this daring in his first iteration? After having an insolent thought for a second, Clone 1 shook her head. Bomb quietly waited until Jitae finished writing the record. She would one day drink by herself, even if they didn't drink today. So he decided to teach her how to drink. If she felt happy from drinking, then alcohol might become a good friend for her as well. Here. Yes. There was a seed that resembled the shape of a cup. Cheers, Tap Jitae and Bomb bumped their seeds. As the strong crimson wine with 80% alcohol traveled down their throats, a flowery scent struck their noses like a bomb. ... Cough. After drinking it in one go, she coughed. Her eyes turned into circles. It's really hot. Hot? Yes, I can feel the alcohol moving down. She then carried her finger down from her neck to her chest and her stomach. Bomb prepared some dungeon fruits that were similar to mango as a side dish. While having those, they emptied several shots in silence. With a slight pout, Bomb opened her mouth. I think I'm tipsy. Is that so? I turn around and the world moves slowly. This is what tipsy is. Right, it is, but this is unfair. Why? Why am I the only one getting drunk? What do you mean? Ajasi's not drunk. Right? I am. The regressor had already lowered his body's metabolism rate to that of a human's. That was in respect of how precious this alcohol was. Then, why do you look so normal? Because I'm heavyweight. Can I feel your feelings for a bit? Dragons can synchronize their emotions and thoughts to the person they touch. She apparently thought he was lying. The regressor could obviously hide it if he wanted to, but still allowed her to do what she wanted to do. Bomb placed her index finger on the back of his hand. You're right. Her pouty eyes turned into a strange curve. It must be because he was drunk. Her finger, and the touch on the back of his hand, felt more vivid than usual. The regressor wasn't that satisfied with the current situation. He found it slightly troubling for his hand to touch hers. He thus tried to pull it away, but she somehow knew what he was up to, and suddenly grabbed his finger. Where are you running? She giggled. Therefore, he closed his senses as well. At this point, his body felt quite awkward. In order to get drunk, he lowered his metabolism rate, closed his senses to decrease the vividness of the hand touching his skin, and killed his false presence since she wanted honesty. The regressor became the same as a normal person for the first time ever since the start of the 7th iteration. But why did you suddenly want to drink? Ah, I actually wanted to drink from a while back. From a while back? Yes, I can't remember it properly, but I think my mother used to drink a lot. Something red like blood. Bomb stared at the mandrake wine and reminisced in her memories, as if the red color was similar to the past. I wanted to drink by myself later, but I didn't have the chance to, and you're saying right now is the chance. It is. I'm also curious about how you are when you're drunk, Ajasi. She then laughed, hoo-hoo, and seemed drunk indeed. It was his first time seeing the slanted eyes and the blank smile on her face. Do you do something special when you're drunk? I do. What is it? Becoming calm. That's so like you. Ajasi, tap the seed cups clinked. Why do you become calm? I don't really remember why, probably because I made a mistake when I was drunk before. I think it's ever since that happened. Do people make mistakes when drunk? They do. Tap, I spilled some. What a waste. Bomb placed her lips near the alcohol spilled on top of the wooden table. She then slurped it. What are you doing? Didn't you say it was a waste? But even then? Now that I think about it, it is a bit dirty. Why did I do that? She gave another foolish smile. Tap, this is a really strong alcohol, right? It is. I think I know what getting drunk means. It feels good. Don't drink too much. And get rid of the intoxication before the kids come back. Okay? Tap, oh right, let me give you the sides. Here, good boy. After pouring strong alcohol down his throat over and over again, it seemed that he had also become quite drunk. While eating the fruit Bomb gave him, he asked something which he usually wouldn't have asked. Why are you trying to make me eat every time? But if I don't, you don't eat, I don't have to eat. That makes me want to feed you even more. You know, tap tap tap, look, you're not eating them now. HNN. She laughed like a fool. The alcohol was close to being emptied, and he was quite drunk himself as well. Bomb's face and her eyes that had become normal ever since it had become a part of his daily life stayed in his vision longer than usual, and Bomb found out about it. Am I pretty? The green-haired girl who knew she was pretty pouted her lips out when his gaze remained on her face for a long time. She soon gave an awkward smile, before smiling like a fox again while poking her cheeks with her fingers. She was acting cute, as if he was watching TV. He blankly stared at her face. He gradually started feeling more perplexed as Bomb was still holding his finger. He could see her fingers and her nails. The veins contrasting against her white skin entered his sight. He decided that he had to stop the drinking session here. Let's make this the last cup. Okay, but there was a problem. Bomb, who was heavily drunk, had trouble holding the cup properly. It was slightly different from how a human got drunk, and it was her synchronization with the polymorphed body that was being affected. She thought she grabbed it, but it was just her hand that came up. After missing the cup several times on repeat, she frowned and glared at the innocent cup. WHY, can't I grab it? So Jitae grabbed the cup for her and poured alcohol into it, and she somehow received it with both hands. The last drop of alcohol went down her throat. Gulp, gulp. After slowly finishing it, she heaved a powerless sigh, which spread the flowery scent of the alcohol across. Blankly, Bomb stared at the remaining last piece of fruit before opening her mouth. I want to eat this. Huh, but I can't grab it. The regressor pondered for a second, thinking that it might be her asking him to feed her. I want to eat it, but I can't pick it up. Reaching her hand forward, she seemingly grabbed the fruit, but it remained on the spot when she lifted her hand back up. She became even more depressed. I want to eat it. I want to but? Her loosened gaze blankly turned towards Jitae, so he gave a sigh before grabbing the fruit and handing it over to her. Bomb gazed up at him with the same gloomy expression and soon opened her mouth. The fruit entered her mouth, but because she was drunk, she couldn't control her mouth and chin, so she ended up biting on Jitae's fingers along with the fruit. Her vacant gaze slowly went back and forth between his eyes and hand. After feeling the warmth inside her mouth, he pulled his finger out. His hazy senses ignored his command and vividly returned to him. For an instant, an extremely large sense of perplexity rose up from a corner of his heart. What are you doing? That was when Bomb bursted into laughter ever so slowly. Ahaha. She laughed as she waved her hand. No, I wasn't trying to do that. It was an accident, an accident. Keel blankly stared through the window. She had found a beautiful baby chicken in the middle of the mountain. She had to take a picture to show Chirpy, but realized that she had left the watch behind. That was why she had come back for a bit. But when she came near the house, there was a strong scent of flowers surrounding the area. Curious about the source of the smell, she sneaked to the window and stole a glance inside. Her Unnie and Ajasi were drinking inside. Yua, they're drinking. She thought, that's what she thought, until she saw Bomb's expression. Jitae had his back towards the window, and she couldn't see his face. Bomb suddenly laughed out loud, saying it was an accident, but Keel couldn't see what the accident was either. But what she did see clearly were Bomb's eyes that were staring at Jitae. From the expression and gaze of the drunk Bomb, Keel felt something mysterious and wondrous that made her feel dizzy. Her heart started racing. Unlike usual, where she had trouble focusing on something for a long time, Keel couldn't look away from the two for a long period of time. Around the time they started packing up, she came back to her senses and quickly escaped, but even after she went back to the mountain, her heart didn't stop racing. Thump thump, Keel finally asked herself, what did I just see? Chapter 150, Resting Place of Rusted Swords 6, Keel suddenly became weird. She tended to smile brightly whenever their eyes met, but now she looked away and avoided eye contact. Throughout their remaining time on the deserted island, she had trouble looking straight into his eyes. Bomb and Jitae acted strange sometimes, but it was the first time Keel was being like this. Since there was a need to be cautious about everything related to Keel, Jitae decided to ask her, You Keel, Huck, what's wrong? Did you do something bad? N. No, I didn't. Or did you do something that I told you not to? No, I didn't. The authenticity hanging on the eyes of Equilibrium was true. It seemed that she hadn't done anything wrong, and that puzzled him even more. Then, why are you covering your face? Did you get hurt? She had her hands flat above her eyes, as if she was blocking sunlight. The difference in height between the two was considerable, and thus he couldn't see her small face. So Jitae bent his back and tried to look into the child's face. Mommy! Keel became startled and immediately ran away. Her fast-beating heart was loud and clear, and her pupils dilated whenever their eyes met. Those signs were usually revealed when someone was scared. So what made her so scared all of a sudden? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he pondered, so he decided to observe her for the time being. On the other hand, she was only like that towards himself, and her attitude towards Bomb, Yoram, and Jitae were no different than usual. It's a bit sad. During breakfast, Bomb quietly opened her mouth. NN, what do you mean? Unnie, it feels like time always flies when you're having fun. Huh, oh wow, you're right. They agreed to her words. It was already their last day in Peace City, in the middle of a dark mountain. The kids gathered around and focused. Their eyes were sparkling gently from the darkness. Sitting next to them were Lee HWA and Myung Yongha's family, and in front of them was a tower made of chunks of wood that formed the shape of the character Chinese letter. The singing voices of bugs reached their ears, while the sky was densely filled with unusually bright stars that lit up the area in the stead of the moon that had hidden itself. Myung Yongha climbed the wooden tower and gave a deep bow like a gentleman. Thank you everyone for illuminating this place with your presence. His wife, Young Hawan, quietly grumbled, What is he saying with those caveman clothes? Cutting straight to the chase. We will start the lighting ceremony. Honor to the Yu household and the Mayung. Bam, it was then. Firecrackers went off before his words even ended. When everyone turned towards her, Kiel blushed in surprise. Was that too fast? Mayung Yanghe laughed heartily. I thought you said we were starting, said Kiel with an awkward smile. They seemed to have gotten the order wrong, but Jaiel, who was sitting on Yu Jiti's lap, suddenly clapped out loud and Bomb had to hold her back. Ehu, that brain-dead monkey. Yoram murmured and Kiel pouted. Soon, Mayung Yanghe gave another big shout. Yua, anyway, in hopes of the harmony between the Yu household and the Mayung household. Honey, you sound like an old man. Do I whatever, Yuhahaha, fire up. Despite his wife dissuading him, Mayung Yanghe jumped off the wooden tower and used a spell. Hwaak, fire soared into the air on the massive campfire. Clap, clap. Having been freed from the restriction, Jaiel clapped with a bright expression, followed by the other dragons, the Mayung family, and Li Hwa. The process had been a mess, but the large tower of flame, chasing away the darkness, was quite a decent sight. Slowly, the chilliness of the night that had covered the forest dissipated. Jaiel flapped her hands and slapped him on his thigh. When he looked down, the child lifted her head and gave a wide smile while her water-colored eyes reflected the red flame. Judging from the fact that Bomb, Jaiel, Kiel, and even Yoram were etching the sight into their eyes, this must be a beautiful scene. Mr. Jiti, please lend me a hand. Yu Jiti went and helped Mayung Yanghe with the barbecue. Meanwhile, Bomb approached Li Hwa and gave a suggestive smile, which also bloomed a smile on Li Hwa's wrinkled lips. Right, right. From that foxy smile on your face, I see, you must have succeeded. Right, she nodded. Bomb first came across Li Hwa at Melisha Masquerade, but they met several times while she was walking around the island, and they became quite close. Due to several reasons, Bomb had started sharing her personal story with Li Hwa, and Li Hwa loved it. Even now, when Bomb slowly and carefully shared what had happened with Yu Jiti, a full smile appeared on her wrinkled face. Hey go, you little girl. Yes, you're truly a fox indeed. HNN, you're making my heart flip as well. Hee hee. But I don't understand. Is that man a eunuch? Bomb tilted her head with a smile. No. So, how was it, your first alcohol? You see. While Bomb was talking about her first impression with alcohol, Mayung Junil threw furtive glances at Jaiel. The boy remembered the advice his dad gave him. Son, love is all about timing. Last day of an enjoyable stay on the deserted island, plus a beautiful campfire and them being the only ones nearby. Was there better timing than this? Hiding a flower behind his back, Mayung Junil walked up to Jaiel. But he suddenly stopped. How is it timing? Love is all about destiny. It was because his mum's rebuttal suddenly flashed past his head. However, the word destiny was too difficult and was hard to understand for the young boy. So it must be timing. Plus, since it was the words of his dad, the strongest hero of the universe, it had to be true, and right now was the best timing ever. Nuna, Jaiel turned towards him. Why, I have something to say. This, here. Mayung Junil revealed the flower from behind. What's this? A gift. Jaiel stared at the boy's gift, the red tulip, before looking back at the boy's face. She could see Mayung Junil looking at the ground with a face that turned bright red after holding the flower forward. She grinned. Cute. Were you saying that to me? Jaiel shook her head. 1 second. Your ear. Ear, she wants to talk into my ear. Is it okay to be that close? When Mayung Junil placed his ear towards her while struggling to calm down his racing heart, she whispered something into his ears. Her words gave a great shock to Mayung Junil. Do you get it? Thanks for the flower, but... Jaiel waved her hand. Mayung Junil waved back with a smile, but after turning around, the boy had a teary look on his face. His mum was right. Love wasn't about timing and was all about destiny. We got some fruits last night, Mayung Yanghe's wife, Younghawan, showed interest in Kiel's words. It was a story about the fruits that had bloomed on the spirit tree. You sisters all have unique personalities, right? Your fruits would have been quite diverse as well then. Yes. Mine was very sweet, squishy and juicy inside, and Jaiel's was sweet, sour, and slightly bitter. What about Yoram's? Yoram was a spicy fruit. It looked like a green chili pepper, but after touching it with her bare hands, Ani accidentally wiped her eyes and, "What?" Young Hawan and Keel giggled. "Huh, where did Yoram go though? You're right, where is she?" They couldn't find Yoram all of a sudden, walking around. She looked for Yoram. She peeked at the forest, peeked next to Jitae and the beach, but couldn't find Yoram till the end and instead found Bomb, who was sitting down alone on the beach. What are you doing?" "Ani, I was looking at the stars." That suited Bomb quite a lot. It seemed that the opportunity had come. Keel hopped forward in short strides and sat next to her, before glancing at her face. It was a really pretty face even in the eyes of a dragon. Her calm, quiet, innocent yet somewhat cold gaze. But the expression she saw yesterday was nowhere to be seen on her face. What was that expression? How was Bomani feeling? And what was she thinking about? Did Yoramani and Jael know already? What about Ajasi? Doubt created another doubt without an end, so Keel carefully opened her mouth. "Ani, NN, MHMM, why?" She wanted to ask something, but after opening her mouth, she didn't know what to say. Thus, Keel wasn't able to ask anything. "My little sister, is there something you want to say?" Bomb looked at her with an implicit gaze. "NN, no, it's just that. It's really fun here." After showing a smile, Bomb's eyes returned to the sky. "I see. Did you have fun too?" "NN, it was fun for me as well." Silence covered the two for a bit before Bomb opened her mouth again. "What did you enjoy the most?" "Keel, NN, me, I liked how we got to experience things that we couldn't at Lair and the dormitory. The spirit tree was cute, and the island itself is just full of fun." Keel hesitated slightly, before adding more words. What about you, Ani?" "Me, Bomb gazed at the sky without saying anything in response. Her grass-colored gaze and her eyelashes appeared ever so sorrowful for some reason. That Keel couldn't ask anything else. It just feels like a dream. "NN, you remember how the dimensions got disjointed when we first left?" "Yeah, of course. It was really scary. Like how everything suddenly got crushed around us and those weird sounds as well." "Right. NN, but we fortunately came to a world with people, so that was lucky for us." "Yeah, and we were worrying about how to fill up the amusement time, right?" We knew nothing about this place and it was really scary. I wanted to see my mom and..." "Me too, but now we're living happily like this, and it just felt strange." In fact, it was the same for Keel. She was happy, to a level that she had never expected back when she was trembling from anxiety and fear. "Right, I was always curious." "About what?" "How could I be this happy in such a foreign world? After coming here, I also had this small question. How could there be such a fun island?" "So?" Keel followed Bomb's gaze and looked at the same place she was staring at. There was a slightly bigger star than the surrounding stars. That showed off its brightness. While tucking her hair behind her ear, Bomb opened her mouth. "I was thinking about that while looking at the stars, but I realized that we can't just smile and do nothing. Since happiness isn't just created from nothing." Keel widened her eyes into circles. It was something she had never thought about before. How was happiness created? "Right. Do you know, Ani, how we became this happy? And how there could be an island this happy and entertaining?" Yoram, who sneaked a shot of Mayung Yangha's alcohol during the campfire, suddenly wanted to smoke. She went to the forest and was smoking a cigarette when she came up with something interesting. It was about the underground cave that she had found with Jitae. Thus, Yoram sneakily went into the ocean and headed to the underground cave by herself. After climbing the stairs and walking through a long corridor, there was another set of countless stairs. When she finished climbing that as well, she finally came across air that had been locked inside the underground cave above the water level. What she found on top of that was an extremely horrendous odor. The ominous atmosphere, the creepy odor, and the black stains that had flowed to the ground irritated her sight. At the end of the stairs, she stood in front of a rusted metal door. Her sixth sense as a dragon told her that there was something inside this place. "Wah, fuck, this doesn't feel good." She gave a deep frown, but stopping here after coming this far wasn't an option. So, Yoram carefully pushed the door open. The door was stiff and created a creaking noise when she pushed it, but regardless, she pushed it till the end. And there was an unbelievable scene in front of her. Having crumpled her face into a frown, Yoram covered her mouth and nose. Inside was a mountain of corpses. They had all been disfigured, and weren't even allowed to rot. "You, Yoram." That was when a familiar voice reached her ears. When she turned around with a flinch, she found Jitae standing behind her. "Ah, fuck's sake, you surprised the she out of me. I told you to not care about this place." "Well, that's up to me. Am I your little dog or something? Just doing what you tell me to." Despite saying that, Yoram stopped her breath and forcibly controlled herself from vomiting, and she slowly walked and hid behind him. "Whatever, let's go back if you've seen enough." "Let's go, what are you doing?" "That thing. What is it? What do you think? It's a corpse. Mummies. I mean, why are there so many, and why are they all damaged?" Unable to look at the horrendous mountain of corpses, she pointed with her finger. Jitae blankly looked at the corpse mountain before opening his mouth. He knew what this was. "This is one of the customs of another dimension. Charia. People in that dimension make soldiers that died during the war into mummies and bury them under the land they live in. They then create an underground path for them to honor the corpses later on. Why? It's to remember that they're living thanks to the remains of their dead heroes. That's how they honor their victims of war." After hearing that much, Yoram came up with a hypothesis. "Then this island? Yeah, those corpses over there with broken necks, cut off legs with spears in their bodies had probably been protecting this island against their enemies when they were alive. And the entire island must have been carried by a dimensional disjoint that was later discovered somewhere on Earth in the name of a dungeon." Yoram swore after comprehending all that. "Fuck, how is that Peace City?" But that's how things were. These things called happiness and peace were all built on top of another's blood, and even in this moment, someone was shedding blood and sweat for the happiness of others, and those broken and rusted swords must have found their rest here after their death. "Let's go back now." Jitae pulled her by the shoulder and headed back to the door, leaving the gruesome scene behind her back. Yoram murmured, "It feels dogshit, I shouldn't have come here, please just listen." And the door was closed shut.